上单 Hoya， 打野 Aki， 中单 Setup， 下路伊查恩，辅助 Feather。接下来欢迎苏州 LNG Esports， 上单紫卡，打野小方，中单海超，下路 Fish One， 辅助 OVO。LPL 第3赛段组内赛第6周第6日第1场，苏州 LNG 对阵 TT 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏竞巅峰。
Hello everyone, and good morning. It is bright and early, folks. It is here today anyway, in Berlin. And I gotta go get myself some caffeine. Let's get ourselves ready for the first draft of the day. First draft of the day in our 3 series day: LNG versus TT, WE versus Top Esports coming after that, and then Weibo versus IG to finish out the day. I think actually with a loss there, that might actually lock anyone's legend into top 4 as well, so we'd have our top 4 confirmed. I gotta run some ad breaks right now, folks. I'm so sorry for those on Twitch right now, but gotta do it now just so we don't get them in game as well. Let's get ourselves into, as you're saying, that first draft of the day. Wukong first picked, despite the fact that that Rumble was up. TT quite easily locking in both solo laners here. LNG, what do they do now? Orianna for Haichao, likely. Ornn also not bad into the Rumble. We're seeing more people happily taking up the Ornn into the Rumble matchup. Would you look at that? It's not the Orianna after all. No Orianna. The Ahri for Haichao, much more aggressive playmaking. It's more safe than the Orianna into something like the Trundle as well, although Trundle can force your ult at points quite nastily. second round. No bot lane is picked. Of course, they'll be the focus. Alistair locked in for TT means that you can't pick the Alistair against the Trundle. I forgot that the Trundle was up, in the first couple of picks. Trundle's still very, very strong, of course. Okay, I have myself some coffee. I'm sat down. Sorry for being halfway away during that draft. The Kaisep locked in for Fish 1, and the Rakan for Obo, who's had a decent debut. And the last pick of the Corki. So, we have a fair amount of dive from LNG. Typically, you'd think an Ornn would be front to back. Hey, Frog says going, hey, Elliot. And welcome to all the regulars in all of our other streams as well. Yeah, typically see the Ornn on the defensive side of things, playing as a disengaged champion. This time it's very much helping the dive. On the other side, TT, it's not like they're a defensive team either. They have Rumble, they have the Trundle. It's a little bit different. I suppose the Trundle can be a bit of disengage. Both these teams quite aggressive, actually. LNG trying to use that Ornn ult and the Rakan ult to start things off well. The Kai'Sa Ahri following up on Cyclones as well. TT are not that... Well, no, I say they're not that tanky. Did you have the Trundle into the Ornn? Zuka's going to have to play away from this Trundle for a lot of this game. He needs to be very careful not to give a good subjugate over. Long range ults for him are probably better. So I think if they're long range and they manage to pick out that Trundle, if he doesn't ult the Ornn for defensive stats, I think he will die quite quickly. Let's get ourselves into game. So yeah, we've got any Gyos here. It's over in Suzhou, LNG's arena. I don't hear the crowd mics, so I'd imagine we are without them today. Night Frogs with an important update here as well. Worth noting, TT losing here today does lock Ultra Prime into play-ins of playoffs. Those of you that don't know, that was a decent trade on Taki, but he does get the ward level 1. As it stands, we have currently 3 teams technically fighting for, actually, hang on. So, there are 6 teams in Group Nirvana. Currently, we have, so that means you're playing in a double round robin 10 series. Ultra Prime at 3 and 6. They have 1 left to play. They're on a -6 game score. TT are at 2 and 7. They're at -7. If they win here 2-0, they finish with 3 and 7 with a -5 game score. There's a chance that they could overtake Ultra Prime based on based on game score, but even in series score. LNG do have 2 series left, including one against EDG, which I guess is pretty hard. Mathematically, a win here today from LNG does not lock Ultra Prime into play-ins. Because if they were to go 2-0 in their last 2 remaining matchups, they'd be able to get to -5 in game score. Ultra Prime could get overtaken by them. It would require LNG needing to not just win this, but beating EDG, though. So those are the implications for today. Both of these teams still are technically in the running for a spot in playoffs, the play-ins to playoffs. All good, frogs. All good. All good. So those are your stakes for today. Now the thing is, LNG have looked, I'm not gonna lie, they've looked pretty abysmal for this Nirvana. How far this team has fallen after being a Worlds representative many times since, what, 2020 was their first Worlds? Was it 21? I think it was 21 was their first Worlds appearance. I think that was when they had Arla on the roster. Might have been the DNB Arla. Yeah, that. Anything interesting happening in this early game while I was yapping about stakes? Not even talking about Alistair. Incredible. Wukong found my joke funny. I'm so sorry, that was just perfectly timed. God. Sorry, that's got me, that's got me. Oh, Wukong never change. Oh, it brings a tear to your eye. Nothing really interesting happening in terms of the actual early action. Very even across all lanes. Oh, that was a proper belly laugh. God. First backs of the game coming in for our junglers. Worth noting that Aki... Yeah, no, Aki's gone for the standard build. Typically, your first back of the game for an AD skirmisher has been Longsword, Ruby Crystal, and a Control Ward. Helps you get onto that pretty quickly with a pretty decent amount of threat. Pillar will force the flash after Feather managed to land the combo. Good wave control from bot lane by 1xN and Feather to make sure they could force the overextension. And Fish one. Force to blow both summoners. Although recalling on a ward as well, so we can't even hold the wave. Yeah, that's a problem. Because if you can hold the wave, that's alright. This is going to open up, well, more than a 10 CS lead already. God, this is awful for LNG's bot lane. They need Ornn to teleport for this wave ASAP. That could be a really, really huge amount of gold lost. Luckily, there's a wave crashing on top side, so Fish won't be able to get 4 CS out of this. But he's going to be 10 CS down. Thereabouts anyway. Okay, I'll even out to about 5. About 5, alright. Got a bit ahead of myself in terms of the maths. The maths counting that. Setup, pushing in mid lane. Not able to stop High Chat from recalling. Setup's had an interesting start to LPL. He's occasionally had some very good games. Particularly his Akali's been something that we note when it comes out. But also, he has also, in some cases, very much lost TT games. TT a strange team. I think they've, I don't feel as though TT have the soul of TT that they used to have when they had Yukal, when they had Beichuan. Aki's occasionally been playing well, but largely this team has been just more and more 1xN favored, centric across the split. Aki, speaking of him, will take that first dragon of the game. TT not contested on that one. Equalizer thrown in from Hoya. He gets a good trade here. He gets, hang on a second, the overheat is a little nasty that, but he's turned around by the Ornn ultimate call. The Forge Guard comes in. Another Flame Splitter coming through. Aki and Xiaofeng on the bottom side of the map. You see that the Wukong can hop over that pillar. Junglers nullifying each other's presence there, and meaning that neither top laner dies. Trade towards this 2v2. Again, that CS lead held by 1xN and Feather is sticking so far from the early lane. Heal used by Feather there. Switches over towards Exhaust. Using it for sustain. 1xN actually overhealing a little bit, but gets himself the mana sustain from the On the fruit, Aki spotted on a ward here. Do you know there was a song called TT by Twice? Actually, let's be honest, if you like K-pop, you know Twice. You probably do know that if you know K-pop. But, yeah. You know, of the K-pop bands, I think Twice the one which I listen to the most. I do have some K-pop in my playlist, a little bit, not too much. What songs do I even have? I have some by Dreamcatcher. Twice and Dreamcatcher are pretty good. Anything else I have? It's not like my choice specialty. Q farming way over. God, this has been such a slow early game. 10 CS lead in mid lane, worth noting. Hi Chow. Forced to back. I mean, you don't expect a 10 CS lead in this lane. Now, Talia's meant to get shove against the Ahri until she takes a bad trade, and then, struggle. Hang on, Charm for flick back landed. Knock up lands. Don't really think Haichao wants this. Glacial LNG, the classic true. God, I forgot. The G in LNG does stand for glacial sometimes. Grubs started by TT. Perhaps they're looking to thaw this game out a little. Jump forwards onto the Alistar. No ult from the supports just yet. That means that Alistar is very, very squishy. The Cyclone keeps rolling. But I think the winds are going to be stifled a little. TT take a 1-for-1, but by taking the enemy smite, they'll be able to get all 3 grubs. Circuit pushing in on the bot side of the map. Hoya. No, not Hoya. Satap teleporting to match. LNG walking away with 3 grubs. Only the 1-for-1, but those grubs are big objective take. TT. Sorry, not LNG getting the 3 grubs. TT getting the 3 grubs. What am I talking about? I'm yapping. Occasionally it happens, you know? The yappening. Feather walking in across the enemy side of the map. Getting some wards down, which are immediately cleared. Wards are fought over. Oh, we'll clear out that ward. The control ward dies. Oh, the wards. Oh, won't someone think of the wards? Look how many control wards there are on bot side. I think that one in Triburst has still been dropped from Aki from first clear. I think that's the one that was dropped there. After first clear, rather. Thunder Talk, more like Lightning Yap. Yeah. More like, Windy Waffle. Teehee. More like Charged Chatting. I can't think of anything more electric-related stuff right now. Actually, I probably could. Hang on a second. Oh, you've left your AD carry. It's got... Oh my god, he has to flash. The recall timing. Wanted to get back out on the map, but, yeah, maybe Fish One should have backed off a little bit more. Do not Google that last one. Yeah. Yeah, what I do with the Windy Waffle is yeah. Some may deem it unnatural. Fish One, hang on a second, hasn't even managed to back off in terms of getting HP or anything. Oh my god, it's a good amount of damage from 1xN. We had a nickel for every time Fish One was stopped recalling by 1xN. Well, forced onto a bad reset rather. No, forget it, it's not even funny anymore. It's too early in the day, my words are failing me. Plate not taken there by 1xN, worth noting though. Still, getting himself a good recall timing. He wants to make sure he's out onto the map for this dragon, so he's okay to give up a little bit of gold to make sure that he's there in the right place. He is, you know, significantly ahead of Fish One from the early game. Aki going to be chomping down on this one. Is there going to be a contest? If there is, well, he's going to be in a great place for it. Zuka teleporting in now a little bit later. He might not be here for the initial play. Here comes Ovo. Where is that smite? It's coming through. Taken by the Wukong, and the kill comes through onto Rakan in return. 1 for Dragon as it stands. Haichao has resets though, threatening. Gets another one. Haichao has another one to bring into the play if he wants to. He needs to not get through that minefield. Does he have another charge? Yes, he does. Where's the charm? Where's the charm? Fish One getting more damage down. Charm lands. Do they have another reset? Yes, they do. 3-man Ahri ultimate. Another charge coming through. More resets on the board. Haichao has another one, and it's coming through. Oh my god, it's a pentakill in the early game on Faker's Ahri skin. Haichao cleans up all 5. Haichao with the pentakill on Ahri. More and more charges gained over time. And on the demon kill skin himself comes away with a play worthy of him. Haichao with a full 5 cleanup. Just a random penta. I wasn't prepared for that at all. Where did that come from? Came out from absolutely nowhere. 6-0-0. Haichao. Thank God he had that Dark Seal in inventory. By the way, folks, this is that fight which you get that Dark Seal for. He should go for a Medjai's immediately. I mean, I just thought that someone else got a kill at some point. And honestly, I thought that TT would turn it around. So the first kill came onto the Rakan. You know, doesn't have the Malignance, but right here, you know, just starts to get some death damage bits and pieces around. One of the best things about Ahri, when she's got that ult running, is that you can just be a little bit patient. You know, Charm lands for the long distance kill, gets the 3-man ult here, the electrocute comes off of cooldown to kill the Trundle, an extra auto kill there, and I was like, hang on a second, that's 4 kills on the top of my screen. Comes back around, the Q backswing, gets the 5 kills on the Ahri skin. Damn. You too could get pentas like that if you spent, God knows how much money on that skin. Well, ain't that a sight for sore eyes. I really think Haichao should have gone towards a Medjai's right here, right now, by the way. The other team is not that tanky, and you have 10 stacks already. This is how you hyper snowball on it. What is this? This is, oh my God, this is all the pentakills we've had this split. This is the 7th pentakill of LPL Summer. Anyway, he does have a Malignance and that Haunting Guise built up. Has cooldown boots as well. Very strong item core. But again, if you are fed like this, folks, just get yourself a Medjai's. Particularly in a game where you're not under like crazy amounts of threat as the Ahri. Tell you what, the only games where I sometimes wouldn't go the Medjai's on Ahri are against some LeBlanc compositions and some like Diana mid compositions where they really do kill you very quickly and you are not as safe a champion as you think. Those are the only times maybe I wouldn't go Medjai's, because it just feels like you die on cooldown and they actually can force onto you very well at that point. Even then, I think there are times where it's still very worthwhile getting it. Then it's definitely much more early game dependent, right? First item in across the board for everyone but the Rumble, who stopped off those tier 2 boots. Has it now, though. By the book. Yes, exactly. By the book. They gave a free penta there. What was that? No, I'm not going to call that a free penta. That was well earned by Haichao. He played it really well. No, the guy played it well. He used his resets well. Again, one of the better skill sets I like to see from Ahri's once they get to extend their ult timer with a kill midway through the fight is just a bit of patience. Not the Guns N' Roses song, although it is very, very good. In fact, if they could play Patience while Ahri's ult is going, that would be very entertaining. Just a little patience. Tower going down, Howl going down at the same time. A trade of objectives. Zetab and Aki both trading the gold there. 2,000 gold behind in 15 minutes. Blech. It's time to get the book. Of course, it's time to get the book. Haichao wants to get himself Leandries, though. Wants to make sure he can cut through the Alistair and the Trundle more effectively. You do run out of damage a little bit against him sometimes. Actually, no. You know what? I say that. I mean, there's not a huge amount of AP unity. No, that's not true, actually. The Ornn does bring some through. Like, I genuinely think that Trundle's not going to be crazy hard to kill. Like, go for a Void Staff later instead. You'll be fine. You don't need the Leandries, really. In this game. Not, well, I mean, it's still a good second item, but I think Medjai's is more valuable that way. God damn, there's a 2-level lead in jungle already. Do you think 1XM will kill 11 kills out of these 2 games? Well, if anyone on TT is going to get huge amounts of kills, it typically is 1XN, because he is the core of this comp. But I don't know. You just gave a pentakill over at like 5 minutes in this game, so you know, maybe not the most likely. Why would you click on it? Okay, well, that helps, actually. In fact, that does help. The reason you click on it is because it stops Talia from getting as much disengage onto it, because Talia can sometimes perma-stun the Herald in. Drove it around the block to buy some time, made sure that wall came down, and then slammed it into the turret. Corki's still doing fine in this matchup in mid lane, despite the fact that Kai'Sa got a bunch of assist gold earlier on. Big one lands. Single target Q was not a bad trade back, though, from Kai'Sa. Dragon started. TT would have loved to get themselves the second dragon, that they gave up not just the Penta, but also the kill as well. Now I'm wondering what the earliest Penta in pro game is. We've seen some of, like, starting levels of the game. Dragon goes over to LNG. We have seen Penta kills very, very early in. Not often, but you do... Occasionally you get, like, a level 1 fight where I think we have had level 1 Penta kills before. This was I just didn't expect that at all. Why is TT so bad? I will never understand, lol. It feels like individually they're so much better, but they can never team fight. Well, they did lose their kind of cohesion jungler earlier in the year. Beichuan was very much a leader for the team, and they lost him to, of course, BLG, who were looking for junglers. And I think that's really hurt them. TT used to be a cohesion team, and in terms of, like, the whole, you know, better individually, but not in terms of team fights, blah, blah, blah. I mean, for group Nirvana, potentially, yes. I think that 1xN clearly is much better than many in the league. Feather's also pretty good too. Aki, I think he's mid-table, right? I don't think their solo laners are necessarily better than their opponents is. Okay, probably hang on. Jumping forwards again. That's the equalizer. Not bad there, but here comes the Penta killing. Ari gets a first kill already. That's a 7th for him. He can keep walking forwards. Remember, he still has that Leandries. Keeps ticking. If they get another kill, they get another reset. There you go. Another one there. Potentially even with the ult flash for a charm. Could go for it. Choosing not to. Another couple of kills over to LNG. Another kill over to Haichao. He's got... Folks, Haichao himself almost has a kill every 2 minutes. As a single champion. Teleport to mid lane now. Setup fails to get that flick out of the brush. Hang on, Setup might have just died here. What is it with teleporting away from someone who's in danger? If they get any kind of damage onto him, chance of kill afterwards. Q comes through, the burn starts to tick, and the W takes him down. And an 8th kill for the Ori. My man, get yourself a frickin' Medjay's. Where is your Medjay's? If he had a Medjay's right now, he'd have himself, what? 18 stacks? 19 either with an extra assist? My dude, there is a book being waiting for you to check it out in your local library. Mid lane out of turret taken by LNG. I wonder who's getting MVP this game. I wonder who's getting MVP. Questions. Haichao wasting his W a little bit there by putting it onto the ground, but wanted it for the movement speed. Uses a couple of charges a little early. Honestly, that Trundle was very dead. You didn't need to use a second charge onto it. You could have altered over the wall. Look, if that was, you know, Care or Knight or someone like that, you know, the real kind of like Ari specialists in the league, you would. Why has he got a Seekers? My dude, get a Medjay's. Where is your book? Are you illiterate, my son? Where is your book? I see there's a Seekers there. You don't need that, my friend. Get yourself some light reading material. And yes, we do that mean that in the Death Note sense. Light reading material. It's funny. Trust me. Seekers will make it a lot easier to make play around it. Ari roaming down the river now, but they won't need him this time. Setup taken way off, of course. Flash him for a not great ult, actually, from Zucker. There's an ult again. 2 ults charges used by Haichao. Starting to get that burn rolling. This time he ults a little bit early and more in there as well. So much damage between the carries and so much distance to do it from. There'll be another 2 kills going down. Feather lucky to make it out with his life. Oh, Vo taking a ton of damage, though, on the back end. Can't blame 1xN for the amount of damage he's putting out. Does Medjay's have pictures in it? Won't buy it if it doesn't have pictures. Yeah, it actually has, you know, it's like a sepia grayed out picture of all of your victims. Atscon started up now. And with a number of people dead from TT, there won't even be a contest. Won't even be a contest. Setup walking way too far up. They spot out Xiaofeng. He tries to ult out. Gets flash. Quickness knockup off of the wall. Pop-up children's book Medjay's. I would take that around to, like, you know, conventions. You know what I want to do? I want to get people to sign a Medjay's Soul Stealer as I walk around, like, Comic-Con. Objective bounty taken by Hoya. I did. I did think about walking around with a sign saying, will you stack my Medjay's? And then, like, quote-unquote proposing to people with a dark seal ring. Although I think that was that was years ago when I thought about this, and I think perhaps maybe not something to do. Well, no, not something to do now. I'm very happily in a very long-term committed relationship. It would be very funny. Oh god. Ugh. Dragon now available. Goddamn, I'm honestly just looking down at Haichao's inventory thinking you are throwing away snowballing potential. Ornn coming through with the ultimate now. 2-man knockup. Feather over once again on a great flank angle. Haichao will get himself another kill participation. Another couple. I'm not sure that ult was needed actually. Again, Ahri is going to absolutely destroy them. 1xN does not have flash. Another charm could potentially kill Haichao using that Seekers now. Feather goes down on the other side. Haichao making good use of that Seekers, and this fight will fund him through to his Zhonya's completion. Dragon, easy takedown from LNG. Credit to LNG. We have talked about LNG being glacial, being poor at starting fights. They have been very, very proactive. I think that Zuka, Ovo, Xiaofeng have been a triple engage core, which have worked very, very well in this game. They'll take themselves a bot lane inner turret as well. Reminder, they gave up all grubs earlier this game, but don't really give a damn about that now. Look, if nothing else, LNG are playing proactive. And they, in fact, in this game, it is much more than just that. It's not just nothing else, not to go too much about them. Yeah, folks, I cannot believe it. Haichao has completed his Zhonya's, and the gold he could have spent, he has spent on that nearly large rod. Could have literally just gotten him a Magi's right now. My dude, you are throwing away free gold. You're throwing away free gold. My dude. Look, I'm an Ahri main of, what, several million points on the champion. If there's one thing I beg of thee, oh Ahri players coming across this message thrown out into the universe like a message in a bottle, get yourself that goddamn Magi's. It is by far Ahri's best item. She's so damn good at using it. He doesn't need your free gold. He doesn't need those handouts. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe you should get like a Guardian Angel at the same time, you know, just really make sure he doesn't die. Although, his W is cancelled. He doesn't have flash. No one is around for his E. Great Capilla coming out. Quadruple knockup though from Zuka. Hang on a second. That's a subjugate onto the Ornn. You're not that tanky now. Haichao has jumped in with the Zhonya's and he has his ult running. Resets coming through again. That's a number of kills. Oh, it's popping off again. Haichao has been an assassin, well and truly. Setup has a flash. He won't need to use it. Well, I say won't need to. Doesn't have. Wouldn't have made a difference. Goes down for his 4th death of the game. 12-0-5 on the Ahri. Haichao, a masterclass on these fights. LNG opening up the door for this Ahri to team fight so effectively. Wouldn't be effective without the engaged composition that LNG have drafted. We did say that both teams are quite aggressive with the way that they drafted in their comps, and we have seen that well and truly from LNG. TT have not had the ability to go defensive on the other side. They're going to wait for the respawn rather from Zuka. It'll be a 5-man Baron as it's taken down by Xiaofeng's smite. Zuka thanking his team there for allowing him to get that extra buff. Imagine not upgrading the 12-0 Ahri first true. That's some, I don't know. That's just Haichao, like, I don't know, like slagging him off or something in the changing rooms or something. There's some personal problems there. Oh, the infinite Zhonya's. Blech. Haichao jumping forwards onto the equalizer, but then immediately Zhonya's thing. Of course, that's the value of the thing that. What the heck happened with Fishron? He jumped over the wall, and the wall ended up. I mean, the funny thing is, they actually didn't need his extra DPS in the fight, but I guess that's how he ended up going around the back for the kill. ×9 top. Is he upgrading someone else but the Ahri again? And maybe the logic is Ahri is so fed they don't need the extra stats. He's 5,000 gold individually ahead. Cyclone coming forwards. And Feather and Aki, yep, they're not surviving this one. Haichao will jump into the brush. Damage coming through from the chomp onto in the subjugate. Don't think it's going to be that much of a subjugation though. It's capitulation instead. Another kill for the Ahri. You know that one Patrick Star mode, just another kill for Ahri. 13-0-5! What the hell? What the hell? They might even look to end the game here, yet they could genuinely find a game-ending fight right now. You know, there's 2 dead from TT. They'll walk up and clear the inhibitor turret. Oh, okay, not quite. Of course, they do have the Baron buff. Ahri taking the inner turret on the top side. Hey, Mecha. Welcome back. 20 stream streak. You missed an Ahri pentakill. Yeah. You missed like a 7-minute Ahri pentakill around first dragon of the game. Ridiculous. Ridiculous stuff. 3-lane push from TT. Could be from LNG. Could be possible here. Could walk in towards that bot side. Sats are currently clearing it. Double inhibitors being threatened. TT, do you have an engage? No. Feather could flash combo, but he doesn't have an ultimate, so he'd probably die on the entry to it. LNG could end on this push. They're currently 5,000 power play up, ult onto the Ahri. Does he have Zhonya's? Does he need it? Taking some damage down. Doing quite low, but the reset's coming through. Give him a ton of HP from his passive. He'll recall, teleport back in. This will be the game. It'll be before 28 minutes. This should be the game. Haichao can teleport back in. Hell, he might even still have an ult charge left, but he comes in, and now he gets the Magi's! Now the game's over, my dude! Read the goddamn content manual. Another couple of kills coming through. Why not? Gets himself, I believe, a 14th kill at the end of that game. Does LNG destroy game 1? I swear to God, get the Magi's, the earlier you get it, is the more value it gets. He gets it basically as the Nexus falls. Oh, God, Sam. Oh. Well, whatever. He got the spirit's willing, but the brain cells aren't all there sometimes. Oh, whatever. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Nymaera, and I'm a professional League of Legends caster, and my camera has turned itself off. That's okay. That's all right. We can fix that quick and easy, can't we? There we go. Hello. I'm back. Hello. Ugh. Well, it's not every day you get to see an Ahri Penta while you're wearing the t-shirt, is it? We're gonna have to watch through that one again. Yeah, my name's Elgato, actually. Yeah, well, that's a Penta of all time. Haichao doing really well to hold on to just being patient with the ult, getting that first reset, resets your ult timer back to a kind of like a static 10 seconds. Every time you get that kill, it will set him back up to a maximum of 10 seconds, which is really gives you that extra time to think about, well, okay, my charm will be off cooldown by the time this has come off. What do I do with that time? And he did really, really well at making sure he was not taking too much damage. What you want to do is, you go in, you start applying your Malignance, the Leandri's benefits there as well. You back off a little bit, you wait for your cooldowns to come back, jump in again, get that kill, and you start doing that same process again. Playing that knife's edge where you're not taking too much damage. One of the problems with Ahri is sometimes you dive too deep, and while you get the engage, you die unnecessarily. The best players in the world will find themselves ways to jump in, get a kill, get some AoE damage down, but then not necessarily. Yeah. Wait, I think you want to be known as El Zorro rather than El Gato. Ahri is not a cat. Wait, is Zorro fox in Spanish? Is that a thing? I didn't actually realize that. Huh. Wait, I never realized that. El Zorro. Very cool. Right. Hey, Christina, by the way. Looking great today on the desk. It was very cool getting to work with Christina. I met her out in 2023 when she was back when she was our LPL English translator. Yeah. Google says yes. Very cool. Thank you. How did I never realize that? Oh, does that mean that Zorro, like the masked bandito, is just known as the fox in Spanish? That's very cool. I never realized that. Very cool. All right, we're gonna go play ourselves some Uma Musume during the break, and we shall. Oh, okay, fine. I'll turn this off and let's go play some horse game. I do actually have some champion meets games to play. Maybe I do that on stream. I've done my first 2-3 tickets today, maybe, but I can do my last ticket on stream, perhaps. Oh, hang on, it's full screen. It's full screen, that's why it's going weird. Oh, I also forgot to turn off the voice stuff as well. Oopsies. Whatever, we can fix that. Zorro being the fox makes it much less interesting somehow. I thought it was just, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting in another way, because it does make sense. But... okay, I gotta turn voices and stuff off. Where is no, not that one, windowed. Okay, so this is the pentakill. So he gets double Q there, charm for the kill, applies another ult there, gets another bit of damage, gets himself a little bit more time to play around. Again, just he's very, very patient here. Gets himself into the right position, auto attacks down. Early game, your auto attacks are actually a ton of your damage. 3-man ult, electrocute comes off a cooldown. I think he would have killed even without the electrocute. Auto attack there. No, this is an earned pentakill. This is very much an earned pentakill. Gets really good damage uptime there. Backswing of the Q, and Fake Ahri skin gets its first pentakill in pro play. It was a really well played. It was a very good well played Penta. Now I think that, you know, TT, I guess, played the fight poorly as well. They're not a very good defensive team, not against this composition anyway. And they were on the back foot. This is a problem compositionally, really, for them to try and retreat from fights, which is not very easy. Hey, Sailor Puppy, good to see you. Okay. Yeah, let's go do some Champions Meet games then, I guess. Yeah, we have like one ticket we can do. We'll pay the 30 carats and we'll see what we can do. So, oh, we have two actually. Yeah, no, this is cool. Yeah, we can do this. And then we can do a 10 pawn stream too. Why not? Why not? Let's do a 10 pawn stream. So this is the team that we're running. So we have a debuff Nice Nature. We have actually a pretty good Augury Cap here. The big things you have to look at for this one, I mean, yes, it has decent it has like the baseline stamina and power, blah blah blah. Has Redshift, that's really good. Standard distance, that always procs. Outer Post and Lucky 7 are the things which can occasionally get us crazy stuff, including the corner acceleration, straighter acceleration. Occasionally we get some very, very lucky acceleration, which gets us into like our full speed very, very quickly. This has straightaway acceleration as well, but those are kind of like, if they proc before the final third, they're not very good. But if you see like the last bit come through, it can be very, very good. If we're in the last bit. Missed the first game? Yeah, you missed an Ari Penta. That's the first Ari Penta I've seen him pro play for a long time. Oh, they get like funny little loading things. Okay, number 2 favorite. Okay, we've got number 2 and number 1. We're not in the right post for outer post proficiency or lucky 7. Who's the number 3 fave? So they have augury caps and stuff like that too. Okay, so it's basically people running the same comps. Well, no surprise, folks. The Ari gets the player of the game. Okay, well, we go. And everyone's basically running the same team comp. So you don't always see that. Okay, so we're in the inner ones this time. Do we get late start? Is not fantastic. Focus doesn't help her too much. Is that actually a front runner? I think we have one front runner. When there's no front runner, things get a little weird. Straightaway acceleration is not great to roll now, actually. And we're rushed. Late start and rushed. Okay, well, we better get Swinging Maestro and Gourmand. Are we going to get our Swinging Maestro? So we did get Swinging Maestro. That's good. Okay, we got Swinging Maestro on everyone. Not that it matters on Agnes, because she's not there to like win. She's there to debuff, basically. We're still not on a corner acceleration. Also not great. So we got both of our accelerations at the wrong time. So we've hit low RNG for Augury. That being said, we're not in a. Yeah, I mean, Gold Ship can still not look for some decent stuff. We hit our regen at the right time. Not that yeah. Plus the den closes, but debuffs the other Gold Ship. Did we get Mystifying Moment? Did we get that? I didn't actually check whether we were getting that. Okay, we get the gold shield. Get absolutely anchored. Oh, Augury's in first. Whatever. Even with low RNG, I think... yeah. Now we wait for Redshift right at the start of the ending spurt. Because Redshift is just such a powerful acceleration ability. Hey, TFC. Yeah, we got an Ari pentakill, by the way. That was just a thing. We got Redshift really early. Awesome. Redshift is very good acceleration. Acceleration, you want it as early into the last stage of the game as possible. Sharp Gaze does reduce some stuff. This is probably a 1-2. Yeah, this is a 1-2. Now the question is whether it's a drop kick or whether it's an Augury win. Yeah, it's Augury. Not too bad, though. That's actually pretty close. 1-2, not bad. But yeah, we're running a fair amount of RNG because we have Outer Post and Lucky 7 and like 2 acceleration skills which can proc at the right time but sometimes don't. Magi's were queens. Yes, Magi's were queens. Perfect. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, there's a little thing you get here, but there's like a little they give a like little not comic magazine. There's a little quote from them. Yeah, like this is our, and you can see right here we've got, I mean, a 51% win rate on one of our characters is really damn good. And then the other one is 20%. So we have like a 70% win rate so far, which has been damn good actually. Amazing. These little loading screens are so cute. Okay, number 2. We got number 2 and number 1 again. Who's number 3? They have a gold ship at A+, which we can't see the stats of. Number 4 is an Agnes Tachyon. Now, Tachyon does have a gold recovery skill, but it's not really been a threat to the grand majority of races I've seen, really. Okay. Okay. No one is a front runner. So by the way, what happens is when no one is a front runner, RNG chooses a pace chaser to become the front runner. And they get a bonus because they get to still be a pace chaser. But then what they get to do is they get to basically be a length or 2 ahead of everyone else, which is kind of big. I should buy Magi's even more, even though I'm support. Scary item though. It depends. If you're playing mage support, yes, Magi's is good. Like, I think it's good on stuff like your Luxes and stuff like that. I don't think it's great on... Look, it's a lot of... It is still quite a cheap item, but you still need, like, support items and shit like that too. But on enchants and stuff like that can be pretty good, yeah. Oh, I don't mean no matter what. In fairness, I was playing Magi's Hecarim for a while because it was really funny. So we've got 2 of the top 3 favorites here. We didn't get Outer Post proficiency, but that's okay. Straight-away acceleration is kind of meh. Again, that's not the best RNG, honestly. We really want the acceleration to happen. We didn't get the lucky setter either, which is what basically people call the thingy, getting front runner. Now we're hoping for are we getting Swinging Maestro? Wait, are we missing both our Swinging Maestros? Oh, we get it on... Okay, we get it on both of them. Okay, alright. I was really worried for a second there. Okay, not bad positioning here from Augury, actually. Slightly on the outside. Now we're hoping for Gourmand. Yep, there we go. So we get both our gold recovery skills. Most of Tachyon's... Yeah, most of... not Tachyon. Most of Nice Nature skills are fairly decorative, not gonna lie. Straight away recovery and anchor sway is not bad. Not great positioning though for Golshi. Again, we're getting towards the last spurt, so we're hoping to get Redshift nice and early. I thought this was official LCK coverage. I thought they were doing Umusume live. Yeah, that would have been very funny, but no. Okay, now we see if we have enough acceleration to make it through to the last bit. We're getting a little bit blocked as Augury now, which is not fantastic. We're actually not in a good spot here, I don't think. We might... This is not fantastic. Golshi might be able to get it. Shredder acceleration is not bad from Augury, but I don't know. I guess we don't have the legs. Oh, I guess we just get outstatted. Damn, I'm surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised here. I mean, the ult looks cool, but it's... I don't know. I guess we... I don't know what happened in this one. We're probably finishing second here, I guess. Third even. Jesus! Huh. That was not a good run. Huh.
Got second, but that's not fantastic, actually. I don't know what happened there. Because we got all of our skills. I guess we didn't get acceleration at the right time. Oh, we need to run some adverts, but let's do that. And we go again. This is against another goal she can't. Okay, this time we're a little outstatted, I think. By one thing. Grass Wonder, okay. Grass Wonder's not a fantastic thing. Kind of surprised that even with both our gold recovery skills, we last round we got oh, we didn't get out of fo. We're not getting the out of price. I'm gonna speed this one up because we're getting close towards the end game. Oh, we got Lucky Setter. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's insane. Whoa, that means that, hang on, this could be, like, really kind of insane, by the way, folks. Because basically our Augury is the front runner, and they have really good stats. So they're probably, like, no-diffing this. This is how you win by distance sometimes. Being rushed is not fantastic, but if we get Gourmand, it's okay. Plus, we've still got Lucky Setters, so. Goalship is in 9th, that is a thing. Did we get Gourmand? I don't think we got Gourmand. That could be a problem, actually. I actually wonder if getting rushed and no Gourmand actually kills Augury here. No, we get it. Okay. I think she just got it in time. Chop Gaze slows them down. Oh, I actually wonder if Gourmand came in too late. This is going to be really, really close, actually. Do we have better speed stats? I don't think we do. Okay, we get our ult. Maybe ult helps. Sorry, this is actually... Maybe ult saves us. Maybe ult saves us. No, it doesn't. Fuck! Oh, we got Gourmand like a second too late. That's really annoying. So sorry, everyone. Turn to no camp. Oh, it's really annoying. It's really annoying. Are you kidding me? Well, that's really something, huh? Oh, they had Let's Pump Some Iron, so they had better acceleration skill. That's really annoying. Okay, into the draft. TT LNG. LNG, well, one with an RE pen to kill definitely helps you, doesn't it? Annie first pick after the bans have come through. Pantheon with no Talia. Suppose you can go towards another global like the Rise or something like that. Into the Annie, you might think about going something like the Orianna or the Aurora. Either one's fine, I think. You're looking for a winning lane, really. Now TT, they want something to combo up with the Annie. I guess you could go Vi. No Trundle makes Sion stronger, because Trundle was played last game. Oh, I started watching the Yumi Musume anime, by the way. I'm like halfway through the first season. Sorry, I just clicked into the next thing there. I'm really sad about that last one. Getting Lucky Setter, but then, oh, Gourmand coming in just... Because I think Gourmand procced a little too late for it to factor into the final spurt. Even with Augury's ult at the end, it wasn't enough. Oh, it's really annoying, actually. So Nocturne put in for TT, interestingly. Catching up with the rest of the draft. I was just fixing something tech-wise in the background. But they don't have the Orianna themselves. I mean, the Nocturne's not a takeaway. It's just, you can spell shield the Pantheon. The Nocturne is, you don't have the best combo for it. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, Annie Nocturne's not bad because you can, you know, turn the lights off for Annie looking for an engage. Because Cassante locked in for Suka. It's good into the Sion, actually. You know, you can take him away from the front line with your ults. You know, if he doesn't ult and you ult, you can just drag him away from the front line, which means he kind of is no longer taking his, he's no longer performing his role as a tank, really. I just want everyone to know that we got lucky 7 on Augury this time, so there's no way we lose, right? So I'm playing one in the background. I have to get over the tilt of that last one. There we go. Lucky 7, that'll help. And we got the lucky setter. Easy. No diff. Second round. Trying to ban away some peel slash anti-dive bot lanes away from LNG. RTT on the other side trying to ban away. Suppose some follow-up champions like the Lucian and the Senna. Jhin might not be awful for LNG, but like, I guess then you'd have to do that into the side. Oh, of course, Civ is. Yeah, Civ is. Civ is the easy one here. Now, TT, what do you do into the Civ? Do you have like an auto-attack reliant champion you can use? Smolder, interestingly, scaling up alongside the Civet. And the Rel for a little bit of extra engage. Now, although it doesn't have something like the Alistair, you could go... Hey, Sivir Renata is not normally what you see as a lane pairing, but if you think, okay, well, they're going to be diving in with Rel Nocturne, it's not bad. Nico better for lane control, though. Hovering up some tank spots. Okay, alright, Ovo. Just lock in what you're going to lock in. Stop hovering stuff. Leona gets locked in. Tanky allows you to reach something like that. Smolder, perhaps they were thinking, look, if we don't lock in the Leona, we might just give Smolder a free team fight. I would actually quite like the Renata, you know. I think the Renata would have been really good. Even though Sivir Renata is not a combo which we often see, I think it would have been fine there. LNG looking to close out a 2-0. Reminder, folks, that both these teams rather are still in the running for the play-ins. You know, TC would have to win grand majority of everything left, really. Into the second game we go. No gyres again. Yeah. They've turned the crowd mics off for some of the gyros recently. That reminds me a little bit of an Avatar song. A little bit of an Avatar song. Level 1 sweeper, coward move. Level 1 sweeper allows you to make aggressive plays, I'll have you know. You really do want it to stop the Smolder just randomly pinging you. Really helps the Leona kind of jump out of a brush at you. So if it kind of wins you your level 1 for you, instantly pushes that wave. 1xn on the smalling pick, the scaling pick. Sure, we can call it the smalling pick, I suppose. Let's not do that. Another ward was put down there. LNG did spot that one being put down into that brush. Both junglers going from top side to bot side. I feel I could do this as a shipping forecast. See, wait, what are the shipping forecasts called? Something coordinates 2.5 southeasterly. It's not the barometric forecast or something like that, is it? Nautical forecast? There's a radio station which constantly has that stuff. Xiaofeng potentially looking for a jump into mid lane. No passive for Xiaofeng just yet. Could potentially jump forwards and do something like this. Blows that flash, uses the flash himself. Not sure that's the best trade ever, but now it does mean that level 6 Haichao has real threat against the Annie. You can go for that shockwave onto the flashless target. Aki didn't stop his clear, so he's going to be a little bit ahead of the Pantheon now. He's going to be a little bit slower. Going towards his blue buff. Need to see whether he fights for this bot side scuttle, knowing that he's a little bit behind. He's going to be against a level 4 Nocturne while he's level 3. Bot lane control, of course, over towards the Sivir Leona. That might just win it for him. Yeah, Aki will just go up towards his top scuttle instead. Yep. No point trying to fight around a Smolder early game, right? Does Xiaofeng imply the existence of, like, Xiao Claw, Xiao Tooth, these kind of things? A couple of summoners blown as 1xn Blue the cleanse over. Taking a pretty bad trade, though, all in all. Blows as the last of his pots, like the last of the Lemba spread. It's said that a bite of the turtle biscuit of rejuvenation can fill a grown support player's stomach for an entire day. Oh, both these mid laners running phase rush. I guess you kind of have to run phase rush against AD skirmishers and tank top laners and stuff like that. Like, it is a triple melee comp on either side, and typically if you're a mage who gets caught up in the middle of them, you do die. So you need that phase rush to keep yourself at a healthy distance away from them, healthy arm's length away. We need a wave of Dart names to counter the Xiaos. Oh, is Dart like large instead of small? Xiao is meant to be small. But also kind of like in the same way that that there's, I don't know, hang on, level 6 not hit by Haichao just yet, but he can actually pull the shockwave quite soon, so we need to keep an eye out for that in mid lane. You know how like some rapper names have, like, I don't know, like Lil Pump or Lil Wayne or whatever? Yeah. Isn't Xiao just like that? We basically call LPL players with rapper names. Young Fang. Oh god. Well, hang on. Setup, one more wave, one more minute, you get himself to level 6. Setup, did Dova he just revealed himself there, right? Hang on, wait, no, comes through. Dova, does he want to flash forwards? No, not. Well, okay, they managed to force him off the wave. Leona could potentially walk up and threaten a kill. Setup, no teleport to come back in. The flash flown earlier is going to... The flash flown earlier, not flown earlier. Is going to force him down to over a 10 CS deficit. Xiaofeng gets himself a for early dragon. And the thing which is just occurring to me, folks, LNG were not favorites coming into this. I suppose it wasn't... I suppose it's not, much to be said about TT. Zucker misses the cannon. Oops. The LNG are looking like clearly the better team here. Yeah, the pentakill last game sort of ruins it a little, but right here, doing quite well in terms of that early objective. I think their draft is pretty good too. And if Smolder ever dies, then yeah. Well, we saw what happened when 1xn got super fed on Smolder the last time. It was Jiang and the Baron knockup, which ended up killing him. Jang and the Baron Knockup. That could be a band name. Oh, it's slowed down again though, hasn't it? Waiting till that level 6 from junglers to really make a mark. Got it coming in from Aki. Xiaofeng will have his level 6 now. Okay, alright, let's see some plays. We have globals. We have ability to turn up to areas of the map quickly. Panting can be quite good at ulting behind someone. And then kind of pinning them in place, surviving long enough for the shockwave to come in. It's kind of like, oh, was it Emil Heskey for... Hang on, there we go. Holding, that's the strike or whatever it is. Flashing forwards. There is still no flash for a couple of seconds on the Annie. Don't even need the shockwave. I think they were afraid that the flash was coming up now. It's coming up in about 2 seconds. It is up now. If it had been delayed a little longer, so that would have made the difference. God damn. Xiaofeng with the Emil Heskey play. the holding midfielder, whatever it is. But you walk up and you, hang on a second. That's an ult from Sion. Not sure that's really what they wanted it to be. It's going to ping onto Leon. It's not bad damage, you know. That's actually not bad at all. And they have the Nocturne. No flash on the Pantheon. Yeah, he's just dead. Both globals pulled out from Xiaofeng, Aki, and then I suppose Hoya as well. It's even longer range than the other two, so that was the true global hit. They're all semi-globals. Comes out to 1 for 1. That was a really good Sion ult. Just follows it through and makes sure it works. There's no grubs for Zerka to get much value out of this bot turret. Just get one plate. We'll clear through another wave. I warned you, Master Wave. Imagine if we had Batman in League of Legends, but instead of Bruce Wayne, it was like Bruce Wave, and he just needed one more minion. Just one more minion. Like a mark appears on the map like Galliwalt, but it's purely just for farming minions. Of course, we already have Shaco, who can finally have his lore development becoming Joker. It's not like he's got any lore to speak of anyway right now. Game slows down again, waiting for the big cooldowns to come back up. Dragon in a minute and a half. I'd imagine that'll be the next time we're actually fighting. That being said, you know, LNG, they're faster paced than they were. Morning, Captain. Good morning to you too, Power. Hey, Monsters is good. Good to see you. Oh, God. Ultimate reliant compositions playing around their ult cooldowns. Oh, this is the LPL I grew up with. Q was cancelled out, so Manic went on a 1 second cooldown. Took out as a slight CS lead over Hoya, but he got himself that assist in that last play, so it's not led to that much. Even the XP diff's not really there. We have hit 10 minutes, and here comes the random pentakill. You know what? If LNG played as glacially as they did, but got like a random penta per game, I would take that trade still. W actually did ping onto a fish one though, but it didn't stop him from recalling. It happened too late into his recall animation. Aki has the ult back up. Come on, ult reliant composition. TT know there's a ward down his bot side. Wait, did they? Hang on a second. Did you not ping it? Guys, you literally have a hit off of that ward. You should know it's there. Did no one ping it? Oh, come on. Boring. Let's ping out the down wards. W hits onto Feather. A little bit of damage. Dragon spawned. Everyone's ultimate's back up. Everybody scream. Fighting over Tri-Brush of all things. I guess it is the easy way into River. Can you actually hold on to that choke point, though? Yeah, maybe you can, actually. Xiaofeng can pull the dragon out a little bit. Don't want to walk too far up here. Now they're walking forwards. Aki Ah, okay, flashes out of the shockwave. Haichao maybe should have just waited for the flash. You didn't have full CC there. CC chain wasn't going to come in. Smolder's going to hit 2 with his ultimate, not the worst. Time forces the flash out. Aki repositioning a little bit with that ult potentially. Xiao Feng caught out, jumping into the middle. Now is Aki. Chooses a little bit of time. Waits a little bit to get onto that AD carry. Fish 1 is down. A lot of the AD carry damage will go with it. Haichao, no shockwave to turn this fight. Zucker will be able to bring out that Smolder. Can he get out? Not Smolder, rather. Again, brings out the Nocturne. Zucker trying his goddamn best. Gets a kill in the backline. And Cassante starts to do Cassante things. There's no more mana on this Sion. And somehow Zucker carries the back end of the fight. What can't this top laner do? Zucker, 2-0-1. The Cassante strikes again. Despite the fact they lose their AD carry early into the play. Zucker gets an incredible turnaround to make sure that LNG aren't leaving with nothing. Xiaofeng can even get himself towards that dragon on the bottom side of the map. That is all on Zucker. Dragon will be taken now, and I don't think TT have anything to contest with. I don't have the Cassante thingy. I die 4 million HP unlimited dash thingy. You know, the Smolder ult was okay. The Sion ult separated out the team. I thought that was really good at that point. I do think Xiaofeng kind of should have waited till the Sion ult timed out. The Sion ult is in crazy amount of damage early on. You have flash. You didn't have to play it the way that you did. Ends up surviving through the play, though. And Zucker, I mean, credit to him, manages to be the difference maker in that front line. They don't have great anti-tank damage just yet, and it's not like they were casting a ton of skills onto you to knock back onto Hoyer, and that's really when he dies, you know. The knockback means that there's no way he can make it out. Team leaves him behind. Wodala. Feiglinger. First item set for everyone now. Cole being cashed in for both their AD carries. One extent, slight gold lead. Because of the Cole being cashed in. And Fish 1 not having that on the other side. Fish 1, look, I think that Ovo's actually had a pretty okay debut. Fish 1, perhaps a bit more rocky. And not in a boxing movie montage sense. Can nerf the Cassante, but his kit will always be A tier. That's the thing. I think that he is always a good... Because he gets Omnivamp on his ult, he will always be good anti-tank. Because he can just kind of pop his ult and win against him in the extended trades. And he'll always be good in a front line because of his W. As while his W and his ult Omnivamp are strong, he'll be... he'll just be very, very strong, really. Unless they want to remove more resistances from his W, which make him into a less effective front line, or his ult Omnivamp particularly. This guy's gonna be around for a while. Aki clearing away some wards, getting some petals. TT just can't team fight. I think there's some logic to that. Sadly for TT, I don't think they've been great at peeling for 1xn. I think that their front line's been out of position quite a lot in this game. Shockwave on bot side, no flash from setup. Scorch applies through the Molten Shield onto Haichao, but he has his own shield to tank it with. I think playing mid laners with a slight shielding ability, it's quite fun to see how they use it, because it gives you really good ability to walk up at level 1, level 2 to auto-attack. Xiaofeng taking Herald on the top side. No shockwave from Haichao, I remember. There is a paranoia. You need to be quite careful overstaying here. Honey Fruit will give Feather the chunk he lost back to him. Herald down. 700 gold lead for Haichao, and it's a proto belt on Satab. It's not even something like the Malignance. So his ult is going to be on a longer cooldown, going for more burst with the boots as well. Satab really wanted to one-shot a target, but my worry is, is he going to be able to reach that target? Does he have to just, put his ult onto the front line instead? That'd suck. I miss Yagout. Yagoat. Annie. That's a very fair point. Yagao making an MSI finals in the Annie meta of 23. Oh, Knight's Annie in 23 is something special. I kind of wish Yagao was still playing too. I think that guy was vastly, vastly underrated. Another shockwave on cooldown on Satab, who still doesn't have himself a flash, by the way. Luckily, Pantheon's not on the same side of the map, but Haichao using the 1,000 gold lead near that he has nearly to bully about this bot lane. Now, I mean, I guess he can't overstay because he's a little bit afraid of Nocturne flying in. Protobot used for wave clear. That's when you know things are really going direly. Knight's Annie is still good. He just, more often than not, doesn't have a functioning team. That is true. This is also true. But I will say I don't think it's, like, as peak as it was back in 23. Bot lane is very, very even in with each other. Both scaling up. The Smolder, of course, waiting for that 225 stacks at 150 right now. Potential of a Nocturne ult coming through. Not going to stop the recall, though. Healthy recall coming in from Haichao. Interested to see what he goes next, actually. Does he just go straight Leandries? Does he go something like the Bloodletters, which we've seen occasionally? Yeah, there we go. I mean, it could be either, actually, with the Haunting guys. A little bit of HP. Or a little bit of HP to fight with now. Again, I can't decide whether that's Australian or New Zealand. It will be one of them. It does entertain me, though. It does. I say that just knowing that Mabi's in chat, and, you know, can't let Sarah go a stream without hearing a botched accent, you know? Yeah, Sarah is both Aussie and Kiwi, so, you know, you get to be frustrated from both of those. Dragon started up now. LG, can they get themselves a big fight? Sat to flash forwards, flash back from Xiaofeng. Not caught out this time. Sivir not in a great position. LNG, I don't like the way that they're positioning right now. Okay, that's a blast cone and a half. Where's the shockwave? Might need it to bail him out. That is not a great solar flare either. What the hell is happening with this? Rel into the backline. Xiaofeng in the front, or rather Zucker is as well. The shockwave is on to Tibbers. What is happening? LNG give up the dragon. They get one kill. Trying to look for the all-out. They'll manage to bring him back. Zucker trying to go man mode once more. Here comes the Pantheon. Where are they jumping onto with that? Getting the increased movement speed. Set up no flash. That'll be 2 for 1. 2 for none, rather. 2 for Dragon. Can they get anything more off of it? No. I mean, the Herald are going to mid lane, but I don't think it does that much more. They don't have any grubs. Can they get the full turret? Give me a full channel Q onto this Herald. Okay, mid lane out of turret. That makes it better. That does genuinely make it better. Herald will be taken down with the sweet spot. Hit by 1xn's Q. So what happens here? Flash for flash onto the Pantheon. I think they realize that the Pantheon's actually quite squishy, and if you catch him out, there's a good chance you can kill him, even through something like the Empowered E. Then that blast cone is not good. That is just not a good blast cone. What the hell is that communication? Thinks he's gonna die. You know, the ultimate flies out in a pretty bad angle. But then, I suppose, even with all of these things missing, like the shockwave, TT just don't get great damage down. The Annie is effectively out of the game. It's all on 1xn, and he doesn't have 225 just yet. Good ult there from Xiaofeng, actually. Gets the Q slowing damage onto 1xn. Worth noting that if you hit the central part of the ultimate from Pantheon, it's basically like an extra Q cast, which is great damage. It says so much that TT can miss almost every... LNG can miss pretty much every major ability and still win that fight. Alright, they got 2 items on a Sivir now. Starting with the Atakan, do they into this one? Well, Smolder's not in position just yet. It's coming down to about 2/3 HP. It's a little slow. Aki could ult in, look for a steal. He might die to do so. Trying to hold the Tribro. Sucker trying to be the front line as well. Smolder ult over the top. Gets vision of them. Where's Aki going? He's going in and he doesn't get it. Now does he die on the retreats? Gets himself a little bit of move speed. Well, does he have a flash? No. He goes down. They lose the Atakan and they lose their jungler. Shockwave pulls back the Addy to disaster as he's even delivered Zucker into the backline. Can they find more kills with this? Potentially. 1xn has the 225. Can he get himself any more damage? A flick back onto him. The Atakan slows coming through. The damage. Do they have one more Q perhaps? No, they can't even get themselves the execute. LNG find the Atakan and the team fight, and TT can't find a team fight to save their lives, quite literally. Multiple 1,000+ gold leads across the rift. 2.3k in topside, 1,000 at least in jungle, mid, and AD carry. Oh, poor TT. How this team has fallen apart even from just earlier this split where they looked like they could potentially snipe wins off of top teams. Atacon goes down, and it is looking, folks, like it'll be a 2-0 to LNG to start the day. Haichao pulling back Satab. Satab has had an awful day, folks. He has struggled. He has struggled indeed. And Zucker, what a game he's having on the other side of it. Another fight in picture-in-picture. Now, you do have to pay attention to that Smolder, who does have that 2-2-5. Flashing forwards, the Solar Flare is not great. I guess they don't need it to be great at that point. Aki jumping on to Fish 1. Perhaps they can catch out the Sivir. The Spell Shield does not block the Fear. Might be able to assassinate the AD carry. Ultimate comes through from Smolder. And yes, they will get the assassination on the backline. It's just 1xn in terms of AD carry damage now. Where's the extra damage coming through? Haichao might be able to get something more. Ultimate coming through from the Pantheon. Which angle is it choosing? It's choosing the midway through the jungle. Might be able to cut them off at the pass. Doesn't have flash coming up in the next few seconds. And the ultimate. No! Is it going to be enough? Kill onto that Smolder. Can't get the execute. Feather not able to buy time, has Magnet Storm. Doesn't matter. Will be taken down. Double kill for Zucker. LNG find a fight once again. 4 for 2 this time. They don't even need their AD carry for the DPS. That should tell you a lot about this game. They don't even need an AD carry in a late game team fight. That's how badly it's been going. Hoya trying to take down this mid lane turret. Does have 3 grubs. The wave will die, sadly, before he can get that much out of it. I say there's a second wave coming through. Mid lane outer turret will be taken by Hoya eventually, but LNG take a huge fight again. How does this start? We were in replay while this is happening. Over catches that Feather in the river. Both supports finding each other. And Setup just doesn't have damage. Not a great flash solar flare, but it's slow as enough. Did I tune in? Did just tune in for that? Sam, my dude, you missed it like a 10-minute Ari pentakill last game. Yeah, Haichao got a 10-minute Ari penta on Faker's Ari skin. This LNG, dare I say it, are looking proactive and looking like a genuinely proactive team. Crazy, I know. Call me mad. Perhaps the G in Glacial is thawed finally. Dragon taken by LNG, put them up onto soul points. Loki Ovo is playing really badly right now. He's actively trying to feed, but TT can still not kill him. I don't disagree. Ovo's actually having a pretty shit game. He's parking himself in front of a Smolder with, you know, a crazy amount of stacks now at this point. Well, I say crazy amount, but he has his max stacks. He's got 2.5 items. If the Infinity Edge comes through from 1xm in time for the next fight, I mean, you win like that again. Free kill. Smolder starts to rack through the burn again. Finally, a Malignance comes through from Setab. Gets scary if Ovo keeps mispositioning once IE's done. Exactly, I agree. I really agree. 3 items for Zucker, 2,000 gold up on the Cassante. Now that's a problem, because I actually don't think the Smolder deals very well with this. Now you don't have any sort of lifesteal right now. The Thornmail will hurt you. And if you ever find yourself in melee range of the Cassante very much kills you. Hey, Giro, good to see you. Baron has spawned now. That should be scary for TT. If you give the Baron this game and this series is over. Now, if TT lose this, I'm just going to check out on certain... I've got to check out on certain things, actually. TT are currently at 2-7 in series score. And they're currently -8 in game score because they lost the first game of this series. If they win the next 2, they can get to -6. And then hope that Ultra Prime lose their last series if you're a TT fan and they can get knocked out. Now, if Ultra Prime were to lose and they go to -8, things get a little weird. They're 1-on-1. Yeah, I mean, TT, they better win this game for themselves. Otherwise, things get nasty. Baron started. E used by Pantheon to block out the Smolder ultimate. Setup on the flank, has flash. Doesn't have his stun up just yet. Ovo has a shield. Sivir ult pulled, but Fish One's taking a ton of damage. Not a great solar flare again. 1xn does not have flash, but he might not need it. Q coming through from him, splashing across the team. Pantheon right into the middle of the team. Here comes Aki again. Fish One, assassination on the table here. The stun comes through and the knockdown goes down. Aki can't see the job done. Haichao flashing out from Setup's damage now. It's all on 1xn with the last remaining DPS. Can he get anything down? Shockwave on Setup. The Annie will go down too. So 1xn needs to get more damage down. Where is this Smolder? He has to back off. He doesn't feel like he's got enough to go. And LNG will take away 2 quick kills. Even though Fish One was brought low, I think Fish One has had some great damage onto him. Hang on, second there. Fire Shout Funk, some damage coming across, 1%. Flash coming up soon. It's just on cooldown during that fight. Good damage on the Smolder on the 3 items, but can't get the damn kills. He has to walk over again. They walk into River. One more Q, a little bit of damage coming through. A little bit more damage will lead to the execute. Flash forward, but the stun misses from Feather. And it'll open up 1xN to get jumped on by the Pantheon. Oh, Feather. That's a misplay. 1xN not able to flash away to safety either. LNG do not lose anyone, despite the health bars blinking. And a little bit of fast and loose play. LNG should walk back towards the Baron now. Aki does have Smite, does have Ultimate. Does he walk in for the rest of the play? Quite low HP bars here. Ultimate coming back up from Annie again. Could be another Tibbers coming through. How long have they been leashing this goddamn Baron? Its regen has gone back down, under half HP. Aki, no Paranoia, no Flash. Can he get into the pit? I don't know now at this point. There is, however, Tibbers, and there is also the side ultimate. Zucker goes out of the pit, paying Bodyguard. A stun onto Ovo, goes down, but he will trade his life to make sure that Annie cannot get a multi-stun into the pit. Baron taken. Setab goes down again, and LNG will find themselves 10,000 gold lead ahead. And with a Dragon, which would give them Soul in a minute, prime position to take both Uber buffs in this endgame and get themselves into a 2-0 scoreline for the game. God, you gotta feel bad for poor 1xN. There are 2 people meant to be doing damage in this game. One of them is the Annie. The Annie is 1-7 and has a King Proto Belt. I suppose it's not bad for some early game damage. Well, the early game's gone now. It's okay for target access. Well, it's not really helped him out too much with that one either. I'm not going to say 1xN has played this game out completely cleanly, but it's not been his fault is what I'll say. How do you play a Smolder, a scaling carry, when the rest of your team falls so far behind that you can't really ever scale into the game? 346 stacks. And look at the Lord Dominate's regards next. We can deal with Zucker later. How good has Zucker been in this game, by the way? I have seen more Protobal Annie around. It is meant to be this one item burst combo, but I just don't think it's got value in this game. Chemtech Soul will go to LNG, and now the fast and loose play, if it does come through, a little easier to play around. You get extra damage when you're below 50% HP, and of course, extra damage reduction as well, 10% of both. LNG also have themselves XP advantages from the Atakan. Level 17 to 15 in top lane, level 16 to 13 in mid lane, although Setab about to get some more XP from just a little bit more minion XP. 80 carries, level there too. Well, so one of our only first 3 series here today, folks. We have WE Top Esports coming up next, then Weibo IG for our last series of the day. Ultimate sounded by Sion and quickly turned away. An E from Xiaofeng rather, sorry. Will speed him up, get him out the way. W procs, decent damage there actually, not bad damage from the Smolder. 1xN gets a good WQ combo. Things get really scary. He does have Flash, no cleanse for just now, trying to wave clear through as best as he can. Shockwave hits no one. Maybe that's okay for TT. Perhaps they can wave clear safely now. If that shockwave hit onto people, perhaps it have broken the base. Only 20 seconds left now of LNG's Baron buff. They're 1-3-1-ing, trying to push in all 3 lanes. It's not going to lead to that much. It's only chunks onto these inhibitor towers, not the actual towers themselves. 4,000 gold is not bad. LNG do not have any grubs to keep pushing the issue. Mid lane inner turret, brother. Inhibitor, blah, what up, blah. Smolder, blah, blah, blah. Mid inhib goes down. It's the easiest one to wave clear from TT for them, but it's still the base broken. Perhaps they can walk up for a little bit more damage on this bot one. They do have decent wave clear, though, with that Smolder stacking. Stun onto Cassante. Uses his W to go unstoppable. Smolder ult coming through. Not bad. Hits onto 2 people. Shield comes a little late there. 1xN doesn't have himself the Lord Dominate's regards just yet, though. Another inhib turret will fall. LNG actually pulling off a 1-3-1 fairly effectively right now, saying, look, you don't have the stats to engage onto us and get some value. 1xN needs to back. Can he get himself Last Whisper, at least? Yes, he does. Close towards his Lord Dominate's regards. Sion ult towards top side. Goes unstoppable. Nothing really achieved there from the Sion ultimate, sadly. LNG will back off. They don't end the game here, but it's good as broken. Jesus, such huge. There's a 1.6k gold lead in support now. Sadly, Kremlin Door, I agree. Sadly, I agree. TT feels like a sinking ship right now. They don't have a real leader. Feels like every game just is 1xn, do some magic, please God, please. And while he does pull that out a decent amount of the time, the platform he's playing on is so uneven. It's very, very hard for him to get value in most of these fights. Can he finally get himself a Lord Dominus Regardless? Get to 4 items, perhaps for an Elder fight. That could be the game changer. He's been fed a wave or two. Has himself a Mortal Reminder instead. That makes sense. Remove some of the healing value from Sundered Sky, from from the Cassante. They're hovering that build over there. Overlord's Bloodmail for Zucker. Now, the reason that's important is that it turns your HP into AD, which is really scary. He has 5,000 HP. That's going to be like a 70 AD item. Now, typically, you know, Cassandra doesn't use it that much, but won't turn it down, will he? Stun onto the teleporting Scion. Not bad damage from 1x on the backline. Solarfare's not fantastic. Civet having to contend with the Tibbers, and the Tibbers user has gone down. Xiaofeng goes into the backline of 1xn, chunked out so heavily and killed by a Comet Spear. Like a bolt out of the heavens, Xiaofeng kills down the last remaining hope of TT. LNG will mount themselves a late comeback in the split, finding only their second series win. They are not technically eliminated from Group Nirvana just yet. They will keep themselves alive for another day in the race for play-ins for playoffs. Ultra Prime look at this, though, feeling pretty confident about things now. LNG have one last series to play, and that'll be against EDG, one of our top teams within Group Nirvana. Now, they did lose just the other day to LGD. Perhaps there's a miracle run angle for LNG. Perhaps. LNG will move to -7 in game score. Ultra Prime at -6, but a series ahead. LNG with one last series to play could technically get themselves up to -5 in terms of game score. That'd be spooky for Ultra Prime, which means that they'd need to pick up at least another win in terms of games. They're playing against LGD as their last game of the day. Last game of the split, rather. Kremlin Door, my dude, like, honestly, I would chill, but particularly when you're talking around people who are like the hyper fans of their teams and stuff, just be kind. It is Group Nirvana, you know. Yeah, Frogs is like the Ultra Prime super fan. Let's not, yeah, of all the people to kind of, you know, rag on about it, perhaps not the person to do that with. Okay, all right, let's get ourselves into our break then. Hello. My name's Nymaera. First series of the game done. If you're enjoying LPL content, please like, comment, subscribe, all those things. You can also scan this QR code down here and help us by subscribing to this. We'll have a casting course coming onto that site soon, actually, fairly soon. We're gonna go take a quick break, and we'll play some horse game. Of course, we'll play some here. Oh, of course, we'll play some horse game. Of course, we will. Let's get into it, shall we? Thank you, Blade. There will be a Ko-fi link being put across the chats as well. Oh my god, it's the Gam Girl. That's me. And if you would like to donate so we can keep doing this, links are being put into chat now. Okay, we should probably do a campaign. I'm also just going to do a team trials real quick. We'll just quickly auto-resolve one, just so it's, because you never want your resources maximum. Zoom in and enhance the picture. I need to figure out what I want to eat for dinner. I don't know, what do you got available? How are we losing with that? How is that Arc Recap 6th? Wow, we're getting blasted here. What the fuck? Oh yeah, we got the upgraded vodka now, by the way. Finally got star pieces for that. Although she's losing like a lot of races. Now what I tend to do is I always buy star pieces because they're like one of the few ways to get them. Duo redeemed a compliment a while back. And you know what? If there was ever a star piece which appeared in chat, it would be yours, Duo Maiden. I would Acarelli, by the way, thanks for the follow. I would spend not even 10,000 monies on that. I would spend 20,000. Name your price. I would spend it for your star piece. Vodka annoys me. I mean, if you play Vodka's campaign, I think it makes a lot more sense. She's actually quite insecure, and I think it's actually quite her story is actually kind of funny, like kind of fun. Her and Die with Skylight kind of fun. The yappers. OneXN did 47% of his team's damage. Are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus. That is just ridiculous. Oh, I need to do my, donation things for club. But honestly, get OneXN a team. This guy is just so elo held. How can you play as a sole damage carry when the other damage carry is just not doing enough, you know? I always do medium shoes because everyone has medium shoes. Oh yeah, I did a, whatchamacallit run the other day. I finally did a Smart Falcon run, which is kind of cool. We could maybe do another Falcon run. I haven't done a Bakshin run for a while, actually. We could try doing like a 3 power 3. We could try doing 3 and 3 Bakshin run. Do I have any guest runs left? I don't think so. I have one, but I don't really want to use that. This is a 3-star rank with speed on it. Nice. Try getting a 9-star Bakshin. Yeah, we could try this. This is a 9-star as well. Do I have another? Do I have a better 9-star? You 3-star as well? No, you're 2-star. This is an 8-star overall, though. This is a really good augury cap to use on the whole. You the 3-star one? Yeah. Okay. This is like an 8. This is actually the one which I use for my I think this is good. Cool. We can do that. We kind of want to do 3 power 3. We could do 4 and 2 maybe. Or we could do. Wait. Could we do 6 speed? I don't want to go stamina, really. This is front runner skills. This is front runner as well. This is not front runner, but it's a good card. In fact, I need to replace this. Hang on, let's just replace this with this for now, and then let's get. We'll borrow it. We'll borrow this, even though we don't need it. We'll borrow it just because we have better speed cards, I think, than our friends have to borrow. Because we're gonna get enough speed. It's just whether we get enough power as well. Ramp up. This is all mile stuff, isn't it? Which is less good. Ah, it's only a level 30 though. It's not fantastic. This is okay. All mile and medium. Maybe I'll go 4 and 2 then. Maybe 4 and 2 is the play. No, I do kind of want to go 3 and 3. Whatever, this will be fine. We'll be fine. Hey, Brad, good to see you. Well, MVP is probably going to Zerka. He was really good. Yeah. 909. Overlord Bloodmail last item. Awesome. My TM Opera won 11 G1s, 15 if the finals are considered G1s. She had mood down, so I ran her into the ground. Jesus. I did just do a Taiki Shuttle run like that, actually. Well, not quite like that, but enough. Okay, but now we hope for lucky training, I guess. So we're looking to train realistically like power and speed as much as possible. And we're trying to get like probably 1200 on both. And we're trying to get like a 9-star out of this run, if we can do. That being said, we should also get some of these. I mean, your skills aren't fantastic, actually. We don't bother as much with that. We could Recreation now. In fact, actually, Recreation, just because... Normally, I wouldn't do it on 2, because 2 is actually okay. But, yeah, we get paid off for it here. Yeah, no, if you get good race bonuses, running races a lot is not bad at all. It's actually pretty good. Sakura Bakshino. Got wisdom. Always go wisdom. Oh, well, yeah, well, definitely go that. Why is this game so addicting? That's a great question. It's a great question. The number go up syndrome is pretty damn big with this, in fairness. Who will have the honor of being LNG's second ever post-game interview this split? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Why are we getting so much wit training? What the shit? I mean, we probably should just do this for friendship training, but this is also not great for our actual, like... Wait, hang on, do we have front... What are our... Do we have front runner on them? This gives Hot Topic. This is pretty good for training. This is pretty good, actually, on the whole. It means that we don't have to waste as much. We're... Yeah, front or pace, that's fine.
麒麟锐起破小儿计，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是夏安。让我们恭喜苏州 LNG 2比0斩获本场比赛的胜利，为大家邀请到打野选手小方来接受我们的赛后采访，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 LNG 的小方。
今天真的非常干脆的2比0，而且感觉游戏的内容和节奏都无比的紧凑。来问一下，队伍在整个的过程当中是付出了怎样的一些努力呢？
因为我们这个赛季就已经打成这样了嘛，所以我们队伍就是教练给大家灌输，就是放松打就好了，就不要有那么多压力，就放开打就行了。
放开打，相信自己。而且其实今天在赛前的时候，海超选手也说，在这场比赛当中，中上也得站出来。那你们确实也做到了。来问一下，围绕着这一方面，可能队伍有哪些部分在今天的比赛当中额外的去注意？
Let's fucking go.
因为
Holy shit, Charming's good.
下午2个是新人嘛，所以我们中上野肯定是要就是担任队内的那种节奏点嘛。 就我们中上野来找节奏，带着我们下路去玩。
And we get made up. Nice, really good events.
接下来回顾一下比赛的高光画面。第一局呢，必须得提到的就是海超那波5杀场面。当时围绕着全场第2条小龙，你们是抢下小龙，完美开团，赢下团战，拿到5杀。可以说每一波的决策全对。和我们复盘一下那里吧。
因为当时我们的沟通就是我们中野和辅助说，只要开前面那个打野就开他，我们就一定会赢。 所以我们就直接一起往里面冲了，然后当时就我感觉海超自己都没有注意他自己要拿5杀了吧，后面还是我说了一嘴要5杀了，后面他才发现。
哦，后面才发现的。那也想问一下，因为一般拿到5杀大家都非常的激动嘛，那当时队里是什么样的一个反应？他是什么反应？你们又是怎么样的一个反应呢？
他就直接说自己就是打了这么多职业第一次5杀嘛，就很激动，然后就反正就整一局都很兴奋吧。 就沟通也变多了。
We might have made a mistake with our stamina.
斩获更多的胜利，也创造更多高光的名场面。那么其实来到第2局就把球交给了这个上路，这个奎桑提也是一往无前。我们也记得围绕着下路小龙那一波有一波团战，他的奎桑提是绕后是直指对面的所有人群当中，然后配合上队伍，你们当时是击杀了3个，帮助你们在前中期就已经积累了优势。当时是什么样的情况？为什么如此的勇猛？
因为当时我是有大招，我是能绕后的嘛，所以当时海超状态也好，就让子康往前冲，然后他就往前顶了，然后我们就包他们了，就把他们杀了。
那其实我们看到第2局的一个阵容选择之后，会觉得有一点针尖对麦芒，因为其实双方都有非常多的一些开团的手段和技能，也都打得很主动。在这种情况之下，你们是怎么样去反制到对面，然后一波一波的滚大自己的血球的呢？
因为上单 都是坦克对局，所以很简单，我们就围绕着海超去打就可以了。
稳扎稳打。那与此同时，感觉这2场比赛打下来，大家的发挥都非常的亮眼，而且也是干净利落的2比0嘛。要不要在这里夸夸自己，也夸夸所有的队友们？
我觉得队友们打得都很好吧， 就也没今天
Apparently they were all very
也
excited for the
没有失误
penta.
什么，就打得非常完美。
也希望你们能
No
够
surprise
贯
everyone.
彻像今天这样非常完美的一个竞技状态，因为你们组内赛的最后一场也是个背靠背的对局，明天也将迎来和 EDG 的比赛。他们也是在涅槃组积分很高的一场队伍，觉得下一场比赛的话，需要着重注意哪些方面呢？
我觉得我们也不用太在意输赢，我们就尽力去打就好了，就尽力的能赢一把就赢一把。
好的，享受比赛，享受舞台，祝福你们，同时再次的恭喜你们，也感谢小放来接受我们的赛后采访。以上就是本场比赛赛后采访的全部内容，接下来让我们看一段精彩的 Spotlight。
他们有人踢后面啊？能开吗？可以开，可以开，可以直接啊闪开。拦不在这里啊！杀打，看蓝魔吗？慢慢打脸上了呗。3秒1，来。 看我一，蓝魔，慢，他有闪，还有我还有大的，追。
Okay, sorry, I was just busy clipping out the penta kill.
这有飞机，五杀了。nice，真五杀了。
That's got to be Haichao's first ever penta in pro.
不错，我们一定要秒一个打团，一定要秒一个，别怕，他巨魔对速度伤害的，他在前面就直接开了就行了。这个塔血很少啊，来可以尝试。
Since our results have been like this, our coach just told us to relax and play how we want, leave no regrets. I don't think we should care too much about the outcome. If we win, we win. That's quite healthy in that situation, not gonna lie. So we're focused full on friendship training for a while. Because we have Hot Topic and Friendship Training and Charming, which is insanely good value, by the way.
兄弟，我一个人把他杀了。
So yeah, wait, WTES next. Did I run adverts? Might need to run some more. I actually think we need some extra stamina. Oh, this is Xian. Welcome to Xian, everyone. Friendship training where one of them's kind of meh. Friendship training on only one. We actually do, I'm just the one here. Because it also potentially, it does increase speed training over time. Yeah, like that. That's very, very good for us. Again, we have Hot Topic and Charming, so we get our yeah, we do very, very well at kind of getting friendship up early, which is really, really good. And we got it so early into the campaign as well. Voice the students. Minus energy for stamina and power. We're gonna get enough speed. We actually should do that. 27%? Fuck it, we try it. Fuck. Oh my god, that's bad. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, that's really not good. Oh, fucking hell. At least we get the good recovery on that. Fucking hell. Oh, now he's... Wait. We got the shrine thing, but so if you get the shrine thing, sometimes you can it gets rid of some of that stuff. Oh shit, that was bad though. Okay, fuck it, we'll front run. Why not? How's my CM going? I have a win rate of about 60-something%. I'm in Group A. I started off with about a 70% win rate. I've had, like, of course, some unlucky ones because this is the way that it happens. Yeah, it's not been too bad, actually. It's not been too bad. So my Augury cap has got, like, decent stats and also has Lucky 7 and outer post proficiency. So I can actually beat some whale teams by getting lucky on Lucky 7. I'm also kind of gambling with corner acceleration and straightaway acceleration. So if I get them at the right time and redshift, I just go nuclear. Pretty insane. So it's actually good. Do I have S medium? No, I don't. I didn't look out for that. No, I didn't. I was trying to roll for it, but trying to get all of that stuff in the right time is just really, really hard. Do we have the stamina for this? Maybe we don't. I don't know if we have the stamina for this. Oh, we do. Huh, just about. No, I don't have S medium, which is... The problem is S medium is actually better than stats from my experience. It is. I just haven't been able to roll for it. I just haven't been able to roll for it. S medium is pretty insane though, yeah. Oh, 30th Street. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. This is a meet up. That's good.
大家好，我是西安曲江 WBG 战队上台选手 Cube。
欢迎 Cube 选手。那回顾一下上一轮，你们是从滔博的手中啃下了1小分嘛？那今天如果想要顶住压力的话，你觉得在和369的对线或者团
65% win rate without medium S is actually really good. Yeah, honestly, I thought it was pretty damn good. Mood went down. What do you mean? I just got the mood up. I want to run in one of these.
还是看打船的操作吧，因为感觉这版本团战输一波的话，后续就会。 都很难吧？
所以也希望今天在团战当中可以呈现更好的游戏内容。那么最近呢，其实现在 WBG 是经历了许多的鏖战，也在不断的面临新的挑战。组内赛现在还剩最后3场硬仗嘛，大家会以怎样的心态去面对呢？
我们现在心态就是每一把都处理好团战吧，就把感觉我们前面因为团战输掉了挺多比赛吧，所以就希望处理好每一波小团战，包括。
We might get screwed here, but whatever. Oh, it is a mile, not a sprint. Oops, this is actually really bad for us, I think. Because it's a mile, not a sprint.
先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
欢迎 Cream 选手。那近期呢，大家是2比0横扫的对手，状态非常的火热。所以想问一下，就是近期状态这么好，是因为在哪些方面有了新的突破呢？
最近状态感觉好，就是我们中期运营可能相比之前好了很多。
No anchors away.
运营也是做得更好了。那回顾上一轮交手 ，WE 是在第1局面临了一些
getting blocked a little bit. Power's good though.
是让1对2赢下的。
There we go. Nice. Cool. G11.
就多注意一下他们前期的进攻方面吧。
所以也希望你们可以把控好。
I did think about doing a campaign just to try and get the medium S, but it's just trying to get medium S and red shift and trying to get pumping iron and firm conditions and all the other stuff has been really, really difficult. Cube, we need to be better at team fighting since team fights have lost us a lot of games. We need to execute these fights a lot better. Yeah, I think that they're specifically quite good at certain team fights, but just not all of them, you know? Yeah, Marazanski's ult is very, very, very good.
首先欢迎 Top Esports 上单369，打野 Kanawi， 中单 Green， 下路 JK Love， 辅助航。让我们欢迎西安 Team WE。
Didn't get the 3 on that either.
上单 Cube， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Carry， 下路谭勇，辅助 One Pair。
Which one's this? Focus or speed and skill points? Actually, we already have. Whatever. This is fine. Hey, Akira. Rose for Duo Maiden. And I wish that Duo Maiden had forgotten that LPL starts early on Saturdays, because you know, some of us need a break. Some of us need our safe space from Duo. Okay, I gotta go get myself another coffee, folks. For our second series. Managed to get through the first one with just the one. I actually wonder if they're... Oh, by the way, the Uma Musume players in chat, have you seen the Haru Urara torpedo strat? If you see the Haru Urara torpedo strat, basically, because no one is running front runners for this tournament, because pretty much everyone's running pace chasers, late surges, and end closers, right? You can run Haru Urara as a front runner, and when there's only one front runner in the game, it doesn't matter how slow they are, they will just go very, very slowly at the front of the pack. And it slows the entire race down, meaning you can train your other runners to be higher power, lower stamina, and not go for something like, you know, Swinging Maestro or whatever. So if you run Haru Urara as an incredibly slow front runner, you can basically torpedo the entire race, and it becomes like it counters the nice nature debuff. Basically, so you can run like way higher acceleration. Anyway, let me go get my my coffee real quick. I'm gonna run 1 minute of adverts just to extend the pre-roll. All right, be right back. Be right back. Into our first draft of Game 2. Series 2, rather. What have you done? Why are there so many blah in chat? That's a whole lot of blah. First pick Azir. Not many teams in the LPL actually pick Azir. We ban it an awful lot. Not many actually pick it. Does give WE a little bit better access to their front-to-back compositions. I think Top Esports, though, very correctly, banning out the Scion. Locking in the Gwen, saying, okay, you want to play front-to-back? You're going to have a harder time playing the tanks. No Trundle, no Scion. There is the Ornn if they want to play towards that. They still have Skarner as well, which, of course, Monkey is very well known for. Rumble available. couple of choice junglers. Could go for something like Shin Zhao. Could go Poppy as well, technically too, if you think that's high enough prio and you think that top esports actually want that pick. I think they could Skarner here. I think they could Skarner. No, it's a good ability to kind of lock people down into the soldiers and the equalizer. That'll be the damage you need, isn't it? You don't need that from your jungle lane at that point. There you go. Kanavi. Couple of different options now. Wukong the highest damage of those options. Kanavi a very good Wukong player. Probably the best Wukong player in the world in 2023. There's a man unleashed on the champion. We'll lock it in. Top esports a bit fragile as a team comp. Might look at something like an Alistar on 4, can cleanse off the Impale as well with the ultimate. Hung's been playing very well on it. Wouldn't surprise me if W banned that away, actually. Yeah. What else would top esports be looking for? Well, Rel would be an obvious one, right? WE might think that actually they have a couple of engage options in the back pocket anyway. Top esports, ban away that Ezreal, the lane pressure. Taeyeon and Vampire has been pretty strong on that pick. Corki as well. Banning away early power from bot lane. That's not a bad thing. WE play through early power bot lanes quite a lot nowadays. Khan potentially locked in for Hung. Could threaten last pick Xayah. Nico available. You could go Kai'Sa Nico. It's a pretty strong lane. No Nautilus available to them. I think that's their strongest remaining bot lane. I think Kai'Sa Nico has threat against Xayah Khan too. It's not, you know, all as easy as you like. It's quite an easy lock in here, I think. Taeyeon's a good Kai'Sa player. Very magic damage heavy. But the Xayah comes through. A little bit outranged by the Azir and the Rumble, of course. You know, I walk away from this thinking, top esports has a very fragile composition. WE have a Skarner that can start fights pretty well, the Nico and the Kai'Sa. I think WE walk away happy from this draft. I think they walk away happy from this draft. Top esports, of course, were knocked out by WE from last playoffs. They slapped WE in the first round robin, though. It was not close. They have gotten some of their revenge already, but would like to continue to do so. Top esports have already locked themselves into top 4 of playoffs. They won't have to play anything of the play-ins portion of it. Only anyone's legend, Weibo and JDG fighting off for the last spot now. Technically, JDG can still make it with 3 consecutive wins at the end of the split. They've still got to face anyone's legend. And Weibo twice, weirdly. Ah, yeah, because one of their matchups was cancelled. Yeah, they'll play them actually twice back-to-back on the 27th and the 28th in the last 2 days of the split. That could actually determine, if JDG walk away with the win before that, that could actually determine our last team locked into top 4 if things work out in certain ways. Let's get onto the riff for our second game. We're going to go quickly get my coffee. Let's get into it. Change over to the scene.
全军出击！
Here we go. Top esports. Trading some HP across supports at the level 1. No minion aggro taken by WE in that level 1. Would have thought potentially that would be the case. Jackilov missing the minions, but still getting the XP. Walking forwards again. Hung waiting to see if he can, suppose, get himself another Q on target. A little bit of poke comes through from Jackilov again. Oh, Q missing from Vampire. That's quite bad, actually. Gotta hit all of them. Vampire missing that Q could be quite important. Doesn't hit onto the minions really much. They will get themselves to level 2. But they lose out some important poke there. You know, Zyrakan often looking for the bounce back. On Kanavi, not getting a clean take of the Gromp there, actually. Monkey gonna wait to see what'll happen around this. No smite available from the Skarner. Doesn't have red buff either. Kanavi does, which means that the slows are really kind of nasty. You can't really do much more besides kind of force him to take the blast cone. So Kanavi took red into Gromp. Monkey taking Wolves into blue, but being stopped on his third camp. So Kanavi a camp up now. Vampire hiding out in this brush again. Like, they get control of the level 1. That's not the question about this lane. It's just more a question about how much value the Zyra can't get on the bounce back, how much health they can conserve as well. They hit level 3, and they're fine. They can actually fight back now. Good Q there from Hung. We'll top him up just a little bit. Monkey on his own Krugs. Kanavi a little bit behind in the clear, but he is still technically a camp ahead in terms of respawns. Now we're hoping. Now top esports are hoping to get a little bit of bounce back to help with this bot scuttle. I think Skarner knows not really stick around the bot side of the map. The Rakan being able to roam on that HP would be enough to flip a bot side fight. Monkey will take top side scuttle. Did he get himself up towards Krugs? Perhaps. Might just recall afterwards because he'll have. But if he recalls, he'll be a little bit behind. Does get. Hang on a second. Hung. Doesn't have that much HP. God, he doesn't have that much HP at all. Tayin flashes. Can't finish the kill. Hung caught out, but not killed. Importantly, Monkey now walking around the back of this bot side. No wall stun coming through. Green will take a chunk, but nothing more than that. So Summoner's blown for both Taeyun and Hung. If that had been that first kill, would have made all the difference, really. Jackilov has 2 biscuits. He's happy to soak that up. Just be careful here. Vampire was just hanging about in the brush. If he got a root out of Fog of War, potentially could have forced a summoner out of him too. 369 on the Gwen. He's been mixed on that. Good Q coming through. Jackilov just trying to force the wave into tower. Manages to do so. He'll get his own recall now. Needs to be careful that his back isn't stopped here, actually. There's a chance. Not giving away the recall location. What is he back for? Cull, matching the Kai'Sa. Caulfield, straight up, wants the early fighting power. So gonna forego the Cull right now, but it does give him better 2v2 ability. Only 2 CS down. That's actually very important for Jackilov and Hung. Top esports, they'll not want to fall behind this enemy team. If particularly Monkey Skarner gets rolling, that does become a bit of an issue for them. You can see again that in the Kanavi. Vaguely even, I suppose, with Monkey. He was a camp up on Monkey, but his clear speed wasn't enough to capitalize that much on it. They'll basically be even camp for camp, going band for band. Fight around bot side potentially. Ooh, catch onto Vampire. Root hits though onto Jackilov. And gets a shield on the way back. All coming through from Cream. Early level 6. Remember, there's no flash on Taeyun. Cream calls off the play. Not great from Cream there, actually. Using that ultimate, not finding the great angle. They blow the heal off of Vampire, but top piece was not a clean macro play. That being said, W now forced away from their bot lane a little bit. Cream goes back towards mid lane. Lost a minion or 2 for this. Exhaust put onto Cube. Needlework in top side. Was okay in terms of the damage. I think the call-off was the right play. They just walk under tower. The thing is, Tane didn't have flash, and if a flick back lands, he dies. If he has flash, I think it's a bad play. Because he doesn't, I think it's the right play to look for it. It just sucks that they can't get much out of that. Now, Cream, I suppose, would have lost some farm through it. He's still a little bit ahead of Karras, by the way. Interesting, given that he got that roam in and still up in CS. Jakalev recall stopped by a W on the tower there, by the way. Hang on. Jakalev has both summoners. He's in a bit of trouble here, though. Flashes at the right timing as well. Dodge the Nico Q. It's the only way he makes out of that without getting too hurt. Not too bad, but again, pushing up a little too far. Monkey not able to make the impact he wants to. Vampire finally hitting a Q. He's missed a lot of them in the early game, actually. Quick wave clear coming through. Would Jakalev go for the lethal tempo or the Conqueror? It's the lethal tempo. I guess against heavy frontline teams, sometimes you'll see him go the Conqueror. Conqueror's quite strong right now, has been for a while. Yeah, reminder that Top Esports were knocked out by WE last split. WE have gone on to go 2-9. Top Esports to 10-2. Top team in the LPL standings right now. And they get themselves a full blue buff steal away. Kanavi trying to play with the full range of that leash and does manage to do so. Blue buff taken away. Kanavi doing a good job of making sure he can get into the enemy jungle. Q pushing out top side. Could potentially walk down into a... Well, you already used the equalizers. There's no real point him fighting around him. That's one of the reasons why Kanavi probably felt okay going for that invade was, look, I can just... I don't need to worry about the equalizer. Kanavi will take Raptors. Red buffs happening now. Grubs are alive. Top Esports was choosing not to contest these right now. Kanavi could come over, but I think Kanavi's playing for individual advantage, not for team advantage. 3 grubs to the side of WE. It's not a small thing to give over, but then again, Monkey falling behind a little bit in terms of his individual clear. A little bit, not too much. I mean, grubs are not as valuable as actual camps for you as jungle rogue. So good double flick back there from Cream, actually. Nice. Some damage down. Kanavi really trying to get himself an individual advantage. And see how much Kanavi is really indexing into trying to shut down Monkey. Monkey's got a pretty good record against Kanavi there on an individual level. Kanavi going towards Triforce first. Sometimes you still see the Sundered Sky, but Triforce Wukong is nasty. Alex probably glancing at chat going, what the heck is going on? I see your Meowdies. I see your blasts. I see your chat spam. I see it. Then rest assured, I am monitoring the situation very closely. 369, haven't seen too much from him besides that one needlework onto the top side. Drive onto the wall onto the clone. Doesn't really do that much. Navi, again, just trying to keep the slim advantage in jungle alive on a... It's not that much, right? It's not like the grubs aren't a camp, and they do, particularly the first one you take does give some decent XP. But there is a reason why people tend to not take the third grub and stuff like that, you know. It's not that much value beyond the first for your junglers. Clone on clone violence. He's done great damage onto Karras. That could get flicked back though. Needs to be careful. 369, does he know that? He's just jumped it. Well, he's just jumped into a Skarner. He's going to die. Gets a little bit of healing from the passive. He'll die fairly quickly. There's a teleport coming in from Talia. Okay. Dragon's been started up, which is why they want to do too much here. Good flick back onto Vampire. Catching out Vampire, flying in is Taeyun. Here comes the equalizer. Dragon is stolen by Monkey. And 369 getting caught out might just lead Top Esports into an uneven numbered fight. Vampire will die. Kanavi still strong on the backline here. Tane does have flash. Will he need to use it? No, he won't. He will just at the end. Cream will die. WE get themselves a huge fight in the bottom side after 369 gets blasted in a 1v2. Throwing his team under the bus. 369. Leading them into their uneven numbered fight, and WE walk away with not just the fight, but the dragon as well. Awesome play, 4 for 1 in the early game for them. And Top Esports on the ropes already. Need we remind you that WE in game 1 often come in with a huge advantage. I think perhaps Top Esports thought that Monkey would be in position for a steal already. Not to be the case. Dies very, very quickly, does 369. Now, at that point, this is okay, because it's just damage onto the Rakan, sure, whatever. But then Hung ends up, allowing Taeyeon into a split fight, the Equalizer into a choke point. That's very intelligent from Taeyeon, realizing, actually, got the Equalizer for backup, that should be fine. Yes, the Cyclone is fine. Na'Vi doesn't have damage to carry everything by himself. It is still a 4v5 at the end of the day. Not bad in terms of the actual damage put out, but Top Esports now 2,000 gold behind. A lot of it, not gonna lie, is off the 369 getting blasted, and now Cube is now how far ahead? 1,000 gold ahead. Vampire pushing out into the top side of the map. Monkey not at that, Kanavi not at that level, that one item just yet. Needs to back to get himself that Triforce. Quite an expensive first time, of course. 369, just misreading the fight before that last dragon. I've not been a big fan of his Gwen. I know he had one MVP game on it, but his early game Gwen has not been fantastic. This time it's not going to be the cleanse getting that much value through one-man Impale. Once the Rakan, will be an easy kill. Double ults invested. And 369 has his ult too. That feels like a lot of ultimates used. Now, if they hadn't used those ultimates, they might have been able to kill 369 under turret. I don't think they can now. 369 clears through another wave. I'm getting a little bit support diff here, not gonna lie. A little bit. Well, no, I wouldn't say support diff, because I don't think Vampire's having the best game either, but it's more about just a little bit of macro diff from Top Esports. From WE, rather. Onto Top Esports. Top Esports, their first play of the game in that Talia going towards the bot side, failed. Cream not getting anything out of that bot lane. The 2v2 was going fine from Jackalove and Hung. That is a worry which W will have to contend with. Jackalove's still very much in this game. Now, he didn't go for the cold. That could be important. Hung jumping forwards onto Monkey. Okay, rooted down. Charm comes through. Monkey doesn't have flash. He has a blast cone. Can't hit it right now. Flicked up into the air. Hung will die to Karis. He goes on the other side. But Karis, you've just jumped in for a 0 HP Rakan. Flick back in. Cream getting some damage down. Taeyeon repositioning, and the wall means there's no extra follow-up. 369. Can the needlework land onto anyone? Double slow. They have a blast cone. Is that going to be enough to flick over the wall? Vampire, extra damage going onto him. Kanavi should get one kill here. He will do. What's the full kill count? 3 for 1? No, 3 for 2. Hung died as well. WE pulling something back. That might give them access to... Well, no, the Herald's only spawning in a minute. It doesn't give them access to that much at all. It's just a fight for the sake of a fight. 3 grubs for Cube will give him push on this bot side. And Top Esports, by losing that tower, I think they lose in the overall play on the whole. And Top Esports not able to push him for a tower. Feats of Strength will go over to WE with this. Good early game from them. They'll go up to, what, a 3,000 gold lead almost? 2,000 right now. My mistake. Hung goes very, very far looking for a play in this top side. He's been struggling this game one so far. Largely had a very good split. Karis slides over the wall. Now, I think Karis does make a mistake here. He then walks up for a shuffle. I do think maybe they could have positioned in a way to not both get double shuffle and give the damage over. The teleport from 369 also very slow. If you're going to teleport, you know, do it early, or not at all, really. Still a good fight on the whole for Top Esports. They'll get themselves... No, they won't even get themselves the Herald. So slow to the objectives. I mean, they chose to give up the grubs. The Herald, they did have control over top side, but didn't want to stay there again, I suppose. Kanavi now down a full level onto Monkey. Despite him playing so heavily for the individual advantage, not getting huge value there. Top Esports will trade 1 for 1 in this set of tower exchange. But 3 grubs, Herald, that could actually be the full mid lane turret being taken. It's at least going to be most of it. Not going to be the full one, though. Luckily for Top Esports. Teleport coming in from Cream. Dragon alive now. Top Esports spoiling for a fight if they're walking in for this. There's a flash on Rakan. Flash is up on everyone on WE2, though. You know, Monkey flash wall stun can be very powerful. Tries to stop it there. Flick back onto him. Try to get... Hang on a second. Flash for flash. That's Cream's down now. No HP really on Hung. Do they have to give things up because of that? Give up a second dragon? Perhaps just allow 369 to hit the side lane turret? Yeah, I think they do, actually. Dragon taken by WE. Teleport to the other side of the map by Rumble now. So no tower taken by 369. Jackalov will push in mid lane. I think top esports are getting slightly better farm off of this. Taeyin not able to get in towards mid lane now. W popped by Jackalov to make sure he can get the extra attack speed and damage onto tower. Do they get the full thing? Flick back onto Taeyin. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Can he defend the turret now? Now, I think by getting flick back, they'll fail to defend that turret. 369 still has W. Good flick back from Cream. Good wall to stop them from clearing off as well. Taking mid lane turret makes this a much more interesting play for top esports. You give up the dragon, but you get more farm and you get mid lane out of turret. That's quite valuable for top esports, despite the fact that they're still down the raw gold value of dragon. The strategic value of mid lane out of turret can't be understated. Overstated, rather. Can't be overstated. That's the one. Navi taking away Raptor camp. Again, still almost a full level down on Monkey. He's got some huge value at the last moment. Hang on a second. Flick back missing onto Karis out of Fog of War. Good trade there. Hang on, there's a Cyclone here. There's a chance of a kill. Ult coming through. Alright, Karis casting that early, making sure that Kanavi can't jump onto him. Mid lane turret for mid lane turret now. Top esports lost so much HP on that last one that they will eventually give that down. Kanavi, the only gold lead for the side of top esports. A reminder again, half a level down now on Monkey, clawing back some of it. WE is looking pretty good here though, folks, aren't they? Despite being 2-9, both those series being against FPX. That they've won anyway. Good early game versus top esports. W in game 1 have looked pretty strong. In every single thing, really. .369 getting access to this top turret. Hang on, Gage onto the top side and completely whiffs it. Completely whiffs it! That Ricard is going nowhere. It's, I don't know. Forgotten to have a shower in a week or so. Not as charming as he once was. Hung. We were saying he's had a pretty good split so far. This has not been a good game. That's important, because now that allows, WE to reset. Cream ulting towards bot side. Tower coming through from Karis. Doesn't have ult, does have flash. Would have been safe, I think. Well, it's an extended lane, gets caught out. Nowhere really to run back to. Hung, my dude. Dying 3 times in the early game. Not really landing the plays which he wants to. Jackalov still has both his summoners. Even if they drive through the wall, I don't think it makes that much difference. This could be a problem for WE. Despite the fact that, yes, their Kai'Sa is strong, Jackalov is still pretty fine in this game. There's a 10 CS lead. The reason Taeyin has the gold lead is because of towers and kills. It's not like Jackalov doesn't have good farm for this point in the game. 19 minutes, 198 farm. Farming has been over 10 a minute. Hung, I have bad news. Glue. Oh, God. Yeah. Let's run Hung in the Arima Keenan. I'm sure it'll go fine, folks. Oh, God. Folks, I am legit thinking about just setting up a second stream where I just play fucking horse game and do more not league stuff on that. I don't want to ruin my numbers on my main stream by doing not league stuff, because I know that people watch for LPL, which is great. I'm glad you're here to watch the LPL. Does mean that it kind of curtails me in a little bit of my other content, though. A little bit. Atkan alive. WE. Well, do they start it? Do they throw themselves into the fires of Atkan fights? Atkan is where games go to die. Flash away from Vampire, because that was Vampire, not Monkey, of course. Good thing taking that flash away. Jackalov ulting early. That's a problem. Flash in, and he gets the flash predict. Oh, Monkey Skada strikes again. Jackalov flashes early, makes a huge mistake, and AD carried down for this fight. Huge mistake from Jackalov, and an awesome play from Monkey. Trading flash for flash, getting the predict, and now I don't think that we have anything to worry about this Atkan. How did top esports fight it without an AD carry? Gwen's teleporting in, realizing, well, we've got to go for this anyway. Hoping that they can take the Atkan damage, do something about it. Kanavi looking potentially for a smite fight, jumping in. W's good from 369. Kill onto the Nico. Atkan goes to WE, but where's the extra damage coming through? 369 can't do enough in the backline. No smite came through. What's the fight kill count right now? Well, with Jackalov dead, 2 for 2. With Jackalov dying before, I think Kanavi makes a big mistake not going over the Nico ultimate and cycloning into the backline. Trying to look for a smite as well. I think Kanavi getting caught on that Nico ult on a Nico that has no flash. Huge mistake from him. W will get themselves Atakan, they'll get themselves a fight, they'll get themselves a soul points, potentially as well, trying to go on to Taeyoon. Does he have himself? No, he doesn't. Wow, they're both going to die. Jacqueline coming back with the vengeance, can't get the smite. It's going to go down to Top Esports. No soul point for WE. They overstay, and Jacqueline gets 2 great kills there on the back end of it, or 2 kill participation. Potentially go towards Vampire as well afterwards. This is the play initially. Jacqueline lazy roam down the bot side of the map. Doesn't want to get drove into the wall. Understandably so. I actually think he should have flashed first and then ulted after. I think that was the play. Should have flashed over Wolf Pit and then tried to ult through the ult, even if it was fall through with a flash after. So Jacqueline, bad pathing, not great reaction either. Then right here, I think Kanavi makes a huge mistake. Cube's going to die on the side lane. That's a huge problem for him too here, actually. In picture. Yeah, I think Kanavi makes a mistake not flashing over the wall and the minefield and going in for a cyclone. I think that could have made a huge difference there, because 369 had an awesome angle in W. So suddenly, not bad from Top East. Let's get a kill while we're in the picture. We just mentioned that Kanavi, he does have flash. Impale this time, not working out. Taeyoon does have ult. Don't think he wants to follow that one, though. Are those wins on Top Esports really legit? They're playing terribly. Well, I mean, they are 10-2, having beaten BLG, having beaten anyone's legend, having, you know, a couple of wins here and there, you know. I don't think they are all fraudulent. Do I think Top Esports are worthy of a 10-2 scoreline in the way of some teams in the past? No, not necessarily. I think they've definitely shown some flaws, but they're still definitely a top team. And you look at WE, who are definitely a bottom team, right? Monkey makes one mistake and the game is gone. This team is so depressing. I mean, the gold is in Top Esports' favor now. Yeah, it is. I mean, Atakan being given over. Some decent gold value outside of that. Hang on, it's Hung. My dudes. Hung throwing himself to the wolves again. Top Esports is the fanatic of LPL. To an extent, yeah. Always give you hope. Deliver on precious little of it. They did win their split for the first time in forever in winter, though. Top Esports are the least fraudulent in our top 4, unfortunately. I think you've got a good point there. I think you got a good point. Top Esports, you compare them to BLG, who are bad late game. Anyone's Legend, who started so poorly. And then, of course, Invictus Gaming, who are coin flip central. Yeah, I think you can make an argument that Top Esports are still the best of our top 4 teams. They could actually still be our best team at the moment. Hang on, driving through the wall here. Impale is up again from Monkey, puts it on to 2 of them. There's the Nico ult, they get 3 there. 369 not here in time. Cyclone not getting great value on Takaris. And Taeyoon going into the backline. Jacqueline, where's he in all of this mess? He's dead. He's dead. He's not even there. Where's the extra damage? Top Esports, they were at a gold lead. They do have the solo laners alive. Taeyoon does have flash, does have cleanse. Monkey going through the wall. 369. That dash wasn't great, mate. That dash wasn't great. Monkey dies on the other side. 369 has just not delivered on the Gwen promise this game yet again. Is Gwen failing to deliver for yet another game? 1 and 3. WE find themselves a get fight, which get them back into the gold advantage. Karis been playing very well on this Azir so far this game. 1,000 gold ahead. 2 items. Got a great disengaged play to stop Top Esports from getting on top of him. And Jacqueline dying with flash and cleanse up is unforgivable from the AD carry. Especially at the 2.5 item mark. Needs to do better with that. Baron now on spawn. Top Esports, I don't think they can contest this one particularly well. Cream could get a flick back, but I don't think he'll be able to fight off 5 members of WE going towards the objective. Smite from Hung. Might go for a W smite. The spellbook coming through. All right, Hung, what do you got? Do you have a steal for us? Can he get into the pit? He's going in. I don't think he's getting low enough. He'll die before it goes in. Just another black mark on Hung's game. 0 and 5 now. Fails to get the smite. Poorly timed. Hung, a disaster game from the Rakam. Kanavi tried to take the scuttle. Does get it. Jumping forwards. And Jacqueline just gets hit by an Impale with flash and ult up. Gets blasted by Taeyoon. But Jacqueline, what is happening, my dude? Teleporting towards bot side. Vampire flashing forwards. Gets it over the Gwen W. Just wants a little bit of CC. Vampire might die for this, but if he gets 369, it's not a problem. He doesn't die anyway. Cyclone on bot side from Kanavi is not going to do enough. It's another Impale onto a carry. Monkey's Skarner has been such a good champion to watch from him over his career. WE in game 1. A biblical force of nature. Top Esports not able to stand and fight. Some huge misplays from Hung, from Jaculov. See them into the abyss. They will be losing this game 1 fairly shortly after this point. Can they bounce back in the rest of the series, though, is the question. WE, how many game 1s have they won to just tragically fall out of series? There's a reason they're 2-9. The game's not best of 1 anymore, folks. It's best of 3s has been for a very long time here. Hung going into the bot side of the map. And criminal number 1 here, I think, from Top Esports. Dying in multiple areas of the map, in multiple bad scenarios. 0 and 5. Been a bit support diffed here. Has actually genuinely done this. Huge draft gap? I disagree with that. I think that there's not a huge draft gap. I think that WE have a lot of advantages to play through. Top Esports is quite a fragile team, but you could see that they could win these fights. But that is because of their draft. Going towards the Dragon now, trying to delay Assault Point. Comes through. Flash out from Hung. They do get themselves the Dragon. Top Esports delay the game potentially a little longer. Remember, Baron is still ticking for WE. Going, that's a great equalizer. Great damage onto Cream, onto Jaculov. Redemption comes through. Not a bad delaying. Hung's going to die for this. Hung's going to die. Soldiers start marching forwards. Not bad from Kanavi in terms of the Cyclone. The Feather's not bad either. From Jaculov, flash in from Karis. He puts down the tower behind him. That'll be the cleanup fight which WE need. They might have got themselves a Dragon, but they don't exactly have themselves any more HP bars. Top Esports get blasted on the bot side of the map. 5 for 1. WE in game 1. As strong as the legends say. In Xi'an, WE take themselves a lead in this series. We've said that a number of times this split, only for it to end in heartbreak. Perhaps a different game here today. Yet to be seen. 1-0 for WE in our second game of the day. Top Esports will have to bounce back. Do you think WE have champion pool issues? Seems like they seem to win on certain champs and fall off when forced onto other comps. I think part of it is that, yes. I think part of that is that. But I don't think it's necessarily as cut and dry as that. Got to put this thing on again. Anyway, I'll change over to the other scene before I forget. Did I turn my camera off? I think I did. Anyway, folks, thanks for stopping by. We'll keep playing some Umasuma in the background. And we'll play some adverts. If you're enjoying this, please like, comment, subscribe, all of the good things. It just make a lot of a difference to us. WE is Top Esports Kryptonite. It's definitely very good for them, but Compliment Zareth? The only thing which I would stop doing this game for, in breaks, is to chat to you, Zareth. I'd close the window. I'd pay attention to you. You command my attention in a good way, because I'm interested in what you say. It's in Xi'an, Kazel. It's in Xi'an. So this is a sprint, so we should still be okay for this one. You don't pay attention to chat when in Hon's game, though? I do sometimes, occasionally. Often what I do is I let the race run, then I do whatever errands I need to do in the background, like, you know, get a coffee or brush my teeth or whatever, you know. I do that in the backline. Wait, am I running pace chase or a front run? I think I'm running front run, right? Oh shit, getting rushed is a bit meh. Especially with this amount of stamina. I did miss the 100 bomb. Yes, I did, but that's because my alert box was off. So I'll have you know, one of the problems is the screen which I have my horse game on covers a lot of the chat and stuff. Yeah, just checking I didn't miss anything else. Okay, we're good for now. It doesn't cover all of chat. It covers like... It doesn't cover all of it. And it's just that it covers the alert, like my activity feed. It covers my activity feed. Sorry if you've already commented on it, but do you think Rod of Ages Horizon Zig is any good? No! You don't need Rod of Ages on Ziggs. You never need Rod of Ages on Ziggs. That item is just so bad for him. He should never be getting hit to use the Rod of Ages. Now, sitting on Catalyst and going towards other items is fine, because Catalyst is actually a good component. If you're close enough to ever need the HP from Roa on Ziggs, you fucked up. Yeah, to an extent. Now, I think sometimes Seraph's is fine. Because it's actually quite an effective item at points, right? Sometimes Seraph's is fine. But if you're going to go defensive, go Seraph's, not Roa. Quarter out of is good. Yeah, quarter out is actually not bad. Ooh, double on power is pretty nice there. Ooh, we could also run the Okasho. Nah, we'll go double power. If you actually horse stream, I think challenge runs like trying to get Haru to win that last race would be fun. Yeah, I might do some stuff like that. Also, I kind of need to set up a different YouTube channel at this point because this YouTube has basically been killed by trying to wait, this is 30%. Oh shit. Oh, for God's sake. Why? Oh, whatever. Fucking recreation. Yeah, basically, I've killed my algorithm by streaming every day to low numbers on YouTube. So, YouTube's really harsh on that. Now, I'm happy to, you know, keep streaming or whatever, but, like, this channel is effectively dead. The YouTube channel. Oh, I fucking misdropped it. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, my algorithm is dead on YouTube. Because this is not like a big stream. And enough people stream on YouTube that it's not that big, you know? Fuck. Yeah, I might try and do some challenge runs at some point, you know, but not a huge amount I could do. Well, this has been a shit claw machine. VODs are a slow and insidious killer. Yeah, but then, like, I wanted to make an archive out of it. But then, look, folks, people say they care about the LPL, and then when there was only one stream covering it last year, which was me, there are like 20 views on some of those VODs. People don't give a fuck. People genuinely don't give a fuck sometimes. Which sucks. It does genuinely suck. Monkey gets MVP? No surprise. This guy is really, really good on Skarner. He's one of the world's best Skarner players. Yeah, I think you'd be surprised how little some people care about actual esports stuff. Sometimes, anyway. Not always, not always. I don't think it's fair to say that always, right? But just from what I've observed, like, people say that, oh my god, it's such a shame that blah blah what's happening. Yeah, but just a lot of people just don't end up watching the stuff they say they're gonna watch. Who will win? The team which destroys the Nexus the most. I mean, most people just look at official streams. Yes, but what if there's no official stream? And again, actually, do you actually care if you only look at official streams? You care a certain amount, right? Yeah, no, that's not fair. Like, but there are different levels of caring, right? There's enough caring to be like, oh, well, put it on in the background or whatever. But a lot of people like to say that they care more than they do, I think. Easy. I think it's just LCK. LCK has a reputation that it ends up with people watching two bottom LCK teams over any LPL game that doesn't include two top 3 teams against each other. That definitely is a factor as well for Tour as well. Definitely is a factor. Sharing a time slot with the LCK, which has had much better brand management over time, much better ability to build its international audience, has definitely ended up helping it. 100%. You're not wrong there. To be fair, if I miss a match, it's so much more convenient to watch something like Dom's stream highlight YouTube rather than a full VOD. Yeah, I don't have the money to pay video editors to get like highlight stuff, and I can't do it myself because it's just way too much effort, sadly.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。我可不会吃掉你鱼，我们可是闺蜜。
We shall. Wait, did I play adverts? I think I did. Oh, I did. Nice. Cool. Yeah, Dom's thumbnails are genuinely very funny. I like him a lot. The thing is, Dom and Cadrel they do a lot of LCK, right? Which means that they do end up missing a fair amount of LPL. That was always the problem where, you know, co-streams killed the LPL broadcast. And the co-streamers, so for instance, you know, Cadrel used to do more LPL. And then the LPL official broadcast died, and now, for various reasons, he's doing less LPL. He has not filled in the coverage which he was doing before, so we actually have less coverage than we did before. Co-streamers have not managed to fill in the gap as effectively, because he's such a large part of the audience, right? And, you know, he can do whatever the hell he wants, and he should do whatever's best for him. However, just on, like, on a raw, pragmatic level, co-streamers can't cover the same amount as official broadcast. And also, it's really worth noting as well that, you know, PCS is part of this conversation too, because PCS are a great region. Co-streamers aren't covering them, not really. I mean, he does also have a team himself, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. On a realistic level, co-streamers cannot cover, like, 500-odd LPL games every split or whatever it is, or every couple of splits. However, the reality is, as a viewer, you get less coverage for the region because co-streamers can't cover the same amount as an official broadcast. Dom always prioritizes LPL normally, but he does miss matches, he does take days off a week, he does do LCK. And again, reasonable for him. Any co-streamer should do that. However, he can't cover all of LPL. And again, you can look, these are all valid reasons. At the end of the day, as the audience watching the LPL, you are getting less LPL coverage. And it's not like they're doing something like PCS as well, right? Which is kind of, again, covered over by these other regions and doesn't have a particularly strong broadcast presence compared to others. And again, this is not like a criticism of those other co-streamers. That is reasonable stuff. You can't expect them to co-stream every single match everywhere 7 days a week. Exactly, Mecca. Even we've ended up missing days this split too. Co-streamers cannot cover this region in the same way. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm not paid to do this. If I was paid, you know $500 a day to do it or whatever, I'd do it. Hey, was that front runner stuff? Nice. We can maybe wait a little bit more because we do have some, you know, as helpful actually. What do you give? You give some other stuff, right? Are there any good races today? No, not really. Maybe. Even LCK has admitted to losing money recently. In the end, it's not co-streamers that are at fault. Well, in some cases, I mean, I think some fault of... You can't be unaware as a co-streamer to the damage you're doing to the industry. In some ways you can do. While I don't think they're the root of the issue, I can't say they're completely faultless either. No, it's a mix of both, sadly. It is a mix of both. Like, I'm not going to say that co-streamers are completely without fault, I mean, at the end of the day, it's their product which is killing the scene, despite them being acting within the system which they're working with. You can't just like blindly say you're not part of that, that equation. There's a balance between it. Co-streaming is killing League as the product it is right now. However, you can argue perhaps it should die, perhaps it's not the product which will survive in the way that it does. And perhaps there's a reasonable endpoint that this is always going to happen. No, I'm not saying it's black and white or anything like that. However, yeah, I don't think you can, yeah. Do we have for power or speed? We actually might do, might do both here. Yeah, this is probably better, actually. Cygame sponsor one? Hell yeah, if they need someone to, I don't know, brain dead play their game, I can do that. Because, like, yeah, I mean, the root of the issue is the system as it is right now has yeah, it has split the audience into a point. We'll go for power here. It's split the audience to the point where broadcasts are getting broadcasts get very little back from the actual co-streams. So the audience has been split. We'll go for the Mile Championship. That's actually a really good one for us to go towards. That's good timing for us to get a bad training, actually. The audience is split, which has ended up kind of underpowering the force of a broadcast, right? Where actually you can kind of align people onto certain marketing things or onto narratives and build people towards stuff. That's true. Yeah, Mecha, you're not wrong with that. I probably shouldn't comment on it because, but I mean, it's pretty easy to guess what I think about that, right? But I shouldn't comment on that. This might be a mistake. Late start's not helpful either. Corner out. Okay, we got both of our skills in there. Nice, not even close. Wow. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you're not wrong about that whole situation. You're not wrong about that. I cannot remember what this is. Oh, this is Energy Up event. I didn't even realize this was the Energy event. Nice. Is there any other big race we can do? No. Oh. Weirdly, this might actually be better just for the Hot Topic bonus on that. And it does give us speed and power too. This is actually probably the best thing we can do here. Well, no, I guess we could have gone to the other ones just to raise the level of the training, but... is there any good training this one? Not training races? No, it's all long races at this point, isn't it? Ilg! But yeah, like, I hope you can understand the nuance. Oh, we didn't get enough fans. Shit. We didn't get the extra skill points there. That's a bit annoying. Get the stats, I guess. Yeah, but I hope you can see there's actually a fair amount of nuance to all of this stuff going on. Fair amount, anyway. Where I don't... Look, I think it is... You know, it's right to criticize the system. I think that's correct to do so. However, it's not as simple as that. If you... Hang on, what a second. What did we just get there? What did we just get? What did we just get? What did we just get? I have no idea what that is. What did we just get? I have no idea what that is. Okay, whatever. It's just energy up by 20. That's fine. That's all good. All good. Fine. I ended up watching more LPL when the official stream ended, oddly enough. It's nice to watch the teams play more than once a week like the LCS. I mean, part of it will be... Hang on, sorry, I haven't taken this other thing down as well. Part of it will also be, like, just... Part of it weirdly being marketing in terms of that... I think what you'll see is, like, in a year or two, LPL numbers will have really gone down. Because initially, there'll be a burst... yeah, I saw Mecha. Yeah, it's all good. Initially... you know, there's going to be some blowback in terms of, wow, we need to support the LPL because the broadcast is gone. So there's got that short-term kind of support for it, but we'll see how long that lasts. We should really talk about the draft, though. A lot of our regular OPs are are gone. Top Esports first picked the Scion. They banned it away on red side last game. WE locking in Shinzao. I don't like WE playing stuff like Ambassador comps that much. Honestly, I don't like seeing Cube on bruises as much. Tanks are more my favorite thing for him. The Cassante's better for him, really. Top Esports looking for a front to back, but what do you do in terms of that front to back in terms of your carries? Lucian very strong in laning phase. Of course, you can go towards something like the Lucian Braum. There's already double melees locked in. And now without the Nico, do you have to go with something like Karma? But if you're Karma, then you'll have Ezreal banned away. If you go Ezreal, you have the Karma banned away. So you're going to have some of your bot lane kind of answers into the Braum denied here now. Even if you lock in something like an Alistar, which is a comfort for Vampire, this is already a much worse draft for WE. The Aurora has some ways onto the backline, onto the Lucian. Cube started out as a carry-ish player. Wasn't he super good on Mord right after the rework? He was also a very good Jax player. There was a point early in 23 spring where I thought he was a top 4 top laner within LPL. For a while. His Renekton Gnar Jax mastery was really, really good at that point. He's not really managed to live up to that level on WE, sadly. But he has been good at points. I know a lot of people really hate Cube for his current performance on WE. Because, you know, they're covering for the rest of the players on the roster, which they're more fond of, I think. But, yes, Cube has had some issues, but I don't think he's always been that bad a player. Ezreal, Senna both banned away. The Corki's early power, you can still go towards that, but I think that the Corki is less useful in terms of some other parts in the game. Now, the later the game goes, the more you'd prefer to have something like the Ezreal or the Senna, I think. Maybe not the Ezreal. Ezreal's a little bit different. Ezreal's just more powerful in the early game. Rise potential for Cream. Don't think that's bad. Quite a short-range team from WE. Likely to lock in a melee support. Rise does quite well against them. What about Kalista Renata for WE? I did think about that initially, but then playing Kalista Renata is very difficult in the LPL. It's been very low win rate, unless you're top esports, actually. Thank you, Hogan. You're very kind to say that. Appreciate it. Last pick. I mean, the Kiana used to be a Cream special, but I don't think Kiana Jungle's quite ready yet. Is getting buffed? I think. Good night, Blade. And the last pick of that Alistar, just saying, look, it's going into the Braum. Just get it over with. Get out of laning phase. Get into the team fights. And Alistar can also outplay the Jarvan occasionally too. Jarvan not got the best carries to jump into. Not gonna lie. Also not the best matchup into Shinzao. I don't love this Jarvan at all. Cassandra can bring you out of the pit. You're quite good against Shinzao. You're okay against the Alistar, unless someone stood just outside it. Then he'll just combo onto you and get out of the pit. Out of the Cataclysm. I don't like that Jarvan. I don't like it. It's okay engage, but I suppose the early power is fine too, but I don't love it. Top esports, I still think they come away with a better draft than the last game. They have a good front to back. I don't think the tank killing potential from WE is as good as it might need to be. The coach will fist bump. We'll get onto the Rift. Top esports need to go late. I don't think I agree with that. I think Rise Jarvan is very good early game. I think a lot of people undervalue that. Lucian Braum, very good early game. I think top esports have plenty of damage between Rise and Lucian. Nice Ari cosplay in the crowd there. Taking a little while to get into the game. Maybe some issues with peripherals. Yeah, a little bit slow to get on stage here. Typically, yeah, typically we get into game pretty quickly. Imagine there's a peripheral issue or something like that. They're chill on stage. They're chill. Whatever. You know what that means? We've got some time. We've got some time, folks. Hell yeah, we can play some more horse game before they get onto stage. Look, I'm not going to sit here waiting for them to get their stuff ready. You'd do that. Amazing. Amazing. The real esport? You already know it. You already know it. I think we're... Oh, are you kidding me? Denying is it... How annoying is that? Oh well, we'll go away for now. Let's get into game. Took a little while to do it. Reminder, folks, we've got another series even after this one. Let's get off the refs. If we hear on those gyos. Those them there gyos.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Okay, Monkey. Monkey. Q potentially forcing a flash here. Ah, okay, he's still probably flashing anyway. Maybe. Maybe. No, okay, 369. Bad Q from him. Bad Q from 369. That should have been an easy flash or even a kill onto Monkey. 369, bad mistake there. Just hold your Q until he's... You can genuinely force him to flash. That should have been freebie. Not great from him there. Manifesting a W2O? Well, I'm not, because I think I want Top Esports to not be fraudulent. I mean, you know, it's a hard ask. And, I don't know, I've had, like, WE fans in my chat for forever blazing them for the wrong reasons, which I don't know, it gets to me after a while. I'm like, you know what? You've turned me against your team by doing this, so I hope you're... Hang on a second, using the Vigilance passive, the heal, punts away, but the trade's already somewhat done. W move speed helping Jaculov get into that. Hang on a second. Vampire might have to flash here still. Great damage coming onto him. One more thing. The barrier used for the Vigilance. I think Jaculov, if he popped the barrier, might have been able to kill him. Not quite able to do so. Barrier taken down now. Hung sticking around the back of the lane. Q lands. That's a problem. Flash away from him now. Good trade, level 1. This bot lane just got destroyed. Where is your goat now, folks? He's a coward, but where is your goat now? He's in base. He's been forced back early. Do they go for a level 2 dive? Flash force to the cube. That's a massive stun coming through. Hung might die for it. We'll see. Doesn't even die. Great dive. Jaculov and Hung destroying Vampire and Taeyun. Massive bot diff here in the early levels. Jeez, man. Jaculov, the only remaining summoner in bot lane as well. Has that flash. No other summoners in bot side. First kill going towards Jaculov. Wait, he did buy a longsword and learned refill pod. I think the item took a little while to update that. What do you think the current cause of the... What do you think the cause of the top teams, top LPL teams being weaker than the top LCK teams is right now? But the LPL teams seem to have more stronger overall teams like the top foreign team. Sorry, I'm not trying to read... I'm trying to read that properly. I think the wording's a little bit strange. But why do you think that the top LPL teams are worse than LCK right now? Jungle support. I think jungle support in LCK is much, much better. Their objective setup is much better. I think that the carries of LPL are actually fine compared to LCK. We've seen, you know, we've seen Knight do godlike things, right? He's diffed Faker at Worlds for... Look, most of World Finals, Knight was diffing Faker. Then obviously game 4 and 5 happened. But that doesn't just erase the first 3 games, right? But I think really, I think 2v2 strength is much stronger in LCK. I think that Elkanon are a very coin flipping in 2v2. They're not consistently stronger than them in that. And then I think jungle support and overall play around objectives is much worse from LPL compared to LCK. Which I think LCK have been much better at playing around objectives than LPL for a while. That includes stuff like the Atacon. Even in game 5, it was basically one mistake from Knight. Are we just gonna forget, like, On hit, like, you know, On only hit 5 skill shots the entirety of game 5, I'm pretty sure it was. 5 skill shots in the entirety of that game, pretty sure. And also, I mean, we forget stuff like the game 4, Elk walking up and getting solo killed by Faker by overstaying on Ziggs, completely throwing the game. I think Elk was actually quite poor in those World Finals, sadly. My Roman Empire is how G2 was one team fight away from eliminating that BLG. True, and weirdly enough, Elk's Ezreal, he missed like 5 Qs in that fight. Despite people glazing that fight, he was actually not fantastic on it. Q pushing in that bot side, hitting level 6. Back into this game, of course. Good ganking towards mid lane. Karras completely blasted. Kanavi, good angle. Time efficient gank. Doesn't waste that much time there either. Cube ulted on bot side, I presume, to stop 369 from getting himself under that turret as well. Q's going to get some CC under the turret. Cube will die. Not die, rather. Hang on a second. What's going to happen here? Kanavi doesn't have level 6. Can't follow forward that much. Wave will be cleared up by 369. I was wondering... Sorry, Cube will tank turret is what I meant. 369 will die. My words failed me there a little bit. Cube. Yeah, of course, a lot less tanky in that all-out form. Ult from Sion towards bot side. So WE don't... The thing is, WE don't even get to deny a wave from 369. They deny like half a wave at best. And that's why there's not actually, you know, a huge difference between him and Cube in terms of gold right now, despite the assist going to the side of Cube. Yeah, I think Zeref's actually right there. Like, I know that obviously T1 walks away with the finals win. They were, you know, they won the tournament. I do think that Knight was the best player at Worlds, folks. I do genuinely think he was the best player at Worlds. And if you'd like to discuss that, that's the kind of thing which you have to go back and VOD review and bring your examples, because I have done that. I think genuinely Knight, given the fact they had a dysfunctional team, still, even at that point, BLG was actually quite poor at objective setup and stuff like that. Knight was so damn good. It made the difference, right? And Chovy wasn't the problem last Worlds either. I think that Knight was actually incredible last Worlds, folks. Yes, Faker, fantastic. Hang on a second, jumping forwards level 6. They know Taeyan and Vampire are there. There's summoners onto Taeyan and Vampire. W used by Jaculov. Great damage from him. No, it wasn't just in lane, Zareth. Just in terms of, yeah, in general, I think Knight was the most valuable player at Worlds. And then obviously game 4 and 5, Vintage Faker showed up. Fantastic stuff. But even with that in mind, I think across the entire series, Knight was still better than Faker, I think, across all 5 games. He was incredible. I remember he was solo killing the heck out of him at points. This bot... Oh my god, look at the CS difference between Taeyeon and Jakulov. 30 CS lead at 8 minutes. Oh my god, Jakulov. Taeyeon and Vampire have been destroyed by this. The last pick of the Alistair not helping them in laning phase at all. First grub taken by top esports. Level 6 hit by Jakulov. Monkey does have knockup. And Jakulov was afraid of the flash dash in there for the knockup into a combo. 1 for 1 in terms of grubs. Sion coming into the play. There are a couple of flashes to use. Great curving the bullet there from 369. Ends up getting a great CC combo in, and the dunk comes after. Karras trying to get himself onto Jakulov. Jakulov going low, but he's not dead yet. Vampire not dead yet either. Cream has a little bit more damage to bring in, and Jakulov is taking so long to die. He will go down eventually. And I think the fight goes the favor of WE, actually. Flash forward, the shotgun double kill for Karras. Ends up being a 3 for 2. Top esports losing the play that they start. So how the heck did that happen? Karras got a huge play in. Taeyeon, good damage from him onto Cream. Not sure how Top Esports ended up losing that one. It was a good combo onto Cube. Thought the front line would disintegrate. Vampire didn't have level 6. He was down XP. How did Top Esports lose that play? Guess we'll see in this. So... Cream is really low HP at the start. That doesn't help, actually. It's only damage onto the Cassante. Monkey gets his ult in. Karras gets his ult onto multiple people. Oh, Cube gets to just survive anyway. So all the damage onto the Cassante means nothing. Fucking Cassante, man. Hey, Sam. You're on train back down to London? Eugh. I think you have to cap all caps at Sam, by the way. But I guess you're on a phone, so it won't show up on your phone anyway, because you don't get 7 TD on it. Even-ish in terms of gold now. Jakulov did walk away with a kill from that. Taeyeon didn't, so the bot diff still remains. Now, Taeyeon and Vampire might have just solo lost WE the game off of their laning performance, sadly. See whether Top Esports can actually do something about that, of course. Karras being this fed makes a difference. 369 also 2 and 2, doing quite well for himself, actually. Dragon has spawned. No one's taken the first dragon, so he's still been there all this time. Good CC chain. Flash away from 369. Doesn't want to get queued back into the turret. Cube actually playing quite well here. Again, a lot of people like to blame Cube for all of WE's issues. I don't think that's actually particularly fair. Teleport coming in from Karras. They have to peel off this dragon. Now, it's not going to fully reset either. Sion could ult into the play, but he's only half HP, can't do so. WE get themselves a good teleport in there. Great offensive teleport from Karras. Now, it does end up leaving the 2 grub rise to take turret plates. Is that... That might be a mistake from WE. Top Esports, I mean, bad vision control. Briggs and I can get a Q out of here. Nice. How much damage? Ooh, good ult coming through as well. Could force the ult out of Karras. Damage onto him. Hang on, the dunk can kill him. Wow, they just slaughter him. He did not expect the damage coming out of the Jarvan. Great combo out of Fog of War from 369. And Kanavi. Karras gets dunked. Can't play the game. And while all this is happening, you know, Cream managed to push in to get a plate or 2 in top side. He's still 1,000 gold behind on Karras, but he gets himself slightly back into the game. Yo. I agree, Sion. I agree. Vampire holding the wave for Karras. Nice for him to do so. Karras lost a wave or 2 earlier, of course, from that death. Jakulov still has himself Oh, hang on a second. Good jump forwards there. The problem with Vampire staying so long to hold the wave is means that he can't protect Taeyun in mid lane. That's actually so weirdly enough, Taeyun ends up getting chunked out like that because Vampire held the wave bot lane. Obviously not good communication between Vampire and Taeyun to let Taeyun know that he's not safe to walk up on mid lane. The power of Lucian is, of course, getting to jump forwards at you in mid lane when he knows he's safe to do so. 369 potentially... What was that sound? Aurora saying things. Wibble. Shield blocks out the fast bomb. God, Tane's so far behind comparatively. You know, the Cork is meant to be an early game powerhouse. Not really managed to do so. I suppose it's only 500 gold, but it's 500 gold almost entirely in terms of farm, right? Which is actually quite significant. Level 9 hit them. Tane at least keeping up in terms of XP. 1,000 gold lead to 369 despite Cube's good earlier team fight, by the way. Got that kill onto Karis. No, he didn't get that kill. The kill actually went into Jarvan. He got the assist, though. Wait, Jeje just joined FPX? Are you kidding me? What? Wait. Jeje has joined FPX. What? I mean, okay. All right, I guess. Well, Jeje at least gets himself a team to play with, but... Damn, Jeje's been bounced around a couple of different rosters now, hasn't he? Sucks for him. Hasn't made things work on IG for himself, sadly. Went from EDG to IG, now to FPX. So Jeje has officially joined Fun Plus Phoenix. Well, that's some news for you. You heard it here first. Thank you there, Moon Knight by Night. Ooh, good culling again. Taeyun not being supported very well. Now, this is interesting, because I actually had previously criticized WE for not playing side lanes very well, and instead giving too many resources to Taeyun in mid lane. This is the opposite. They're trying to play through side lanes, also, once again, might I add, unsuccessfully. But now they're leaving Taeyun out to dry because he's not individually strong and Vampire's not continually in his lane. I actually think Vampire has chosen the wrong times to go to side lanes because he's not there while the wave is crashing in. Taeyun does need a little bit of help when that wave's crashing in. Obviously he does against that Lucian. I think that Vampire and Monkey... this is the thing, right? I know there are a load of WE fans in my chat and whatever. This is what you don't... When you're glazing them for the great plays, awesome, you should do. That's great. It's very fun to watch. This is the stuff you need to criticize. The fact that Vampire and Monkey are not protecting mid lane, and now Taeyan's lost how many waves to mid lane? You know, he's down 30 CS again to Jackalow after recovering some of that. That's actually due to Vampire and Monkey. Teleport in. This is from the Cassante. Herald's being started. Silence coming in. Can they win the fight? This is where the flash comes through from them. Can they get that big team fight they need? Where is that big team fight? They said they've been focusing on it. Good combo over the wall from Vampire. Stolen by Kanavi. Vampire gets a combo into the backline. He'll live, but I don't think it's going to be the engage which they needed. Jackalow jumping forwards, and Monkey goes down. A trip over the wall. Nothing beats a Cassante holiday, apparently. 369 will teleport back over. Cube flashing forwards. They see an angle here. Karis is very, very strong. Misses the Q3. 369 should die here. Toppy is also, I think you just have to back off. Don't take this too far. Cullen comes back off a cooldown, though perhaps that's the play which they need. Vampire gets himself under headbutt, but no pulverize. The Q's not bad, but the Herald saves Jarvan. Kanavi uses that, and a double tap from Jackalow might be able to kill Taeyun. Needs one last bit of damage, goes down to the Corki. Karis a little bit more damage. Karis cleaning up the killer body rabbits. But the sharp pointy teeth will make it into, what, a 3-for-3 all in all. WE lose the Herald, though. Was used midway through that fight as an escape tool, not going to be used to take down a turret. Messy team fight. Herald will get some value in top lane. How does this start? It starts with WE taking the Herald, rather tanking the Herald and then trying to go for a combo over the wall. It's not bad from Vampire in terms of getting himself into frontline position. The steal is good. Takes a ton of damage off a Monkey. The dunk is bad, I will say. It's only onto a Cassante. Gets very little value. This is our problem with the Jarvan. We thought it wouldn't get that much value. Real credit for Cube to realize that the fight can still go on. Flashes over and realizes, look, we can actually still fight. Can't quite get the Q3 onto any really good target hit. But he's still, in all out, still getting good value down. Flag drag misses from Kanavi. That's not great. Vampire gives him... I don't know. Not great from Vampire. If he'd actually held that combo a little longer, would have made the difference. And Jaculov can't... He cancels the auto attack there. He, in fact, puts a movement command in. If he just auto attack moved, I think he would have killed that. Actually, a smite kill from Kanavi to finish off that last one there. 9 to 8 in terms of kills. Almost a kill a minute here, folks. One shy of it. 369 misses that knockup. 3,000 gold lead for Team W for Top Esports though. Vampire doesn't have flash. He's dead. He's going to get combo down here. Q over the wall. Vampire, I'm not really sure what you were doing there, but this is not your side of the map. The all-out could have potentially carried someone out. In fact, he can still do. That could be a bit of a problem. No, he dies too. WE go way too far. Tain, not bad damage onto him. Karras coming through, and he's actually quite scary. Good damage onto Hung, and he'll kill off Kanavi as well. Q trying to get the kill with the last auto. Does the burn comes through. Jaculov cancels an auto attack. Cream rather, sorry. Not Jaculov, he's still on the other side of the fight. He's going to try and jump forward as fast as he can. Ult from the Scion will duck him down. Damage onto Taeyun. Jaculov, how much extra damage has he got? One more skill could actually kill him. Needs to be careful from Taeyun. Tops over the Foss Bomb. Double kill for Jaculov. Top Esports, good fight on the bot side of the map. Again, WE just not playing the map very respectfully against the Jarvan. Again, the big team fights you can glaze, but you look at these kind of players when they're trying to move around the map, that's where they're starting to fall apart compared to other teams in Group Ascend. This is where they end up losing games. Like, Vampire, what? I get you have to punt him away, but you shouldn't be there in the first place. You know, this is not your side of the map. They're pushing in. You should know that. You shouldn't walk up like that. He has no flash against the Jarvan. The Alistar will get killed very easily from that. Karras has a good teleport at least to join the play. Actually think maybe he could have gotten out a little easier if Cream had walked a little bit further back to give him a longer range W. Not quite though. Bonk. Milky Way was removed from the official LPL website today. Oh, how interesting. But there's no announcement about it. Well, there's a lot of legal proceedings going on around that, so that doesn't surprise me at all. There's a Shadow Flame from Karras, interestingly, not going towards the either the Bloodletters or the Riftmaker. Vampire still has no flash. He's actually in quite a lot of trouble here. We'll get out with a heal. Colt comes through from the side. But this all starts because Vampire is in the wrong place. He combos forwards now. But he shouldn't have been there. His team trying to bail him out. Jaculov will dash out of the damage from Karras. Hung will die again. But Karras is in trouble this time. Can't hop and Bunny's help his way out of this one. 369, another slow. Realm Warp under the turret, potentially. Used to reposition, not able to do so this time. Vampire actually able to escape just for a little while longer. But not long enough to escape the supermarket shelves. Bream will live with the Seraph Shield. Top Esports skirmishing their way through so effectively with the Jarvan, Braum, Lucian. Who said that Top Esports had no damage? Who said that they needed to get towards late game? I would like to introduce you to Lucian, Braum, and a Jarvan. Yeah, they'll do the early game damage for you. WE have fallen apart in this game too. Their macro, their movements around the map have been very disrespectful of Jarvan, of Braum, of the Realm Warp being able to collapse as well. Yeah, Scion, throw him on there too. 2,000 gold advantage. Early game Scion damage can actually be very, very impactful. WE should have just let Vampire die the last 2 times. He was out of position. Let the cow die. He's gone for the redemption first. It's been a more common thing for our supports. But again, if you are a Vampire Glazer, if you're a WE Glazer, and again, you absolutely should support your teams. I full-heartedly agree with that. And that's a cool thing to see as the things supported that. You do also need to criticize them for overextending like this. Their jungle support, when a game gets a little bit behind, when the game gets a little bit out of their control, fall apart like this. Vampire will die, get slammed into the dirt by the Scion. WE, they have not been able to match their game 1 fortunes. Destroyed in laning phase through bot lane. Destroyed through jungle support macro across the map after. It has not been pretty from Team WE. I said this is an early game comp, but I weirdly still felt like they don't have that much damage. Again, Ryze has plenty of damage. Lucian has plenty of damage. I think this team's got plenty of damage where you need it. Jaculov walking across the map now, taking away some Raptors. 7,000 gold ahead. WE, you know, real credit to Karras and Cube actually having a pretty decent game for themselves. I know that now. Cube's now down a ton of gold and whatever, but Cube has actually been fighting very effectively. actually think Cube's had a decent game on the K'Sante, trying to be that front line. You know, the fight around the Herald, the fight around the... there was one fight before that, just there too. Full push-up on the map. There's one ward deep into red side from WE. Dragon will get taken by top esports. No contest from WE. They have no gold to fight with, really. Now, they do have gold onto their mid lane. Cream being down 1,000 gold is actually a huge problem. Now, I know it's because of 8 kills onto the side of Karis. Cube trying to get some value onto 369. Will W unstoppable Pathmaker his way back. I don't know if I would like this team if they weren't a little bit bad. That's true. There's something quite charming about this team, isn't there? Despite the fact that they do have quite glaring flaws, they can make some good plays out there. Karis on a flank. Perhaps that could be the flank which they need. How much time can they buy for him to turn him? Enough, apparently. He's off vision. How much value can he get? Good ult, but it doesn't hit Jackulov. Jackulov dashes out of it. Good reaction timing on the Lucian. Kanavi comes back to peel into the front line, and the flank from Karis is not supported by WE. Karis, he's going to get some damage down. He's going to get slapped by the Scion once again. Karis, the flank is a good angle, but W can't find the engage, and it will be a clean ace for top esports. Not a single death. WE slapped about in this second game. 10,000 gold advantage to top esports. Pushing in towards those towers. A teleport out onto the map from 369 once more. WE can't deal with the early damage of the Lucian Braum, with the early power of Braum, Jarvan, you name it. The Scion as well. 369 critical in every fight. Hard to choose an MVP for this one. Perhaps Jackulov. Perhaps 369. One of the two. WE, either way, falling to the hands of them both. Emotes show at the Nexus. WE get dragged to another 3-game series. It almost seems like Vampire isn't sure of his role in any given fight. He's capable of making plays, but sometimes he needs to play safe or be in mid lane protect his AD. He just doesn't know it. That's very true. I think that Vampire indexes into the flashy plays quite a lot, and he's very good at them. And it's a very entertaining player to watch. However, if you watch him in games where he needs to actually be disengaged a bit more of a front line, sometimes he can struggle to fill that role because he likes to go forwards. He doesn't like to stand on his carries nearly as much. Right, okay, folks, if you'd like to support us, please click through on the QR code. My name's Nymaera. We try and bring official broadcast of the LPL or an official style of broadcast to you whenever we can because we think the LPL deserves that. Sadly, the LPL no longer has an official broadcast. This is the best you got, folks. And if you don't like it, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Many people do, though. And also, there are lots of other streams out there, too. Maybe you can, yeah. Don't know why I said that. Many people enjoy it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, let's go. Full refresh. Cool. Let's get into our thing. Let's go put some adverts on. I do need a coffee at some point. Okay. This is stamina. Stamina and energy up. What's the other one? Best foot forward. Which one's that? What's the other one do? Power Guts, Beeline Burst. I actually want to do Beeline Burst. I actually think that's better here. Even though it's energy down, it's... Yeah, this is actually quite a good skill. On the whole, anyway. We do want to get to 1,100 power. Does Reddit unironically love Vampire? No, they actually do. There's, and that's why yeah, I don't know. I'd like... LPL post-match threads are very strange sometimes. They are very strange. This is Daitaka Helios, is it? Or whatever. What's their name? Daitaka Helios. Yeah, they do really like him, but he's also been kind of really shit in some games when they don't call him out for it, you know? Energy up or... we will go for the energy. They don't like the Shy and IG either. Yeah, I mean, Reddit's a hive mind, right? So it's not always going to be the same people saying the same things, but yeah. Do we have any skills we want from this? I think people are unwilling to accept that IG are actually a top team now because they weren't for a lot of the rest of the year, but they are now, actually. Each lead is okay. Front runner straightaways already have one in. We don't want any of those. We're going front runner stuff. What do I want from this? I mean, this is not... No, I mean, this is not actually useful. This is okay. Where's B-line burst again, actually? Straight out. This is actually okay. This is fine as well. The great thing about back-action campaigns is they're very short races, so they're very easy to watch. So they're all sprints and miles. I think it's like back-action actually came from a family of long-distance runners. Nice up. My struggles are with Rice Shower and King Halo. King Halo runs every distance. Yeah, King Halo's campaign is... I do actually have an undefeated King Halo campaign because I rolled really, really well. With Rice Shower, you need to get a lot of stamina. You're all mediums and longs. If you can borrow a max Super Creek, it makes a lot of difference if you don't have that. Particularly for your 6th goal, the Spring Tenno Show, you do need either 600 stamina or a gold recovery skill and a little bit less than that. I think rule of thumb is that's... meh, whatever. I should really start Uma Musume. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. I will say, I will say, like, the earlier you start at the better, because you don't want to miss out on events and stuff. Actually, is Gold Chip Week still running? Maybe not, actually. Yeah, start just before an event. Dracula gets the MVP. He was very good. He was very, very good at... Yeah, Gold Chip Weeks ended. Yeah, because basically the events give you like a ton of ability to... Is there another race we can do, maybe? How many have got 100? Ah, we got enough things. So. Yeah, that's our first sleep before I did the thing. No. No, I misclicked. No, why would I try... hand stiff. Why? Sure, we'll do the Victoria Mile. I'm bad at League of Legends. Laugh at the streamer. They are bad. I've heard Umusume's annual revenue is in the billions. For reference, that's more than League. Most gachas will have that. I'm pretty sure one of the big things which really, like, rocked Sony, and one of the reasons why Sony is in a, like, really weird space, is that basically Genshin Impact earned more than all of Sony combined in one of its biggest years. I seem to remember someone saying that before. Yeah, gacha is the way to monetize games in the current era. It sucks, but it is the way that it is. it's what makes, you know, so yeah, it's what makes some of the crazy games like Genshin, not Genshin, like Baldur's Gate 3 so important.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行，
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
Expedition apparently did well too. Yeah, Expedition 33 did very well. Yeah, for sure it did.
上京东搜，
We actually will take that Tokyo race course thing, by the way. We will do that. That's recreation actually. Hopefully we don't get That's not bad. Decent energy up for that event. And we're looking for 1,100 speed. Should we run double races? We should maybe run this race as well. If we're trying to get this to be a good parent run, we do actually want to run this. Hey, Katsaurus, good to see you. It's insane to me that people pay thousands for gacha pulls, but when GTA 6 has 100 price tag, everyone freaks out. That's the way that gachas are kind of very predatory, right? It's actually, it gets you to spend a lot more money over time than you would ever do in one burst. That's the way that deals and subscriptions works. And yeah, it's fairly predatory. I think that gachas should never be marketed to children, ever. I think that it's so predatory. Now, if you're an adult, you should know better, or at least be willing, you know, you should know what you're getting into, right? But I think the real danger is gacha being, and loot boxes and stuff like that, stuff like FIFA, some Call of Duty stuff too. Yeah. No, I play gachas. I play gachas. I mean, I have fallen into that trap. However, for me, the thing about gachas is that it gives me a really good outlet, which isn't League, because they tend to be very good kind of just grind content, where I can keep at them for a very long time.
可能也是队员加上教练帮助吧。下一场对阵 WBG， 我觉得他们整体队伍的话，
No diff them Bakashin.
操作起来
Hey, good to see you.
就是打法比较。
You still in Berlin, by the way? We should actually go. We should go get food again sometime. It's been ages. I think Sam's coming back today. If you're around, hang out sometime. It's been ages.
这可能也是他们的优缺点嘛，这个要就是。
I need to actually get out of the house more, just in general. Long interview. Oh, Sam's been saying that too? Well, okay. Just pile it on the invite request then. Kind of want a beeline burst. I mean, Professor Curvature is technically the better skill. We should get that too. Actually, I shouldn't be getting gold skills if I want this to be apparent, because gold skills don't get passed down. It's only the basics ones which do. So if you want the most white sparks and most chance of stuff, you should realistically spread your skill points out. This is a G2, so this should... as we know, folks, G2s are easy. We should know diff for G2. Front runner straightaways. Yeah, I was hoping to get some more front runner straightaway stuff from Kita-san Black, because she has front runner stuff. I don't think she has front runner corners. I think she has front runner straightaways. Just like gifting on Twitch to your favorite streamers, be financially responsible. I couldn't possibly say anything about that. G2 is easy for everyone but Fnatic. Ugh, crazy. W took another game. Gosh, how many 1-2s have they taken? I can check for you quickly if you would like. Okay, WE have played... well, this will be their 12th series. Their 12th series. Let's have a look. They... and WE, where are they? 2-0'd by IG, but they had 2-1 versus Weibo, JDG, AL, Top Esports, FPX, BLG, Weibo again. They 2'd FPX the second time. JDG. So they've had 8. They've had 8 2-1s. Yeah. 8 out of how many total they've had? Wait, no, they've had 12 total. How many did they not have? 1, 2. Oh no, this one will be there too. So they've had 9 3-game series. 9 3-game series. Out of 12 that they've played. So they've had 2... That's ridiculous. I don't know. I guess this team, if it wasn't for Fearless, would actually be a good team. And sadly, they are not. Oh, we're running three in a row. That could be a problem, actually. Occasionally, when you run 3 in a row, you get mood down and stuff like that. Should we go for these? No, maybe not. Don't want to go for that. Sprint's not actually that useful. This is actually okay. Screw it. Huge lead is actually okay at some points. Screw it. Why not? I know it's 3 races, but we have to. And we'll win anyway. It'll be fine. Will I be going to Sweden? No, I'm not going to Sweden. Bluntly, I don't have the money to travel. Also, I kind of got to stick around for visa stuff. I'm not sure if I can leave Germany until I got visa stuff sorted. Which can occasionally be an issue. So I'm not going to be. Plus, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have like that many contacts left in NLC now. I'd like to turn it to an NLC thing. It looks really fun. I'd like to. Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point. When they did it in Nottingham, that's literally my hometown, so I would have really liked to do that. I'd like to get some contacts just in UK League of Legends in general, because I don't really have that much in there. Nice. Good finish. Traveling has gotten so much more expensive over the last couple of years. Yeah, and basically because I've been the one with a tier 1 like casting gig, I've kind of been supporting Sam through stuff, which means that a lot more of my expenses goes towards rent and bills over time, or has done over time. Yeah. Now, do we get the mood down? Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. No, we don't. Cool. Nice. Good job. We will rest. And in fact, we will cast. We will draft. We will draft. One more training. One more sure, we'll do that. Cool. Nice. Looks great. Awesome. Awesome. Great. Good job. Good job, action. Let's get ourselves into the draft. Legit, before COVID, I would fly to the UK for 20 euros. Now it's 100 plus. I know. It's crazy. It's gone absolutely crazy. It has. Basically, what plane companies realize is that they can get people to fly for that cost. And, well, why should they put the cost down now? It's the same thing with the banking crisis back in the early, the early 2000s, mid-2000s. Realized they could cut all the superfluous roles from companies and run them on a skeleton crew for more efficiently. I'll just stay home and play Uma Musume. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's talk about this draft. Trundle gone again. Banned in every single game at this series. Vi. Also been banned every game in the series, actually. Yorick banned away from Cube. Now, Cube doesn't have most of his tank champion pool. There's Ornn left with no Trundle up. Folks, is this a first pick Ornn angle? Is this legit a first pick Ornn angle or something like that? I wonder if it has to be. This Cube's champion pool starting to get very thin on the ground. It could also be a first pick Nautilus angle for Vampire's champion pool. They've done that before. Varus is available. So you kind of have to ban the Varus, right? Orianna banned first pick Varus, easy lock-in. But if they do that, potentially you give over... Oh, Yunara's up as well, and Taina's actually good at that. So now Jaculov goes Varus into the Yunara. You get your choice of that pick there. You go the... Well, you don't need the Varus on 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, on 1, 2. You need it on 3 minimum. They lock in the Annie. Wukong's gone, so you don't have any Wukong. The Varus is easy to lock in on 2. You could have locked it on 3 if you wanted to lock in something something different instead. The Olaf. Now, W play around this occasionally. They need themselves a kind of enchanter for it. But if you do, that's 2 champions which can't escape it that easily. Varus is bad versus Olaf. There's no Braum for top esports, which is typically great versus the Olaf. The Renata's locked in, so they have the Renata for the Olaf. This is not a bad comp. Now, top esports, they need to lock in some kind of disengage. I actually think, call me crazy, I think you lock in Karma right now. Lock in Karma. Get yourself the AoE speed up. That would be what I'd do to it deals with the Renata in laning phase too. Karma right now. Karma right now. That's the play. You want the move speed. You go, in fact, I would go Shurelia's first Karma. Just get the hell out of that. There you go. That actually helps them a lot. Now, Molten Shield and the speed up gives you a lot of ability to disengage. What are you banning now? Galio, anything with hard engage. Because W don't have great hard engage. They need to run at you. You want to ban away hard engage. So that's the Galio gone. What else could you ban away that's actually hard engage from other roles? You could ban away Ornn or pick Ornn. In fact, you might pick Ornn yourself on 4 for 369. They ban away the Ambassador. They would have liked that too, though, is the thing. I think you pick Ornn on 4. So then what else gives you problems? Yone, maybe? Yone, although you'd be going full AD at that point, which is less good. And also Yone's kind of crap into... They ban Ornn themselves? Okay. Do they go Renekton instead then? Or Jax? Something mobile top lane? Is Sejuani playable? Sejuani's not bad here, actually. Yeah, you can just throw an ult and slow down the rest of the team. You have damage from the Varus and the Annie. That's not too bad. You need engage their top esports at some point. You do outrange them, I will say. Renekton banned away. Okay. I guess you can Aatrox for 369. That's not too bad. There's not that much CC for you. Thinking about the Zed into the Olaf, which is not a bad matchup. You can disengage... Okay, I don't know. You can disengage quite well until you poke with your shadows and he just runs at you and you have to jump into the enemy team, which kind of sucks. Thinking about it. They lock in the Zed. Zed into Olaf. Olaf is not going to be able to auto-attack him that much. Yeah, Zed jungle has been a thing in the LPL occasionally. It's dangerous. Gives you some extra damage. Because, I don't know. I think Ahri's quite good here. You need pick potential. You need something to, You're going Shen? I mean, Shen's okay. You get a flash taunt. You're giving counter pick to 369, though. I think Ahri's okay here, too. You need pick potential. You need some magic damage. Honestly, I would go some like Lissandra, you know? But I guess you need to have someone which can lane into the Annie. Blind Shed could be a... Blind Shen could be a problem here. It's okay onto helping your Yunara. The problem is I think that top esports can just outrange your Yunara. The Ahri is locked in. I think this should be a pokes Varus angle, you know. Just go for... I think you go full range. Yeah, go... I think Jace, Gnar, full range. Varus, Gnar, double poke. Disengage with the Karma. The Gnar comes in instead, going towards a split pushing option. It's not like W have great ability to stop them on the split push. This game actually comes down to a lot of Karis. Karis needs to get really good charms. Cube getting himself another tank top laner. We did see some Shen earlier in the year. Flandre was playing it. I think top esports walk away loosely with a better draft. But if they make a mistake, things go wrong very quickly. Very quickly. Top esports choosing not to go towards a more traditional 5v5 setup. Cream was very poor on the Annie the other day. He'll be likely running phase rush and getting the fuck out of fights. Let's get ourselves into that last game, folks. WE, 9 of their 11 total series have gone to 3 games. And they've lost all but one of them. Coaches will fist bump. I think that Karma support really cucks a lot of what this Olaf would like to do. Would have thought W would pick Karma over Renata with the speed up. Well, yes, but then you get Bailout to play around. Karma Renata is typically very, very good. But the hard engage is not really there for W to help lock people down into that. Into the game we go. Loading onto that rift. Gacha Zed skin. Reminder, folks, this is only our second series of the day. We've got one more after this one. Last time Monkey got countered in this matchup, he was a level down and just ran at Shadow, killed him, and proceeded to win the entire game. Yeah, and the last time Kanavi played this pick, he got 1,000,000 kills and didn't do that much with them. They won the game, but it wasn't because of him. Alright, let's get ourselves into the Rift. We'll have some more Gyos. And our last game of this series before we move on to our last one, Weibo versus Invictus Gaming. Nah had walked down to that bot side, placed his own ward in the brush, because I guess seeing that he doesn't need his own one there. W walked towards top side instead to get brush advantage. The Cube. It is poke Varus worth noting, folks, and I think that's quite important. I actually think if Varus went on hit, he'd never be able to auto-attack Shen through the field anyway. And realistically, if he's melee range of an Olaf, it doesn't matter how much damage he's doing, is on hit, he dies. I do think top East will have the better draft than WE. However, Renata Olaf with Ghost is very scary. If top East will miss position, Monkey will run at them and kill them. I don't think you want to trade at auto range against Yunara either. Yeah, most champions don't. However, Varus can beat her in DPS. Varus is very strong low range DPS. Hang on a second. We've got something weird going on. Yunara is laning top side, and instead there's a two-man in bot side instead. Very different from WE. Nara's going to have to lane 1v1 versus the Yunara. This is not a quote-unquote lane swap. This is a role swap. Taeyun is taking the AD carry top lane. We did occasionally see this into Mini Nara in the past. Yunara is a strong 1v1 laner at points. Hits the level 2 early. He didn't expect this. However, Cube is going to be down a lot. See that those prayer beads doing quite well at kind of pushing in and getting the slow. Taeyun gets himself a free level 2. How will top esports respond to this? Now, Zed is going for a full top bot to top clear. There is a chance that Zed gets an early gank onto the Yunara, who has cleanse, not a barrier or anything like that. And if he dies, doesn't have teleport to get back to lane. Zed's first clear is a little quicker than Olaf's too. This is really important, folks. I think Kanavi has an option to go top lane very early, potentially. On the first Mega Gnar timing, if you can... Oh, 369's maybe getting it a little too early, actually. No, he's recalling. He wants to recall, get double longswords, fight for first scuttle. That's the typical Zed thing. But there was an angle there, I think. Being said, the 369's missed a little bit of CS. Misses that house too, which means that he won't get the lower cooldown on that. Might end up losing a... he's going just into mini again now. Monkey's going topside. Renata's coming up now too. Lane swap debuffs have come off and they don't have good enough vision. 369's just gone mini. This is the problem with Kanavi not sticking around topside. He's going to have his rat back cancelled. Monkey will stop this. This is going to be a dead Gnar. Great early game play from WE. 369 needs to somehow get away from this. Cube flashing away on bot side. Teleport coming in from Gnar. Gnar teleporting away from top lane. I think that's actually not a bad decision. Can he get that much done with it? Phase rush from Cream puts him under tower. Not great from him, actually. Full wave zoned off by it from Cube. Cube can teleport onto the other side of the map if he wants to. I think teleporting under turret will get him killed. Not going to lie. Kanavi going mid lane. Misses the shurikens. Cream very, very unlucky to not get more damage down there. But also, can't quite get the kill himself. Q onto that bot side. Arrow not doing that much there. 369 soaking some XP from this bot side. We are into full lane swap territory now. With, this is more like a very start of the year. End of the last one. Kanavi failed to make that play on mid lane as well. Misses shurikens. Did have the passive, but didn't want to take aggro. You take those Krugs very quick at taking camps, of course. Olaf now down towards bot side. We'll see as Krugs go down. This is a strange old game, folks. What's happening in terms of overall CS? Well, Taeyun's getting a lot of bonus here. Gnar's been given some extra advantage on the other side of the map. Shen can now lane effectively here. Top esports, are they going to be able to recoup the farm they lost? 10 CS down on the Varus. Not fantastic for them. That being said, no, 369 is doing quite well in terms of his own XP. Faris will be spotted coming up here now. However, now we get the hot swaps coming in again. Nymaera, Renata heading towards the bot side of the map. Top Esports sending their Varus towards the top side, hoping to maybe catch Taeyeon and Vampire overstaying there, force them into the 2v2 matchup, which they should win. Jungle is ahead from Kanavi. That is important to note as well. Look, Zed farms very, very quickly, and Kanavi's not missed any camps. He's ended up taking a good Krug camp away. Good stun there from Cream. Again, we has gone for that phase rush. We did note that before. Na's not bad versus Olaf either, actually. Quite good ability to get away from him. Yeah, and you can see that Jackaloff really wants to lane up against this Nymaera. I think more likely it's 369 wants to lane up against this Shen. Shen is already down a ton of gold. Stun comes through, but no ult from Cream. Didn't want to spend it there. It's Rod of Ages Ari coming in. Well, I suppose he does need to... I don't know if I like that from Karis. Maybe I would have preferred as like a Zhonya's build later on. Maybe he feels like he needs to... Hang on, does he spot that? There was the ward that just died there. Not sure if they spotted that. Jackaloff now down about 20 CS. They spot the Olaf coming down here. Dragon is alive. W would love to get this one early. Is it going to be an early fight for it? I'd imagine not. Kanavi getting top Scuttle Crab. He's playing for individual advantage. Again, he's going to be 3 camps ahead or so, which is really dangerous to give. He's going to hit 6 early, actually. And you get... Oh, yeah, he gets level 6 just now. He'll walk down. Blue buff spawning right now. He is so ready to fight. Monkey not at the level 6 just yet. In fact, he could look for a level 6 on the bot side of the map. Can be spotted up by control ward left in bot river. Really important to watch where he's going right now. Just casting that shadow onto the blue buff. Won't have that for another 20 seconds or so. Diminishes his ganking potential. Does really need that. So, intricate plan coming through from WE. Pulling it out here in game 3. Kanavi going towards the Gromp as it respawns as well. So yeah, actually, Cream's doing quite well in this laning matchup mid. W not getting the full damage. Bad Q there as well. Carries, oof. Zed will clear the control ward. Will he contest for these Raptors, or are they already going to be gone? Perhaps already there. The tip has dropped in mid lane. No mid lane support coming to this jungle now. Kanavi, steals this away. Goes to the ult there as well. Monkey doesn't have flash. Triple shuriken. Is it enough? It is enough with the column Meek. Kanavi gets the passive auto attack, and it's a solo kill first blood for the Zed, who was just power farmed in the early game. Steals the buff, steals the camp rather. Gets the kill. Kanavi now heading down bot side. Cube does not have level 6 just yet. He doesn't have his ultimate. Not a great ult from Jackaloff. Trying to predict perhaps a flash. Double summoners from Vampire used. One from Taeyeon as well. And now level 6 hit him from Cube. For some reason, Shen wasn't in the Spirit Blossom event. No idea why they didn't choose that. He's here on the Rift here. A late entry. Cube has that level 6 to protect the next dive that comes onto Nymaera. I'm not gonna lie, folks. It's not looking fantastic for WE. You know, Monkey didn't have that summoner. Grubs will be taken by WE. Are we gonna see a contest over this? Perhaps not. Red buff was taken actually by Kanavi because he killed Monkey. Ooh, very close to stealing that, you know. There's no smite now for a few seconds. Kanavi walking over towards Monkey. Gets 1 Q down. Hang on a second. Doesn't have flash. Shenot's coming at Kanavi, my dude. You just walked over here. You have no ult. You have no W. Jumps out. Flash over. A kill on the other side. Kanavi completely ins. Monkey might get ran down, though, by the Gnar. Can Cube save him? In the mid lane, another kill comes through into Taeyeon's pockets and Karis as well. But Kanavi, why the hell did he hop over the wall? What did Kanavi just do? You don't have that W. There was a Shen on the other side. This is why we've criticized Kanavi Zed. Yes, there's good farming power, but he doesn't really understand when the champion's in danger or not, really. Got a great solo kill earlier, but why would he head over? The W cooldown is so long. 369 wasn't mega to peel him off there. What happened on the bot side of this fight? Cream gets a stun onto Karis. Vampire goes low. Karis jumps forwards and gets the charm. That's the big thing there. Hung doesn't have the flash. Used that earlier. Cube gets that kill as he hops over the wall. Zed killing his, I suppose, adoptive brother, sort of. Oh, by the way, Zed and Shen do in fact have they have a passive with each other, by the way. Like a special mission thing. Cube has no flash now, though. Worth noting. Rob will be taken by Kanavi, so 2-1 overall. Kanavi, why did he hop over that wall? Zed player's nightmare, that is. Later into the game, when you have a lot more cooldown reduction points in your W, it's okay. Gold lead. Yeah, not that much anywhere, really, right now. In terms of overall. The overall gold lead's not really going that many places. Yeah, they have... Yeah, they actually have a side quest. Yeah, they do. I want to say... I can't remember what it actually gives. But it does give some extra stats. It's not as powerful as, say... The most powerful one in the game is probably Aurelion Sol Smolder. So if it happens at the right time, you can get like 60 stacks out of it. Shen's passive cooldown reduction. Right, okay. I think it only happens later into the game. I don't know whether if it's happened just yet. $500 gold lead for 369. Going towards either the Triforce or the other thing. Black Cleaver first item. Quite worried that Monkey's 0 and 2. Having said, Taeyeon's been very good on the Yunara. He's currently 2 kills up himself. Cream at 0 and 1. Kill over towards Karis. Doesn't have the Dark Seal, so doesn't get extra value from that. I thought Kar Rengar was the strongest. It is very strong, but basically Smolder and Aurelion Sol can give each other loads of stacks. You can get like 60 stacks on Smolder or Aurelion Sol at the right kind of point, which is insane. I'd say that's the most important one on the whole. Monkey doesn't have Ghost. Does have the bailout. Stun comes through onto him. Flash Charm. Creep, you shouldn't have been there. You just shouldn't have been there. Kanavi could still jump forwards, though. Jumping forward from Karis again. Has one last ult charge. Could look for something. Does Kanavi want to outplay it? Vampire, low HP. I think they can play this now, you know. They don't have that much go buttons left. The charm does land. Jackal lands some damage back. Taeyeon jumping forwards. Kanavi, where is your ult? Jumping onto Taeyeon. Doesn't have flash. Will go down into the bailout, but he will get killed by the Gnar. 369, Kanavi still in there. Shen trying to get that shield through and will get it. Kanavi has flash. The taunt will miss. And Top Esports lose the fight 2-1, but they do get Taeyeon down. I think Top Esports just sitting around waiting to get charmed. This is not good play from them overall, but I suppose the health bars are now very, very low. Kanavi can get himself onto that dragon. Cream will teleport back out onto that map, and Karis does not have himself an ultimate. He's in fact going to be zoned off with a cannon here, annoyingly enough for him. I actually wonder whether Top Esports can stick around for that dragon right now. I mean, Zed is very quick at taking them with a little bit of help. We'll walk over towards it. Not going to take it just yet, though. What happens here? You know, initially, folks, you're stunning an Olaf for one. That's one thing. Charm Flash, you don't have Flash yourself. The Tibbers very nearly provides a body block target, but Karis flashes over it to make sure it will land. Then right here, Karis, I mean, just got another Charm landing. They walk around it. I mean, guys, you know what Ari does, right? Cream, not fantastic from him. Hung, not even fantastic from him too. Taeyeon very nearly getting that kill. Not quite able to do so. 369 gets charmed out of his ult as well. If he gets his ult there, that would have been a much different fight. Can't quite do so. Still 800 gold ahead. Has a Triforce completed now. He will be a split push threat versus the Shen. You can't do much in terms of hitting the turret for free because he can taunt you under the turret. Jack will have a little bit of gold behind. Taeyeon popping that move speed. Now, what Kanavi will really want to do is, at some point, use his shadow to the side or backwards. And at that point... Hang on a second. Kanavi does have his shadow up. Flash for the handshake. Okay, good damage onto him. Getting away from the redemption. Vampire may go down to the mark. Bailed out comes through. Vampire's burning out, and Kanavi will get himself the kill. Taeyeon jumps forwards, gets himself a 1v2 solo kill onto the bot side of the map. Cream will trade the Tibbers back. Monkey quite low. Not going to be able to do that much. Taeyeon, the 1v2 onto Jackal and Hung. Really showcasing the power of the Yunara here. It's a full Ionian derby hit. Shen, Ari, Yunara, and the Zed on the other side as well. Throw in Varus and Karma. Ton of Ionian champions about the place. Dragon finally goes down to WE. Only 1,000 gold ahead, but I suppose at 14 minutes in, it's pretty good. So what happens here? I mean, Kanavi tries to use his shadow. Doesn't use it that effectively. Crazy damage, though. Avoids the redemption. He doesn't avoid the redemption damage. That's actually a mistake there from Kanavi. You can avoid the redemption damage. Right here. See that Karis jumps forwards, gets himself a kill on the board. Vampire still dies, and this is the 1v2 on the other side of the fight. Hung's had a bad game, folks. Honestly, he's not had a great series on the whole. Goes forward for the root, does get it down to Taeyeon, but then for some reason, walks too far forwards again and provides a Q scatter target. What happens here? I mean, yeah, he just ends up giving a Q scatter target. The bot lane gets baited in. I think Top Esports maybe should have just left Kanavi to his own devices. Does have a 700 gold lead, but I think there is a problem now where Olaf does have a Renata and a Shen shield on top of him. He's going to be quite hard to take down. Kanavi, I do wonder whether he should go for something like a Death Stance. I do wonder. Did Hung really miss all of the Qs he threw out? That's kind of bad. 1.5 gold lead to 1.5k gold lead to Karis now as well. 4 kills on this Ahri. We did say we wanted a good game out of him. He has been a good initiator. It's been a big part of that. Top Esports, no flash on Jack 11 Hung or Kanavi as well. It's kind of important. Hung, rather, I suppose. Karis. How's that level 11? Is that Rod of Ages taking over? I guess it is. Hang on a second. Ult into that wall. Might be able to force the ult here, actually, if he's lucky enough. Will do. Redemption coming up. 369 has flash. Will flash away, so ult for flash, all things said and done. No ult now. Cream, maybe should have flashed yourself. Does he have phase rush? Well, we might need it. Taeyeon starting to rip through the damage. Monkey goes down. 1 for 1 so far. Taeyeon gets himself 1 in there too. It's only the support gone down to the Karma. Double kill towards that Karma now as well. Top Esports, they're not fighting well. Cream not flashing in that play, giving a triple kill to Taeyeon. Top Esports are fighting worse than WE. The team which knocked them out of playoffs last split, perhaps returning as Kryptonite. Kanavi, bad shadow from it too. The potential of a a taunt flash under turret. What is Cream doing? 0 and 3. Awful game on the Annie. Another blemish on this mid laner's record. The start of this year when he won his first title back in winter, we were thinking, well, he's been waiting for this for a while. Perhaps he can showcase him as a top-tier mid laner. And I just don't think that's been the case. I think he has been one of the weakest points of Top Esports. 369, good on him to get the ult for free. The Rod of Ages Ahri actually needs that a lot. But what is Cream doing here? What does Cream realistically think is going to happen? Now, the Charm isn't flashed into. Loses most of his HP. And Taeyeon gets the free fight because Cream is not able to slap the CC back onto him. Well, Karma's dead. Herald has been picked up by Zed. But he can't pick up the eye. He secures the objective, but can't secure the actual pickup of the eye. So W deny that as well. So what happened here? I mean, did Hung just get charmed again? He waits for... Okay, so he tries to get the root, gets the flash out of Karis. Right, okay, gets the flash out of him. I guess they're trying to use the fact that Ahri... had used the ult earlier. Hadn't got that much defensiveness. Monkey has ult, has Ghost. There is no Shen ult right now. Vampire's behind him. We're going to red buff. They could kill him here. You spot him out. Do they know that Renata's behind them? Great damage coming through if Kanavi. Bailout comes through. How much damage have they got? Not enough. Kill onto the Olaf. Shen ult not up just yet. They're not killing the... Oh, hang on a second. That's the Tibbers coming through. Wow, that's a lot of damage coming through. Taeyeon, can he get himself the kills he needs? I'm not sure. A lot of damage onto the Charm, giving him some time to rip, roll, and fire. Kanavi gets the kill back onto him, and that'll be a shutdown almost certainly. Kanavi gets a lot of damage down, and that's some good damage onto them. Closing a ton of the gold lead, and while all this is happening, 369 is on top side, threatening Cube. If Cube had stopped to defend the turret, he wouldn't have been in a position necessarily to teleport back in. Tower goes down. The feats of strength already over to WE, but Top Esports close the gold gap. So this is the play where Hung died. Herald was being taken. Hung doesn't have flash, chooses to position himself next to a wall and dies. Not a great series from Hung. Not really. Gets blasted out. I think the Karma is very good for the comp later on. Right here, Eclipse goes in. Great damage from the Tibbers. Yeah, I mean, you do get the ult coming through from Vampire, but there's only one champion nearby which you can hit, which is the Olaf. So he doesn't hit his teammates, he just hits the Olaf faster. Taeyeon flashes over, gets 1 kill. Wait, does he? Hang on a second. Does he get anything there? I mean, he only gets the kill because of the charm. Karis is the only person who's really hitting skill shots here, man. Dragon is available. W trying to get themselves to Soul Point. If they get Soul Point, that's huge for them. Charm out of Fog of War. Misses. Cream's here on the flank. There is a Shen ultimate. Teleport in. I think it's a little bit late on the teleport. We're looking for a teleport now. Oh, that's very deep from Monkey. Do they have the Shen ultimate enough? Ult's coming through. I think Kanavi's gone too deep. Good damage. Has the bailout got enough? No, it hasn't. They don't manage to save their jungler. They don't manage to save anything. Top Esports take the dragon. They take the kills. Cube rooted on the bot side, and it's not a very strong Shen. WE fumble the team fight. Top Esports take the lead. What a throw from WE. Monkey goes in, and he is not tanky at all. Smoke, mirrors, and shadows. Kanavi outplays, somehow survives the fight. Top Esports, huge team fight from them. Stop the Drake stacking. Monkey goes in well too deep. Atakan goes down as well. No throw around that. I'm sorry, folks. That's the game. You needed to get an early lead. 3,000 gold lead now to the Zed. This Olaf is not tanky, and I don't care if you have a bailout and a Shen. You're not doing enough. That is the game. So they tanked the dragon. I thought that maybe Top Esports were approaching a little too soon. Monkey tries to run through the CC, and he does. But he does not get invulnerable to anything. Ult goes on to Vampire, which I'm a little surprised about. But, you know, damage comes through. Kill Vampire very, very quickly. Can't bail out 2 targets. Meganar comes in, and WE, they don't get themselves the pick. Monkey is not immune to damage. He is immune to CC. Nothing beyond that. Not nearly enough to see things through. Last kill goes towards Gnar. Double kill to him in the fight. 4,000 gold lead to Top Esports now. 2.5 items on Kanavi, who's going towards likely to be Edge of Night coming up next. Actually, we'll see. We'll see. I'll go towards Ghostblade, actually, for the move speed. We'll see. Wait, hang on. No. I'll tell you what it is. It's the Serpent's Fang. He wants to get through the Shen shield, which makes sense. I keep forgetting that item exists, and it's actually very good here. 369 will spot Cube coming over. 369, 2,000 gold lead himself, by the way. This is the risk of running something like a Shen blind pick. You can get split pushed into the dirt. Gnar is very, very good against this champion. Boomerang is good poke. You never really have to clear waves against him. You can't really ever trap him into kills either. Just hops away. Ari's gone for the Rod of Ages into the Cosmic Drive. I mean, Cosmic Drive is kind of shit nowadays, folks. Not gonna lie. Just go Horizon Focus, man. That's a bad build. I really don't think that's the play. WE, another 3-game heartbreak. Game 1, really good. Game 2, really, really bad. In Game 3, the start of it was okay. I think the draft is overcooking. Even with the Nymaera, I think it's, yeah, a hard draft to play out. Nymaera is very strong right now. Not even enough here. I really don't like the second item from Ari. Also, no Dark Seal. This is the kind of game where you can build tankier, just go for your Liandry's, not Liandry's, your Medjai's as your kind of damaging item, I suppose, and the rest of it is kind of more about utility. Didn't do that. Bad mistake there from Karis. He's actually mechanically played out the Ari well, but I think the build path hasn't helped. On the other side, you know, yes, you have Pope Varus is behind, but he'll always provide value. Pope Varus is very hard to deny from the game. Ult there just to clear a bit of the wave. 369 running out of his Mega now. Teleport into this bot side. That's an Annie. Won't get too much. Okay, so, well, won't get too much Monkey on that side. Red buff stolen away. This is one of the problems about playing against a team like Top Esports when they get ahead. Very, very good at stealing away your jungle camps as well. And this is going to be a very anemic Olaf. Potential of a taunt. No, potential of a taunt coming through on 369, but and they just don't have hard CC. Not really. Kanavi, not ulting there. Gets good damage onto Karis, though. Serpent's Fang, as we said, present and available. Ari forced to back off. Not forced to ult, importantly. They would really like to get that ult. There's a long cooldown when you're building the Rod of Ages build. No Malignance. Does have Dark Seals. Not Dark Seal. Ultimate Hunter stacked up, which is, what, an extra 30? Or something like that. 40 ability haste, something like that. I know between, yeah, I think it's an extra 30 something here, isn't it? I think all in all. Top Esports was completely depriving WE from their own jungle. The bot side, anyway, from right now. If Nara's a common pick, it needs to be killed with a hammer immediately as a disaster of design. I don't mind Gnar as much nowadays. I think there were points where I just thought Gnar was just really boring, had no weaknesses, had all of the jack-of-all-trades stuff. I think Gnar right now is an abusable champion. This was quite clearly a counter pick. Gnar is a good split pusher that provides team fight value. I think this is fine. You know, there are plenty of champions which deal with Gnar. You can't Gnar blind pick. If Gnar can be blind pick, that's a problem. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. W will try again. Top Esports need to be careful about the way that they approach poke. There is a chance that they can just get flash engaged onto by Vampire or Cube Taunt, potentially worst case. Jumping force, trying to force out some damage on to the Olaf. It's the Ari has died. Olaf's going to go into the backline. He doesn't survive either. 2 down already. And WE, it has happened again. The 2-1 defeats will continue until gameplay improves. Another kill to finish it off. 5 for 1. Jaculov dies. Cube went in to try and secure that. Top Esports won't even go for the Dragon. They'll go right up towards that Baron, earn their prize. Claim it, rather. It's WE. Another 2-1 looming towards them. 369 pushes up a wave, and bot side will teleport towards that top side of the map to help secure that Baron. Jaculov, will they wait for him to respawn? I suppose they don't need to with 4 of them, and the AD carry often being centralized around by other members. Baron to Top Esports after a great Dragon fight. Can't believe there's another series after this one. Oh, yeah, there is. This is only series 2 of the day, folks. Jaculov, did he get himself the buff? No, I don't believe he did. I don't see it on the spectator, actually. I didn't spot that in time. So what happened here? Good poke came through onto Monkey, and you can see, actually, even the boomerang helps with that, right? And WE just don't have great ways to start fights. Charm misses this time. You know, if a Charm hits, it's all great, right? Kara steps first forward for the Charm, gets blasted by Cream, and half your initiation's gone. Monkey tries to find the gap in the play. Can't do so. It's too hard of a comp to play, folks. I think that Karma, giving them the move speed and the AoE shield as well, very impactful. They just can't land that killer blow. Can't land it. Roa Cosmic with no burn item seems very stupid. Also, no Dark Seal. I think Karis has had a very bad Ahri build here. And you'll notice that even with the tankier build, he still dies to the Annie, doesn't he? Still dies to it. He has the Merc Treads, which can help, but this is a problem with the Ahri. Even if you try and go tanky, you are still an Ahri. You're not very good at defending yourself against these burst combos later into the game unless you kill them first. We get Sam in here for the next series? No, you can't, Kazel, because he's traveling on a train. He's currently back in the UK, traveling back to Berlin, leaving me to do the 3-series day all on my own. Thank you, Sam. Oh, whatever, we enjoyed anyway. Just me and you, folks. Hope you enjoy it. Dragon goes to Top Esports. 2 Mountain Dragons for them. That'll make the dives onto the backline even harder. Cream has a Medjai's now, by the way. He's got 10 stacks on him. He went from being very far behind to now being 300 gold ahead. 10 Medjai stacks will definitely make him sting a little bit more too. I'm sure Sam could join a call while on the train. Yeah, whenever he goes through a tunnel and just have to get me to play-by-play instead. Na'Vi walking around the back of bot lane turret. Making sure there's no defenders working their way towards it. Wave pushed forwards again in bot side. W trying to wave clear. They're down 3,000 gold from the Baron buff, not to mention the fights which happened before it. The Redemption will come in to keep them topped up from some of this poke. Well, I mean, they're trying the Shen bomb. I think it's just been a dud. It has just been a dud. The Olaf goes down. 5,000 gold down. I think other members are going to die very quickly afterwards. Double kill to Jackie. Can they get anything more? They do get a turnaround kill. But it's a third over to Jackie as well. A triple kill. I mean, if they charged further forward, perhaps the Penta would be on the cards. Kanavi dies by himself a GA and says, well, I don't want to do that again. 14 stacks for Cream's Medjai's after that too. WE losing 3, taking 1. Teleport back in from Cream. 4 versus 2 tower push. Not sure where they can... well, no, with 10 seconds left on the Baron, I don't think this is the game. Not necessarily. Yeah, they'll time out the Baron buff, walk backwards, and WE. The combo doesn't work. Not at all. Not at all. Not one bit. So, Monkey gets jumped on by... well, Cream gets jumped on by Monkey and realizes that, again, Olaf Ultimate does not stop you from dying. It just stops you from getting CC'd. Annie, who has a ton of damage now, kills you to death. Kanavi, that happens there. He goes back in for the Atakan kill. Jump forwards in mid lane. Should miss on the Charm Flash. Jaculov has Cleanse and Flash still. And we'll just start to kill Monkey. Bailout's down. Doesn't need to flash. Stand and deliver WE. Jaculov, the Highwayman, just guns him down. 369. Doesn't have a flash to follow up with. We could potentially walk forwards for a boomerang slope. Anyone pushing in waves? Perhaps they don't need it. Monkey has had a dreadful game. 0-8 and 8. If it's an 808 drum, the frequency is a low, but his KDA is lower. Top Esports pushing in through that mid lane. I don't think WE have got what it takes to survive it this time. Not this time. Too many waves pushing in. Too much ability to hit these towers. Demolish will hit the first one. That'll be one tower down. Can they focus on the rest of it? Good shadow there. Kanavi forcing a flash. Goes over the hostile takeover. Jump back to his shadow. Monkey is back alive, and he's just going to die again. He's just going to die again. Flash forward from Cream will seal the deal. A GA will help things out. Yes, there's some resets from Karis, but I do not think they matter at all. And in the Ionian Derby, Top Esports will come out on top. A kill from Karis will give him a last hurrah, but WE, this script was written in advance. Cream with a quadra kill and a 2-1 victory for Top Esports. And of course, a 2-1 defeat for WE. How could it be any other way? Oh, WE. Game 1 looks great, doesn't it? And then it all falls apart. Not a fantastic day for Monkey towards the end of the series. Iskana was so good in Game 1 MVP, then everything fell apart. Game 2, I think Vampire was poor on the Alistair, sadly. Game 3, well, as a whole team, they've got some questions to answer, don't they? Those team fights, they said that were losing them too many games. It happened again, didn't it? Kanavi Zed, fairly flashy. Trying to think who's my MVP for this one. I think it probably is Kanavi on the Zed. Despite some mistakes. He's not the cleanest Zed player I've ever seen, but very good at getting farm value, getting ahead, and finding those occasional assassination angles. Just not always a fan of how he plays with defense in mind. Is there any reason why we never see Blackfire builds on Ahri? Blackfire got nerfed quite heavily. There was a Blackfire build on Ahri before. There's a Blackfire Bloodletters build, which is okay, but it's not... Yeah, Blackfires and Leandries both got nerfed in terms of AP. And Malignance is just too good. I think that builds are a little bit slow to adapt. I think Peng occasionally does go towards a Blackfire build, though, occasionally. If you are wondering who I am, and if you've stuck around this long without knowing who I am, well, let me introduce myself. My name is Nymaera, also known as Alex, and I am a professional League of Legends caster, and my job used to be covering the LPL officially. They cut that job, and that means that now you're left with a co-stream like this to fill in the gaps. Now, I'm not going to have all the bells and whistles that an official broadcast has, but I do have my voice, and I have a knowledge of over 1,500 LPL games to bring to bear. I've cast this region for a number of years at this point. And a professional, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm such a professional caster. I'm not paid to do this. No co-stream is, which means that it's very hard to cover the LPL with the weight of games that it is. Effective, you know, we've got some very generous people in chat which keep us going here. And if you'd like to join part of that, please keep liking, watching, subscribing, dropping some gifts if you can, subs or your own subs as well. We've got a couple of links you can go support us on as well. It helps us keep going because effectively this is a labor of love. We try and get as much out of it as possible to make sure that we can pay rent, keep the lights on and stuff like that. But it is a hard thing to do. I couldn't do this without my brother as well, currently traveling back towards Berlin. You thought I was a professional horse game streamer? We'll get to that in a second, don't you worry. I'm going to go rest my voice a little bit. We have one last series today, which will be between Invictus Gaming and Weibo. If Invictus Gaming win, I'm pretty sure that Anyone's Legend lock... No, that's not true. They don't lock top 4. Yeah. Do you know the reasons behind LEC changing playdays to Monday, Tuesday instead of this weekend? I'd imagine it's because of VCT, because they share the same studio. I'd imagine it's because of that, but I'm not sure. Also, I'm casting on day 2. I'm casting MKOI Vitality, which is a very important match. So you'll be able to catch me on the LEC there as well. Okay, folks, I'm going to go turn my camera off, and we'll play some horse game. Oops. Horse game it is. Sire, it is horse game time. What? What do you mean? Let's have a look at this damage, eh? Oh, Cube did so little, man. But also, that's what happens when you blind pick the Shen for your Olaf, which then does nothing. At least if your Olaf's ahead, you can, yeah. Monkey 099. God. Ooh, the Cinderella Grey Uma Musume anime has been announced. The second series of it. Second core, rather. I'm about halfway through the first season. Where can I check league stats? GOL.GG, Leaguepedia, DPM, LOL. Yeah, a couple of different sites. Hooray. Okay. We probably will get these two. Wait, yeah, we can get those two. Because those are important skills to pass on for the Champions meets. At some point, anyway. Meowdy. Blorp. Kanavi player of the game. I mean, he does deserve it, but also, like, I will just say, he does need to clean up some of his defensive play. Like, there are times where he's shadowed. Like, the time he went over the wall was pretty unforgivable, for instance. Monkey MVP for top esports, surely? Yeah, to an extent. He played really poorly, sadly. Yeah. Mathematical sound. Did I run adverts yet? No, I should do that. We already have Hot Topic. We've got like Hot Topic 3 times in this campaign, by the way. We want to max out our strength if we can. We just want to get strength over 1100 if we can. That's pretty hard to turn down. Do we have anything we need to run here? No, well, I guess no. Come on, 7%. We get those. Nice. Hmm, 100 away. We need to rest. We need to rest. Oh, this again. Ah. Do we have no good training? In that case, we'll probably just recreation then. Actually, do you want to get this? And we go again.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人小优。那首先是恭喜滔博2比1战胜了西安 WE， 我们邀请到的是下路选手 Jack Love， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Top 的 AD Jack Love。
欢迎 Jack Love 选手。那今天也是再次收获了自己的 MVP 嘛。那首先是恭喜你们拿下了组内赛第11场胜利，依然是稳居登峰组第1。其实感觉最近队伍的状态又有了新的突破呢。那你觉得在今天的比赛当中，有哪些游戏内容的呈现上是自己比较满意的呢？
就觉得今天大家团战打得特别好，就是其实今天都是感觉在团战上赢下对方。
是的，确实今天的后2局的团战发挥得非常出色。那我们先来聊聊第1局吧。其实第1局前期是 WE 有了一些优势嘛，关键还是20分钟在野区的时候被对面和 AD 预判了一下你的走位，当时被抓住的那一波直接断了你们厄塔韩的节奏，那个情况可以跟我们复原一下吗？是发生了什么呢？
因为当时视野压力比较大吧，也怕对面把厄塔韩打掉，然后就想着喊我，因为只有我身上有探照嘛，想让我去照一下，然后就走的时候看到对面没打就被抓。
确实有点惊险，但是调整的也很快。第2局的团战又拉扯得非常出色，赢得比较轻松。但重点来聊聊第3局吧。第3局面对你们选择了维鲁斯加卡尔玛这样的一个下路组合，对面的这个云安娜摇身一变去了上路，不跟你们去打对线。当时面对他们的这样一个思路上的辩证，你们是怎么去讨论和应对的呢？
因为其实我们在私下也试过这种玩法了，然后就是。他在上路发育的时候，我们把下路线处理好，因为换回来的时候，其实维鲁斯打原来线上其实也还是优势嘛，就看，后续就看我们打怎么样。
是你们还是运用的非常的灵活的，那你会推荐这样的一个打法吗，云安娜？沉默了，可能还是需要赢比赛，对不对？
就是说再看看。
再看看，是的，还得再观察一下，可能开发更多的一个打法。那其实第3局关键的胜负手还是土龙团的那一波。当时呢，你们是凭借一波非常漂亮的拉扯打出一个 ace 锁定胜局。当时那一波的战术。
Actually, might be able to get 100 both. That'd be kind of insane.
当时其实就是因为就卡纳维打得特别好，就是把伤害打出来了，最后还没死。然后这波团就赢下来比较顺。
是后面也是节奏行云流水了。那么其实在，这几场比赛看下来呢，因为 Jack Love 选手是用10个不同的 AD 收获了9次 MVP， 截止到今天嘛。那同时也能感觉到你和小航的这个下路组合配合的越发流畅了。那你觉得现在2人的这个配合的默契程度达到了多少？
因为也快结束了嘛，就差不多80%多吧。
差不多80%多，其实我觉得已经是非常出色了。那其实后期还是能给我们带来更多的惊喜的。那么现在组内赛还仅剩和放趴最后一场较量了，临近这个小收尾，不知道大家心态上会不会发生一些变化呢？比如说是更享受当下的比赛，还是说提前为季后赛做一些准备呢？
这个就看大家伙有没有可能想在比赛上。想玩的英雄或者想练习的一些阵容吧，然后就也可以先在比赛上试试，然后好好准备接下来季后赛。
是的，我觉得其实今天，比如说我们第3局的这个阵容，其实在后期的这个伤害能力就显现出来了，也是完全用大家的操作去弥补了容错。再次恭喜你们获胜啊！那么最后一个问题就是今天呢，
How'd the games go? Monkey fucking sprinted it in game 3.
是快要1个月的时间了。那么对于
I think they overcooked with their
朋
draft
友，
and
包
they
括
just
屏幕前的粉丝
sprinted
朋友，
it.
有什么想要表达感谢的话吗？
就是每次来西安就会感觉到西安线下的粉丝比较热情嘛，就是很感谢大家能来线下支持我们，然后最后也非常感谢在屏幕前支持我们的，我们后面也会继续。
好的，那么也非常期待你们后续为我们带来更多的惊喜。再次感谢 JKF 选手接受我的采访。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们一起来看一下本场比赛精彩 spotlight 吧。
慢慢过场了，我到5场没往前跑，看我的位置，慢慢登到黑段，慢慢上，没事，慢慢到我的位置，看我的位置，看我，看，猴子在我这里，你们打那边，你们打那边，落，慢，打前排，看我这位置，对，看猴子，下面大，下1到了，能看吗？下面闪没大，一波了，下面看我，追他，来，一波了，3下喽 ，sorry。没关系的。我 Jungle King。踢下了，慢点，踢下了，别急，踢下了。快！看呀！阿罗了，慢点，你这。哎，不到人，慢点，看到你，招信没闪。挺好。他没屏障吧？我屏障只有。你们推下也行。nice， 推下，下路有个300。我去吃了，中了！哎，我被打断了！啊，没有，没被断，还行。别都走下面吧，我感觉。没有，就只能这样。好了，别。
Okay, now we see what training we get. That's 3 on that. Hell yeah, we take that. Oh, that might have been a mistake, because we could have got 100 on speed as well, and now we probably can't, because training next time is going to be really rough. Whatever, we'll see what we get for skills to take away from the end of it.
绝对老板操作啊，可以，把中路推了。
Okay, we go again. Nice up. Oh, did the clean feed just died? Okay, we okay there, folks? Clean feed, we okay there, friends? Why does a victory animation have Titus energy? That's a great question. We okay there, clean swap? There we go, cool. If we do this... Okay, we try it. Because we get 1/100 if we get it. Yes! Cool. Nice. We get 2 1/100s. Awesome. That's pretty good. Nice. Good stuff. We rolled a good roll, folks. Let's just get as many basic skills as we can get, I suppose. Don't actually think Sympathy is any good, but we might try it anyway. Oh no, we don't need to get that. But the other one we may as well. We finally see the better top 2 team play? Yeah, maybe.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 WBG Tap Tap 的下路选手 Light， 欢迎 Light 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Tap Tap 的 AD 选手 Light。
那组内赛还剩最后的几场比赛，对于 WBG 来说 ，Light 你觉得接下来这几场比赛，大家最需要去改变和提升的点在哪里？
首先减少个人失误吧，然后其实在团队运营中做出正确的选择，然后就希望后面这几场可以做好。
那今天要再次交手 IG 了，你会怎么看今天跟嘎拉在下路的一个对决？
跟嘎拉是老对手了吧，然后感觉更看哪边团队打得更好，才可以拿下比赛。
那也期待今天 WBG 的精彩表现。
Turbo spot. Just the fucking straightaway recovery at the end.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 IG 的打野选手威，欢迎小威来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 打野小威。
那队伍目前也是取得了一个3连胜，而且从游戏内来看，你们的操作和配合都是越来越好。你会怎么评价 IG 目前的一个发挥和表现？
就是我们最近的比赛的话，我觉得更多还是要加强前中期的一些。 操作跟决策吧，我觉得这很重要。
前中期很重要。那算上今天的比赛 ，IG 在组内赛还有最后的3场比赛，威会希望以一个怎样的面貌来面对最后这3场比赛
？That's pretty good. Now we look what our sparks are, obviously.
还剩3场比赛的话，肯定是希望都能赢嘛。然后我觉得，也快到季后赛了嘛，更多的还是
We don't want the gold skills. We want to pass on other stuff if we can.
一些不足去改善它吧，然后以及扩充英雄池。
也期待今天 IG 的精彩表现。
Moxie's okay for some people. Kind of want to pass on like Lucky 7. Flipstream's okay. Do we have a 40 we can do? Screw it. Whatever, this is fine.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
What are our sparks? 2-star power. Could be worse. Could be worse. What are the inspirations that we get? Gem chip. These aren't bad, actually. The actual sparks themselves aren't too bad. Like, yeah, somewhat usable.
First, 欢迎微博 Gaming Tap Tap 上单 Breeze 打野天。 中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助 Chris。 欢迎 Invictus Gaming 上单 The Shy 打野 V 中单 Rookie 下路 Gala 辅助 Mako。
Okay, I gotta get myself a coffee for this one, folks. We'll get ourselves into our last series of the day. Smile on the Shy's face there. Oh, sorry, I missed some stuff there. Compliment I already did for Seraph. I will get hydrated, puppy. So I will do. Boss check, I shall do it when I get back. And fun fact for Seraph, I'll have a think through.
LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Okay, right, I'm gonna get myself a coffee. I'm gonna take this off the screen actually, just in case we're going to draft early. Let's get into it then, shall we? Draft ahoy! What's been let through? The Pantheon and the Talia. Both on the table. Trundle's gone, both tanks are up as well. Potential of a Scion being locked in on either side. In fact, actually, I would imagine IG are eyeing that up already. They lock in the Rumble, actually. I think the Shy's pretty happy to Ornn or Scion if he so wishes. You could lock in Pantheon Talia on 2-3 as well. Or 1-2 rather. And then save your third pick for that top laner if you so wish. There's a ton of top laners available though. You know, it's just that not even the Gwen's been banned. You've got Ornn. Hang on, in fact, you could actually just leave top lane until the last parts of the draft. They choose to lock the Gwen now. I would have Pantheon Talia, whatever on 3, and then you have Scion, Ornn, or Gwen, which are all available. Surprised to see them lock it in right there. I think that's a bit of a draft miss from IG. Now, it's fine. You know, the Gwen is a fine matchup into the Rumble. It's a known matchup as well. Surely you take the Pantheon alongside it. Or the Talia. You can't allow Pantheon Talia to go through to blue 2-3. And they'll lock in the Pantheon. Surprised it got that far through the draft, you know? So what do Weibo do now? So presumably lock in the Talia for Xiaohu. It's a good takeaway from Rookie. Now the problem is he's likely to Orianna you. That's probably why IG don't feel like they need to lock in Pantheon Talia themselves, because they can lock in the Orianna, destroy it in lane. So Talia coming through now. Do you Poppy? Do you Xin Zhao? Something else? Wukong perhaps? Wukong Rumble's a pretty good combo. I think jungle is the right option here. You need to lock in a good matchup into that Pantheon. I suppose you could Nocturne as well if you feel like it. Poppy a good option. There you go. Now IG, I think they lock in Orianna right now. That's a good matchup into the Talia. Now the problem is it's not as aggressive as your top side. It doesn't follow up on the Gwen or the Pantheon as well, but Rookie's been doing so well on the Orianna this split. Be hard pressed to see that go through. Yeah. Turns out, folks, when you know the teams, you can often figure out what they're going to go through. Zerif, I am thinking about that fun fact for you. Don't you worry. I am thinking about it. Second round. No bot laners locked in just yet. Well, Poppy can technically be a flex pick for Weibo. IG do need to actually pay attention to that. What do they want as part of their team? Could go for something like the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa Pantheon. They ban away the Rel. Yeah, Kai'Sa doesn't seem too bad for Gala here, actually. I wonder if Weibo banned that, in fact. It is Gala. It's never a bad ban against him. Ban away the Alistair. Weibo do know they're likely playing against triple melee, because Mako's likely to lock in a melee support. IG could ban away Braum here if they want to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, IG could ban away Braum, actually, if they think that they might lock in an anti-melee comp. I guess the Orianna's not part of that. Do we think it's Poppy, jungle, or support? I think it's jungle. I think it's good into the Pantheon. Tien is a very good Poppy player too. Weibo deliberating over support bans, potentially. Rakan's gone. You ban away Nautilus? Kai'Sa is gone, yeah. To call that out as a decent pick for IG. I think actually Jhin is quite good for Weibo. IG could lock it in themselves. Ah, Sivir. No, Sivir's up. I keep forgetting about Sivir. Gala's really good on the pick too. Poppy doesn't really interact that well with the Sivir. There's no dashes to block. She can spell shield quite easily something in your kit and then run out. Hey, Jay, good to see you. It's not what a Weibo wants. Double long-range backline carries. You don't have a Rakan to kind of be that half engage, half lane bully range champion as well. Jin's not bad. There's no tank on the other side. You are quite vulnerable to Pantheon. It's not the worst thing ever. You can stand at range. Good laning pressure. Hard to really kill the Sivir because you can spell shield your W, which is often your kill threat, leads into your full shot and your Q. Do you go towards the Nautilus? Not great versus the Sivir, can often spell shield your stuff, but it's not bad in terms of dedicated engage. You do need a little bit more engage. Leona also could be okay here. Bard, alright. Okay, Chris been playing a bit more of that recently. Mako's been playing some of it too. Both of them having... No, honestly, both of them have having okay results recently. Last pick. You want to win lane? Karma can help you outpace that ultimate too. You don't have the greatest engage either. Nico's better. Gives you less disengage, but much more hard force potential. Nico, Sivir, strong poke. Double range versus double range in bot lane. I think the draft comes away fairly even. You've got, you know, the Equalizer and the Weaver's Wall splitting up the fight for Weibo on one side. They have a lot of disruption tools. The Weaver's Wall, the Equalizer we mentioned, but then also the Bard Ultimate. stops you from standing in different areas. On the other side, you have pretty good stand and fight potential. You got the Pantheon E, you got the Gwen W, which can temporarily buy you some time to allow Sivir or Orianna into position. You have winning lanes, I think, of and by the way, it is going to be the Karma, not the Nico, by the way. I'm surprised it wasn't that Nico. I think you've got winning lanes of the Sivir, Karma, and the Orianna on one side. The Gwen can sometimes win against the Rumble too. I think if IG get an early game lead, I think this game goes to Pop pretty quickly for Weibo, just because Pantheon will be forcing players onto them. If Poppy's not in the right place, things go pretty bad. However, Weibo do have strong 5v5 here. I like their 5v5. Lots of ways to, yeah, lots of ways to disrupt. Let's get into game, folks. I'll see our last series of the day, our 3 series day on Saturday, Super Saturday. Thank you for joining me here. My name's Nymaera. Try to bring you as professional a broadcast and as much fun as I can here with my 1,500 games of LPL knowledge. Occasionally brought out, occasionally completely forgotten. Who knows? Bleh. First game of this, I'm gonna grab my coffee. You guys listen to the Gios. Okay, Jay, thank you so much for the stream streak. I hear those, how are the Gios, folks? I was getting my coffee. What happened in LCK? Did bro get slapped a little bit? Do I get a Gio for my 30 watch streak? Jaebyeon, Gio, Jaebyeon, Gio, Jaebyeon, Gio. Of course you do. Of course you do. You too can get. Well, I'm not going to promise that for everything. Level 1, very powerful from the Sivir Karma. It's pretty good for the Jhin Bard too. This is the fan vote saying that. Oh god, that is a lot towards IG. IG have, you know, the most popular player in the LPL in the Shy. The Shy is the most popular player in the LPL. In fact, he's been voted that in the end of year LPL awards 5 times, I want to say. The only time he lost it while he was eligible to compete, of course, the year which he was taking off in 2022 was that year. JJ won it when he won Worlds in 2021. It was Q pokes. The shrines from Bard help a little bit, gives you some sustain. As an average gold player, I don't see what makes Karma viable in Pro but not Morgana. Better CC lockdown and greatly valuable spell shield. Karma's Q level 1 is ridiculous damage. Gives you instant wave priority. And yeah, the slow is also insane for the level 1 auto attacks as well. Whereas Morgana, her Q is actually quite easy to dodge. It's quite slow. It's not AoE. It only affects one target. You can't... yeah, you can't use it that effectively. People hiding behind minions too. Karma you sometimes can. And yeah, Karma's actually a very good enabler once she gets a couple of items too. The move speed on the Karma E is very valuable in pro play. Karma's got way too, sorry, Morgana has way too much budget in her Q, in terms of power budget. She has to, yeah, her W is basically not a skill is the problem. The Shy's been trading okay in this top side, but Bree's about to go overheat actually. Level 4 Rumble, one of the most powerful points in the game. He tends to get the bounce back very effectively there, and his level 2 of Flame Spitter hurts a hell of a lot. Level 1, less so. Fight over topside Scuttle. We don't actually see that many fights over Scuttle anymore. I think, yeah, Tien's got to back off. Rookie's got Prio in mid lane. Xiao, who is teleporting back in. Can they stop the back? They can. Ah, Tien. That's a dead the Shy. I think that's a dead the Shy. You can flash for the wall stun. He won't even need to, I don't think. Uses the W. Doesn't even need the wall stun. The Shy has an exhaust, no flash, so he can't exactly get away from that one. can wait. Oh, wait, I wonder whether he could have killed Breathe there, you know. I wonder whether he could have. Maybe not. Couldn't really predict whether Tien would recall himself or not. So the Shy goes down easily for first blood. Kill goes over to Tien. The saving grace is that it doesn't go on to Breathe. Breathe actually gets no gold from that. Now, Breathe still gets an advantage because the Shy loses a full wave under turret. He loses XP. He loses gold. He's almost a full level down now. And IG, which is not there in position to protect him. Breathe getting a great bounce back on the Rumble. Well, what I mean, by the way, I know I don't want to like just throw out terminology which people aren't always aware of. Bounce back particularly refers to early lane, but can refer to any time where your wave is pushed in and then you get to answer back because the wave's been pushed into your turret and then you get to slow push back. Rumble in the first few levels of the game, ever since his Q has been nerfed quite heavily, can't really get the first shove in the first few waves. So instead what he does, he waits for the first few levels, then hits level 4 once the wave has crashed in, and his second level of Flame Spitter then allows him to trade very hard and push in very effectively. Breathe got a great trade while he was bouncing back there, which meant that the Shy was low HP and the wave was pushed into him, which allowed Tien to get a great kill because of Breathe's power on the bounce back. You can see the value of that Rumble there. It's one of the reasons he's so valuable in pro play. Everyone knows how to play around his wave timings. Very, very easy. Doesn't always happen, of course. Don't always get that much out of it. But right there, Breathe unlocking that kill. Sadly not getting a kill or assist himself, but instead going over towards Tien. Typically, you want your ganked beneficiary to be the laner. You want the laner to get the value out of it. Because they're the ones which have to play against him. That being said, jungler can spread their influence across the map. We'll see if Tien can do so. Full build Poppy, as I've said, is level 3 red buff. You don't really need anything else more in the world at that point. Shy. Gonna have Mako come up to him and support him in this lane. Soaker Wave is 20 CS lead right now for the Rumble, but we'll pick up another 5 or so, go down to 15. I say that. There's good stuns under turret. And he might drop 1 or 2 more. He actually drops both those last 2. Yikes! Doesn't even pick up any of that wave in terms of CS, really. The Shy. Bad farming under turret. Oof. Rookie has level 6, can potentially force something out with the shockwave. That's a problem now. Empowered E from Wei gives him move speed, and it will give him enough chance to run down the Taliyah. Good backstep from Rookie. Rookie on the Orianna knows how to make this matchup work against the Taliyah. Orianna is so good against Taliyah because when you walk up for any of your skills, the shockwave just about outranges you. Also, you can't trade through a wave nearly as well as the Orianna ball. Dragon will go down to Weibo, but Rookie using the early lane matchup, making sure he can get that level 6 in. Xiaohu maybe could have flashed the shockwave itself. I'm surprised he didn't. You should know this matchup quite well by now. It's especially the one which Rookie knows the best. Rookie gets a huge play, which allows not only to blow the summoner, but the kill onto Xiaohu as well. Goes over towards Wei, so now even the junglers are even. Even in gold, Dragon to the side of Weibo. We did say, look, realistically, IG do want an early advantage because they have potentially winning lane in this 2v2, winning matchup in the mid lane as well. While they do have that 10 CS lead in the 2v2, they now have 10 CS lead and an assist onto mid lane as well. Wei uses the E onto the flick back. Hang on. You know, by the way, there's a fun interaction. If you've already been affected by Taliyah Minefield once, you can't be affected by it twice. So if it gets blocked by a shield, or in this case, no damage came through onto Wei, right? He could actually just jump through it and not take the damage again. Not take the stun again. You can just do that, by the way. It's quite impactful. Needs to be quite a... some Taliyahs don't... Oh my god, he missed the cannon. Oh, poor Xiaohu. I think Xiaohu's had an okay split, you know. I actually think Xiaohu, given the level he was at, say, a year and a half ago, start of last year, we were viewing him on the same level as maybe Hung earlier in this year as well, saying this guy's career should be over. Despite how legendary he is, realistically, how much can Weibo put up with from this mid laner in terms of him just playing poorly? He's been playing a lot better now. Mako, it's the root onto Tien, but there's no real follow-up. I mean, there is that wall stun advantage for Poppy on blue side. Can they get a flash once to Gala? No. No, he's backing off to Lovely right now. He's on vision. Grub for grub. Taliyah Weaver's wall coming through. Calm Shield will see them out to safety. Nothing through there. Xiaohu doesn't have flash, remember. Flick back onto the Pantheon. Tien will block out the Pantheon W, and it's a lot of damage coming down to IG. Wait, you probably shouldn't have cast that W in melee range. Shockwave will come back to try and buy some safety for Gala. What's happening on the other side of the fight? Wei, if he hits the blast cone, might just die to the minefield. Instead, it's a shot from the Jhin. Gala will live. Rookie peeling out for him, but 2 for none. IG really not playing well around that top side. We did say there's a lot of disruptive tools from Weibo in the team fight. And they use them well there. The Weaver's Wall, forcing them into a certain location. And the Poppy W there. Minefield. There's so many different ways that Weibo can control the battlefield. It's like having a druid in D&D. They just put down a spike growth somewhere. Someone's got, I don't know, wizard's throwing up a wall of fire. You know, the minefield's part of it. The W's another part of it. Great knockup. And the damage comes through. They've used a lot of their basic abilities at this point of IG's jungle and support. They don't have that many summoners to throw through either. Weibo cleanly pick up the first 2 kills. And, you know, Weibo, they're a team that can surprise you. They can do. IG have locked themselves into top 4. But Weibo, just a team which has that extra little bit of oomph when they sometimes need it. One of our most inconsistent teams in the LPL. Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent. I coined them that 2 years ago. And it feels like it's always comes back to haunt them somehow. And both, actually no, haunt and bless them. Both positive and negative. Chris tunneling through into mid lane. His bard's been okay at tunneling around the map so far. Not huge early plays, but is what it is. Are you talking about Rylai's working on Morgana W? Yeah, it's stupid. It's really annoying. Tien clearing through his jungle. Anything else interesting coming up in a minute until Dragon comes up? IG have done their tour of the top teams recently. Do you want to know their record? Well, no, let's talk about that later. Pantheon on towards top side. There's no flash on to Breathe. Is it coming up or is it just going down? I didn't check that one quite properly. He'll go down to the Shy there. Kill goes back though. As the turret kills him, and that might be a dead. The Shy gets wall stunned. There's still a decent amount of damage here on the Poppy. And that's going to be a 2-for-1. Ill Fortune dive. But IG... well, fated dive, I suppose, instead. Wei and Breathe both coming away with a kill. Invictus Gaming, you know, they're a team which have, you know, had a pretty okay time of things in this split, actually. 1-on-1 versus Annual's Legend, 1-0 versus BLG, yet to play them a second time. 1-on-1 versus FPX, that one's a little bit of the stinker. But 2-0 JDG, beat WE, suppose they're one of the weaker teams. They did take a series win off of Top Esports, and they did win the VRAT against Weibo the first time around as well. The good thing for Invictus Gaming is that they will end up being at least even in head-to-head with every other team in Group Ascend. They jump out of the pit. Chris will walk over. Is there another Q? Yes, there is. Let's get the stun there. Flash ult. Chris will see himself out to safety. Then potentially get himself a wall stun. There's an empowered Pantheon ability coming through soon. Xiaohu coming back through. And the Avengers assemble. The Pantheon not able to get the clean kill. Chris, quick getaway there. They'll get back towards that dragon. IG not cleanly getting the kills, but they will even up the dragon score. Some decent damage back on towards Tien. 2 kills on Light Jin. That's actually quite scary. The Collector is powerful early. Does fall off later, but it's powerful enough for now. If he gets himself towards, you know, the Infinity Edge and what have you, he will start to really slap late game. Light is a player which apparently, by the way, looked at... Despite still away, Tien, you arsehole. Potentially looking to be replaced on Weibo. Apparently we're trying people out, so he's somewhat fighting for his starting spot now, if rumors are to be believed. Tunnel under the tower, the Shy. Does he have needlework? Yes, he does. Gets 2 of them in there. Punted out from under tower. The flick back won't matter, but the Q lands from the Bard. Easy as you like, the Shy. Put to 1 and 3. Not a great game from the venerable top laner in Invictus Gaming. Q will land onto Breathe. Can they channel this into a kill? Well, there is a Pantheon ult. If Mako can walk up and get himself in time for the W... perhaps they can make that difference. There is a Hex Flash being, the Hex Gate being used by Wei. I wonder whether that should have been a flash forward from Mako to get himself the root there. Would have been nice to get that kill, but I suppose he would have got zoned off the tower either way. Rookie will go towards this top lane outer turret himself to get 2 plates on him. Rumble will teleport back because, you know, he hasn't died. By the way, he's gone for Proto, but what is this Rumble build? Protobal and cooldown boots? Well, I knew that Rumble has had some different builds coming about, but I didn't realize cooldown boots and that were going to be the thing. Mako's going to channel the W. Supportal combat, as God intended. It's not quite the same as having... Wait, what's the thing in Soul Calibur? I know it's a completely different game. In a second, Tien... Oh, Nightmare was the guy which had Soul Edge, wasn't it? Not going to be able to get a clean wall stun onto the Shy this time. Teleport down from Rookie. Xiao, who does have flash. Does he look to get this away from him? Using the move speed from the distance. Not enough to outstep that, though. So teleport for ult. Rookie will take up the duties of clearing out bot side. Xiao, who's down here. Mako... Well, hang on. There's a Pantheon ult to be used as well. Do they want to use the global? Flick back onto Mako, missing. Mako is here, but he's quite low HP, and I think he's quite afraid of walking into a Pantheon in that brush. The show is getting fanboyed again. Perhaps a little. Perhaps a little. Pantheon, that's going in mid lane now. Light does have flash. Just hit the center of that there. Flash away. Light not going to be able to land that root under turret. IG, you can see they were really itching to use that Pantheon in the last minute or two, but they couldn't quite get themselves to clean play. Thank you so much for the 2 community gift subs, by the random good guy. You're definitely a good guy, I can confirm that, and you're no longer a random. You are very much welcome here. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Had a ton of support recently. Mecha Fanboy. There was an anonymous 100 gift bomb. And there was the Mecha Fanboy 100 gift bomb as well. A couple of other gift subs out there. Does help us keep us in business. The Shy getting some Qs through there. Does he have a W? No. But what he does have is a ton of people in his lane, and they've killed him again. 1 and 4. The Shy getting blasted. Nowhere is safe for this guy. Nowhere is safe for this guy. The Shy not being supported on the initial bounce back. Things have fallen apart. The dive went poorly afterwards, and the Shy, who I think has been actually on a very good streak of form in this split, has been very exposed here. That was the problem with him on Weibo when the Shy reached World Finals on that team. You know, a lot of people were surprised in finals when the Shy was inting his ass off in finals. We were saying, look, if this guy is unsupported and left behind, he will just keep dying on cooldown. That is one of the worst things about this guy when he starts falling behind. He will always take the coin flip if he can. Well, thank you very much, random good guy. I really appreciate you. And again, thank you for the support. And I hope you enjoy the show. Yeah, this is the worry about the Shy. Like, half of it's a team problem, half of it's a him problem. It will forever be a discussion as to who is more at fault than the other. But you remember when the Shy was getting dunked down on by Zeus because he was given counter pick and no one was coming to support him. You can't help but imagine it's not all his fault. Root lands onto the Karma, has flash and heal. Can he survive through all of it? No. The answer is no. Great long-range pick from Weibo. Crisp helping tunnel out to get some extra vision down. Weibo are landing these pick attempts with great success here. Now, IG, what they're really going to have to look for is a team fight back into the game. Well, I think Weibo have been skirmishing better. IG, on the whole, have been a much better team fighting team than Weibo. Top lane turret will go to IG, taking the turret score to 2-1. The Shy will claim some extra gold himself, but Breed will claim one on the other side of the map. So the individual matchup stays about even at that 900 to 1,000 gold mark. And by the way, folks, in this game, I don't think that this game started with the Shy being at fault. I thought that the bounce back trade from Breathe was really good, and that really helped him. And I think that the Shy should have avoided that trade, but I do think that realistically he needed some help on some of those more vulnerable moments. You can't expect a Gwen to safely just drop farm and not impact the game. Gwen needs to be getting gold. Now he's now down 40 CS to this Rumble. He's gone for, again, a bit of a strange build. Protobelt going into the cooldown boots, wants to go towards a Shadow Flame, doesn't have flat pen right now. IG getting good damage onto Crisp. He does have his ult, does have Flash's barrier too, by the way, and he catches 2. Little bit of anti-synergy, but if they get the CC over the top of it, they won't matter too much. It's not great though from Weibo. They'll summon the Herald into mid lane, claimed that a little earlier. Dragon's to the side of IG, and Weibo somewhat missed their chance to take this Dragon. Herald into mid lane will take that turret as Weibo chooses to let go of that Dragon, ult in towards that mid lane. Wait, can he get on towards Light? He's flashed. No. Doesn't want to commit that flash. The Shy going forwards with the Needlework. Breathe has flash. They force it. Well, he's not even going to use it. Breathe doesn't even flash. Goes down easily. Mistake there you have to feel. Perhaps not feeling he can flash out of the Shockwave. Xiaohu over the wall. No Shockwave to threaten him now. IG get themselves Dragon. They get themselves a kill, but they do defend their mid lane out of turrets. Low HP. Still need to keep an eye on that later on. Not let it go over for free if they can help it. Not easily anyway. IG coming away a little better from the 5v5, where we said perhaps they were better than Weibo, just as a group of players on form. Bit of anti-synergy. Says she's a bad time to talk to just ate a square of chocolate. Rookie gets out pretty safe. The equalizer was good. Realistically, you need to do one then the other, not both at the same time, folks. Anti-synergy, the Shy. Credit to him. Exhaust, needlework. I think he could have flashed that. Realistically, he could have flashed that. He chose to die there, save the summoner. Not really sure that was worth it. Rumble doesn't always need that flash. Don't want to really give that gold over to the other side. Gold lead shrank a little bit between the top laners because of that last series of plays. Down towards the bot side, Wave flashing away from the flick back. Xiaohu using his global presence. Xiaohu, the one person who's behind a little bit in individual goal. Only 300 gold, it's not the biggest thing. Going towards the Rylai second with that Giant's Belt in inventory. I will say a lot of people have been complaining about Talia's going Rylai second. I think it's actually a very good item. It means that you can stick people into your queue very effectively. Leandries has lost a lot of AP over time. The stats on Rylai's are just generically pretty good. Gala ulting away from mid lane. Keeping himself safe. On the hunt, down now. Wait, it's Thriller the hunt, right, for Sivir, right? What happened here? He just popped the ultimate to make sure that there was no chance to get randomly slowed into death. I think that's fair. You're not necessarily looking to fight in the next minute and a half when the cooldown would be affecting you. Has Flicker Blades now. Gala will insta-clear waves. And Weibo need to really make sure the Sivir dies now. 2-item Sivir is where they start to become a real problem. Like a real problem. What are your clean ways to shut down the Sivir? Well, you need to force that spell shield. You're looking for picks. I like how IG are playing this safely now. They know how vulnerable they are to picks. There's not even Lulu in the game. Ha ha. How funny you say. Thriller's a Rengar thing. Okay, on the Hunter's Sivir, Thriller the Hunter's a Rengar thing. I knew that was the case. I knew that one of them was one and one was the other. Tien not getting the smite there. People remember Trailblazing smite. Mid lane turret likely taken by Weibo now. IG spent a little too long in that top jungle trying to spot out enemy members. They'll lose the mid lane turret. Not really get themselves a great cross map either, actually. No bot lane push. He did have double teleports to play around that Gala. Not wall stunned. Chris gonna get the wall stun now. Gala, how is he caught out here? IG, massive misstep on the map. The Shy is teleported in. And now he's suddenly in a 1v3, 1v4. I mean, there's 5 people around him. The Shy in a 1v5 gets nothing done. Pantheon flies in and says, oh, I'll try that too. Gets rooted down. Breathers had luckily died on the other side for IG. Weibo, though, they get another flick back. The fight's going well for them. There's a shockwave for Rookie, but can't pull it just yet because he is stunned. Tien has another flash available if he so needs. Shockwave gonna catch 2. Decent damage back. How much can Rookie do? So close. There's a little bit of a heal. The Triumph comes through from Tien. A heal perhaps from the Bard portal. Rookie can't quite clean up 2. They lose 4 for 1. What is IG doing there? Gala had flash, had barrier. Uses the barrier. Dies without using the flash. Can't help but think that was a big mistake from Gala. Flash over the wall to safety, perhaps? Milord? Just full combo by Tien. Gets hit by the Bard combo afterwards. I think you either flash early or not at all. It was the wrong place to be. You didn't have wave pushes anywhere. You knew you were likely unsafe here. Yes, there's a Pantheon to arrive as reinforcements, but Gala, big mistake. We just said, hey, you know, Sivir, 2 items. That's the point of the game where you need to really start being afraid of them as a threat. Well, took care of that themselves there, right? At least they stopped Atacon. Yeah, giving up 4 kills for it is not as fun, though. Good shockwave. It's good W afterwards. Oh, so close. So close. Oh my god, so close. IG now starting the Atacon. Hang on a second. Redemption's coming in. That's the enemy one, by the way, so we'll do some damage. Going low. Tien's coming through at Bardot. Stops it. He still goes golden. Wall stun again. Tien goes into the backline as Mako. Force low. Atacon taken by IG. Going to be 2 kills to the side of Weibo there. How much damage have IG got left to offer? Rookie will shield up Gala just a little bit. I just don't know if he's got enough. And indeed he won't. They get taken down by Jin and Poppy's combined might of arms as Rookie. Shockwave's not bad. It'll find 3 of them, but it won't find them all. Trying to get the last kill onto Crisp. Not able to do so. 5 for 1. 4 for 1 before, 5 for 1 now. A combined 9 for 2 to take the Atacon themselves. Dragon is available, but Weibo, real credit to them. We thought they might get out team fought based on level of player form right now and cohesion in the team. Weibo have been team fighting well. Bard to stop the Atacon, easy take. Talia wall to cut off one side of the exit. Tien getting an easy kill onto the other. Making sure that the Karma doesn't really get to do that much in the Redemption. I actually think he should have died and used the Redemption onto his surviving members. Maybe that would have made a difference. A bit of a mistake there. Great stun by Crisp. I think Crisp Bard's been good. Crisp Bard's been pretty good, you know. I think both Mako and Crisp have been putting time into this recently. And yeah, the Shockwave's not bad. It's just not at the time where everyone's alive to follow up on it. Oof. Huge value. Once again from Weibo. So disruptive. The early game from IG was not good enough. Weibo cleanly found themselves into a mid-game, and now their team fights where they're grouping up have been much better. Now, the disruption from Tien, from Chris, Xiaohu. Reed's Equalizer has not really been part of the equation, actually, weirdly. Not massively. You're more about the Poppy to Lear, the build your own wall stun, and of course the Bard ult as well. The Rumble sound effects always get me, folks. They always do. Ugh. They've been so disruptive, and IG, they've not really had map control to determine where and when the fights are happening. They've been caught out. Not really able to form back into a 5v5. The Shy's not been powerful enough to 1v1 or even, you know, of course, the Gwen dream of doing 1v2s and 1v3s. Not really been strong enough to do that. Gala, I think he reached a point of power, then made two or three crucial missteps. 0 and 2 now. Does have both his summoners available again, but he's now 2,000 gold behind Lights Jin. 705 Infinity Edge completed with a rapid fire cannon. In a game like this, not slowing down his build that much at all, because it's not like there's a huge amount of armor on the other side. In fact, are there any armor items? No. No, there aren't. Jin is having a field day of it. Rookie gets the Bloodletter's Curse, so he'll get some value out of his teammates. Mako 0 and 5, by the way, on the Karma. Oh, hang on a second. He might be put to 0 and 6. He is. The build your own wall stun combo comes up tops again. The Alt W comes through. I'm not going to lie, folks. I don't think it's changing much. A bit of a frustration redemption. I guess he's looking for redemption in the game, but he'll have to wait another 30 seconds until he can try his hands at that one. The Shy was pushing up bot side. Well, he's going to be found out on bot side. It has an exhaust coming up in a few seconds. Yeah, and this guy has monstered the Rift. 6-0-11. Has the Audacious Charge, procs that phase rush, pops him up again, and allows the Talia to do... Hang on a second, that's not bad from the Shy. Takes most of Xiaohu's health. Reminder that Gwen does damage, by the way, but they'll cleanly take down that kill onto Gwen. Xiaohu will push out that wave, nothing really threatening them now. You can see the Rylai is really cutting off any hope of escape. Roots. Oh, God. That redemption is not coming in this life either. Take another 30 seconds to think about what you've done, Mako. 0 and 7. Hex gets back out on the map and quickly booted back to base. Baron now started. Two minutes after spawn. What happened here? Wei popped in the portal and had to flash. Well, he doesn't have flash now to contest anything else later with. Baron goes down to the side of Weibo onto all 5 members. Well, IG, hard to imagine a comeback from this spot. That being said, we've now just cursed it into existence. Feats of Strength. Baron buff ticking for another couple of minutes. They don't have Soul Point. And they did give over Atakan, so it's not like IG have got nothing this game. Weaver's Wall helps push things a little further, though. Xiaohu may be a little soon to do that. There is a Shockwave on Rookie. Ooh, oh, missing that. Maybe just take the L. You could get Shockwave back. Yeah, this is actually a problem. Well... Okay, Tien taken low. They have a redemption. Equalizer coming through. Gala damaged pretty heavily there. Not clean from Weibo. Not clean. But even then, IG don't get themselves much. Poppycopter being span up. Who does it hit? It hits the clump. 2 members sent back to base. Doesn't really mean that much. The Shy will spot them heading towards mid lane. Ambruff's still on for another 2 minutes. Well, that was actually not great from Weibo. If you were going to throw a game randomly, full sending it under tower as a solo Poppy, not the best decision ever, not going to lie. What's deciding which team has blue side first? So there's a double round robin. each team will get game 1 of a series as their side choice. And then loser decides after that point. So in this one, I believe it's Weibo who have side choice in game 1, and then loser picks after that. So both teams get their fair shot at side choice throughout the double round robin. Of course, Group Ascend has a 8-team round robin. It's a double round robin. Group Nirvana has a 16 double round robin. So every Group Ascend team has 14 series total because they're playing 7 teams twice. And in the bottom group, they have 10 because they're playing 5 teams twice. That's a stun into an ult. Ah, well, that's a bit of a problem. Stopping the Pantheon W. No dashes here. Tian might have gone too deep, though. Not going to lie. How much health has he got? The good Bard stun stops some extra stuff coming back. The shockwave on the Xiaohu is not awful, actually. Tian survives a long time and will finally make it a 1-for-1. Light is very, very strong. The Shy trying to get some extra damage down, but all he's done is add himself onto the kill column of Weibo. Gala trying to step around with the dissonance. Muse speed. Will dodge everything but that 4th shot. Which takes off most of his HP anyway. 3 items onto the Civet. Not enough to carry in the way that he wanted to. Okay, well, IG, they won't lose the game here, but they will lose themselves an inhibitor turret. The inhibitor very low itself. Breathe, hang on a second. He might get rooted up here. Rookie. Ooh, scary stuff. In fact, Maker looking for that pick loses his flash instead. Breathe blows nothing. Dragon available, so it'll be the 3rd one for either team. Not Soul, teleport back onto the map from Bard, who's picked it up from the spellbook. There are only 14 teams, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, hang on a second. Ultimate mid lane from Wei wants to be around for the Dragon. If they can get themselves... flick back. E, good frontlining there from Wei. Chris, hang on a second. That's a problem. Stop from using the Heskett. Oh, Chris, that could be a problem. It has the tunnel. It has his ult. Can he use that for disengage? Maybe a little bit. Gets 1 onto it. Chris might die quite quickly here. Oh, he's gone down. Okay, Inferno, the bounties come over on the other side too. 1 for none. They use the Sivir ult for it. But no Bard now. That disruption's that. Weibo, you are 10,000 gold ahead near about. Surely, you can't be throwing dragon fights like this. Light, good damage from the W. Hex gates being used to bring Braid into position. The pop ult doesn't land anything either. Where's the spike comes through to the Pantheon? Only 68 HP between it. Breathe, low HP now as well. Equalizers coming through. Damage coming through from the Jhin. The Shy into the backline. You do not want to let that Jhin hit you, though. You won't be able to take down that kill on the backside, and the damage is still in favor of Weibo. Wei taken down by Weibo. IG take the dragon, but Light is full HP. Where's the damage from Rookie? It's not really there. Xiaohu is very low HP, but he's just enough to stick around. Ricochet's coming through. 4 members alive from Weibo, but with Bard coming out of base. Slash forward from Light. Is that enough? The Q coming back from the Sivir. Is that enough to take anything down with him? Karma is trying to get the assassination. Where is the kill? Double onto the Jhin as he goes down. Gala will die for the last play. Mako not quite cleanly enough able to take it down, and suddenly all IG members find themselves looking at grey screens. It's not a bad attempt in the late game from IG. Weibo damn near through it, but they will end up with extra members alive. Baron available in 50 seconds. IG do walk away with the dragon, and well, you know what? Weibo don't exactly break the base, do they? When alive again, we'll be able to recall him. 65 HP is all that was in it. Light on the Jhin doing some monstrous work. The Shy hops over the wall to threaten him. I think maybe he could have taken a back step, repositioned the W. Oh, I guess he didn't have any repositions left on that, did he? Perhaps making a mistake of using his first reposition. The Gwen W positioning could have been a little better for him. And then Rookie, too low HP to do that much of a fight back. And Gala, he's been a threat for a while. Does have those 3 items, but no Lord Dominates Regards makes it a little harder to play things out. Flash forward from Light, and that Q afterwards gets that kill. Didn't want to chance another QW coming out. Oh, God, the 4th shot. Maybe wait until that came off, but not quite this time. Baron's set up in picture-in-picture. All 10 members participating in this game alive again. There's a Banshees on Rookie. Low damage option. Shy, 3 items. He's gone for a Leandri's, by the way. Surprised at that one, but I suppose Leandri's Riftmaker both give you the percent damage up, and the Bloodletter's been built by Rookie already. It has a Seekers. It's actually almost even in gold to Breathe. Credit to the Shy. He's really climbed his way back in this game. He's 2 and 9 and he's even in gold. That's really impressive. Some shutdowns and some objective bounties probably part of that. I mean, AD carries are pretty similar in gold too. It's actually jungle where a lot of the gold lead is. And you know what? I don't think Poppy can do that much in this late game, right? 4 items for Sivir. IG, don't look at the scoreboard. Don't look at the gold lead. I think they actually have a genuine win condition here. This is an IG that can fight. The gold is on the Poppy. The Poppy is not going to be game ending. I'll spot the ward being put into the brush there. Tien trying to make a difference of it. Oh, they've caught out Gala. Shockwave comes out and they get onto Light. Yes, a GA. The Shy's in it alone. Where is the support? The Shy needs some help here. They will catch out the Sivir, but it's not doing that much. The Shy manages to get an extended fight, and that's a problem. Pantheon has died off screen somehow, somewhere. Couldn't ult back into the play, and the Shy is going. Again, the wall stun is not valuable. Doesn't get that much for them. Can they get anything? The W's back up from the Shy. 2 and 9, but still carrying. Only the Shy can play like this. IG find a way into the late game. Gala gets caught, but they can't capitalize in the way that they want to. How has the Shy from 2 and 9 made the difference in the late game? Never before has League of Legends seen a player like this. He was the original. And I'm sorry, Baus, you'll have to take second place to the Shy. This guy somehow does it again. Wade does end up dying, though. It means there's no smite to secure the Baron. But as we were saying, that's what he died for. He died to make sure that Taliyah couldn't make their way into the play. You know what? That's a worthy death. He flew through the halls of Valhalla after taking that one down. He can get himself back out onto the map now. Is there any contest coming through? Well, if Tien walks up, it wouldn't have been a smite. There is that. IG, they kept themselves Baron. There's 40 seconds until the dragon comes up. Now, Wade did just use his ultimate. Maybe that was a mistake with that in mind. Perhaps a mistake with that in mind. This is very winnable for IG now. What happens here? I mean, just doesn't spell shield the right stuff. Gets rooted, uses the barrier. But then the Shy just goes absolute mammo. We need to actually get out of this replay. We need to see the dragon setup. Look, the Shy does some great work here. We need to get back into live. What's happening in live? Push over the mid lane. Anyone on the dragon itself? No. Walking down towards the bot side. Jungle, we've seen all this before. Let's get back into live. We need to get back into live. There we go. QSS for Gala now. It's QSS and the Baron. Now, they can give up a dragon if they want. They have the Baron buff as well. No Q hitting over the wall. Very quick tower killing. Elixir of Sorcery picked up for the Shy. Means he's even quicker killing towers. Wait, they need to get back into wave clear. They might be able to threaten a flick back from the Taliyah. That'll be the case there. But now Weibo have given up their dragon setup. IG using the Baron. Tien off of vision. But again, the Poppy gold lead doesn't matter that much. The Shy has cleanse. Will get themselves a shell shield this time. A little bit better from him. The Shy pops the W. The ult coming through. Oh, it's caught Gala again. Didn't flash it. That's a mistake. Shockwave coming through. Breathe. Caught out a little bit. He has his own flash if he wants to respond. But Gala, my dude, you cannot afford to get caught like that again. He's been caught all late game. He's 700 gold ahead. He's a late game Sivir. Has so much power. The Shockwave now used. Dragon now started by IG. But Gala getting caught so many times has given away a win condition. Tien on the flank. Crisp also on the flank. Looking for some stuns here where he can. He gets taken by Wei. Hex Soul for IG. What a bonus that is. Tien can't flash out to safety. Slowed to his doom. Wei trying to get out of that minefield just a little bit more. We'll see him to the plate. The Shy cutting off light from the past. Where's the W? Does he need it? I don't think he does. The Hex Soul will force the flash out of light. Does he have enough to chase him down again? He's actually quite dangerous. Is like even from this HP, getting himself the move speed and danger no more. Will not see himself out to safety. Weibo will not protect their AD carry. They have to scramble for the base defense. And despite the gold lead from Weibo, IG find it in the late game to find themselves a comeback. With all the picks onto Gala not mattering, this is the most useful 2 and 9 Gwen I have ever seen in my life. You are, without a doubt, the lowest KDA top laner I've ever heard of. But you have heard of him. The Shy cuts at the knife's edge. Nay, the scissors edge takes out Breathe. He was the better top laner in this first game. Make no mistake about the scoreboards. Invictus Gaming. Yeah, look to that man in the top lane. The Shy carries them to a Game 1 victory. How did it happen? The Shy does it again. It is just, he is inimitable. Weibo takes the win, takes the loss. God, they don't take the win in Game 1. They definitely don't. think, folks, they definitely don't take the win in game one. Hello, folks. God damn, I've shredded my voice just a little bit there. Whoops, I've just completely thrown the audio about there. God damn, folks. That is first game of our third series. How did Weibo throw that game? Your guess is as good as mine, my dear viewers. I am Nymaera. I am a professional League of Legends caster. I've cast over 1,500 games of LPL on the official channel and also on this co-stream here as well. It's very saddening to me that the official broadcast was shut down at the start of this year because it's where I found my home in casting for a number of years at this point. And I love this region. I hope you love this region too. And perhaps if you're not there yet, perhaps you can stick around to see if you can find some love for this team, these regions as well. This region and these teams rather. If you'd like to support, please keep watching, please keep liking, commenting, subscribing. It all helps battle the algorithm. And if you do have a little bit of cash spare, a subscription and perhaps a donation through the Ko-fi or stuff like that does make an awful lot of difference to us. I've got to rest my voice a little bit, folks. We will be playing some Umu Musume during the break. IG, there's not a team like them in the world. What do you think of Syndra in pro play? I think most pro players don't know how to play her. I think that she's an immobile mage who has less self-peel tools than most others. She often has to overextend for her full combo, whereas as opposed to an Orianna who can do the shockwave from quite long range way away. And her laning matchups, she can get countered in lane too. I think that she's good she is good in some games. I think she should be played more, but I do think she is a step behind your Victor, your Orianna, your Annie and stuff like that, and the Talia as well. Holy moly. I need a drink. I need to hydrate. Let's play ourselves. Oh wait, no, I've chosen the wrong button. That's actually not the right button. Let's do that thing. I'll turn the camera off this way instead. Yeah, that works. Let's play some Musume. Okay, well, let's just do one of these real quick. I might do a Myona Top Gun run, you know. Everyone has really good stuff with her. Oh, man. I feel like Annie specifically needs Flash to set anything up. If you have Nocturne, no. Also, if you have Brush Control, no. And also, she runs cooldown boots for that reason, so. Can I post a link in chat? Yes, you can. You can, JD. Don't worry. Holy moly. I just can't believe... by the way, if you just want to get through these things quickly, you can just watch through these and skip them to get free carrots, by the way. The Shy out damage Civet? Yes, he did. I actually think Gala was quite poor that game. All these meta mages now have bad matchup into Syndra. No, Orianna beats Syndra in lane. Victor can beat Syndra in lane, although that's a little bit more flippy. Talia does lose to Syndra. Yes, that's definitely a bad matchup. And Annie is a bit more flippy as well. Annie is like, technically it's a winning matchup for Syndra until Annie gets a good trade, and then it's not. But yes, I think that Syndra should be played more. I don't think she should be played like none of the time. Unless I go for another Augury Cap run. Wait, do I have any guest things left? If I have a guest thing left, maybe we run with this. We do. Maybe that's worth thinking about then. Hang on, one second. No. Oh, so many adverts on this page. Okay, I gotta go find. Okay, I gotta go find like a new. I'm gonna just search up for a. Because I only have one guest thing today left. Imagine the Shy gets MVP. He should get MVP. He should. Legitimately should do. Okay. IGS, you want? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Somehow, someway. Yeah, they did. Okay, I'm gonna go look for a friendship code real quick. So I'm gonna have to unfollow someone real quick. I follow too many of these. Who do I not use very well? 6 days ago and joined? Who is this? What do you have? Oh, I actually need to use them. Well, I guess I don't need to right now. And the Shy does get MVP. That is the most useful, like, Insing Gwen I've ever seen. Ridiculous, actually. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh. Let's have a check. 3 stars. So stamina, 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 medium, medium. Oh my god, this is insane. Yeah, this is really good. We definitely follow this. How is this possible? A 2-9 Gwen chasing a team down 12k in gold? Because he found the right angles. The most useful 2-9 Gwen I've ever seen in my life. We're not going back in. We'll an Ogarin. That's not the one we're looking for. We're actually looking for this the one? This is the one, yeah. And you have left-handed as well? Oh, insane. Yeah, cool. Pig Venus, what the heck? Okay, now we're looking for... So we have Redshift from that front, but it's not useful. This isn't bad. Redshift's on here as well. Pace Chaser is okay, actually. Medium's okay. Redshift. Right-handed is meh. Time Conditions on there. This is okay. This is good because we... This is a 9-star one. I think we do this, right? We do this. This is actually a very good legacy to use. Why am I not using this stuff more? We'll go for... like our... We go 3 and... No, we go 4 and 2. We go 4 and 2. We want that. We will go for this. And then we want our own... now, which one's better? Do we have anything for Pace Chaser on here? This is medium anyway. Auto Adapt is okay, so non-standard distance is kind of meh. The skills on this are not any better though. Like, none of these are actually fantastically good. But this has... Whatever, we'll go for this. I think this is better. Okay, this is actually a pretty... I should have been using like stuff like this. And now we just hope for good luck, basically. So wish me luck on good rolls and stuff. Manhattan has high specialty priority. Yeah, which is why we go for it. Yeah. Although it's worth noting that what was I gonna say? It is worth noting that the My Own Top Gun special card does have we go for recreation here. Does have specialty prior as part of their very good, nice, cool. Does as like part of their special ability. This is okay. Let's go back to Ogarin. Ogarin. I love a rival. I know this is either like blah 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 and guts or what's the other thing? Speed and stamina or power and wisdom? We actually go for power and wisdom. Oh shit, oh my god, I'm so bad at that. Just random, Robbery of the Forest Guide. This actually has two useful things too, right? It's power or speed. We actually go for power. Again, we're gonna have enough speed, almost certainly. Like, we're running four cards. Like, if in the long run, getting some extra power actually does make a difference. Myana has pretty good hints. Yeah, I mean, not for the Champions Meet. Not for the Champions Meet, it isn't. This is practice perfect, that's good. Oh, we'll run some adverts. We're hoping for like 3 on stamina at some point. Meh. I wish this had happened at lower energy, so I could at least, you know, get a good rest him. This is a mood up, not particularly useful. I think this is actually a rest. This is like not good training. You need to rest at some point, may as well do it now, right? Yeah, the goal graph was insane for this game, by the way. 2 on that. I don't know, our training is just kind of ass right now. This occasionally gives corner recovery, occasionally gives corner adepts. Those are not bad. I don't think she gives firm conditions. That's good. This is good. That's a good thing to get. We always take... We just try and... Okay, we did get hit with the bad shit. Okay, so we don't want to do speed training now. That's fine, we can do this. Lose some energy. We can... Because you don't want to... It's bad enough taking fucking... not taking a rest, but you know the other thing. 2 on that. We do infirmary now. Okay, we got rid of it, that's good. Go on power. But I really don't like the fact that we're training this so much. We'll do this anyway, but our speed is so low for the first bit. Dodging danger is meh. 这种情况下，就是配 AP 打野的 AD 中单确实该使用，就才会在那个比的时候不太吃亏嘛。所以可能这种情况大家比较尝试一下这个英雄嘛。但是我也在尝试了一下，目前的话可能还没有看出有多大的作用嘛。但是刚改没多久嘛，我希望有机会的话， We've got some good stuff already actually on the whole. We'll actually take corner recovery already. 整个 LPL 的。 I'm just aware I do need to go to the toilet before our first, for the next game. We go pace. Yeah, we should be okay with this. I hope so anyway. I actually don't think IG's macro has been bad late game, you know? 中期的决策能力，我觉得比微博要更，就是思路清晰一点嘛，所以这样才能拿下了2比0。Rushed, whatever. Rushed is whatever. We have enough stamina to not care about Rushed at this point. And we're really hoping for a medium S and then to get all of our good stats. You know, all of our stats in like a good amount, obviously. We need swinging Maestro roll at some point too. There's a lot of rolls you got to get right. Nice. Okay, we run in December on this campaign. Oh, we definitely take that. Nice. We need to get some wit training in. You need to make sure you have wit like above about... Realistically, I'd like it to be above 350, but 300 is fine. 400 would be obviously fantastic. That's okay. Don't stamina's fine. Never take the extra training if you can help it. Unless you're like... I think wit training is okay. This gives some energy back, but... It gives energy and mood, but we don't need the mood. This gives speed, and it gives... yeah, occasionally it's... 3 on straight away ups, not bad, actually. Pretty okay, on the whole. 10% on that? Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, cool. Okay, I need to go to the toilet, so I'm going to go do that now, hopefully before draft starts. We shall see. Oh my god, it's going to go into draft right now. Oh my god, I got to go, like, right now, folks. Be right back. Ghost, I will give you that compliment. Stick around. I made it. Watashi wa kita. Let's get into the draft then, Shugs, shall we? I say that you've already been into the draft. I just haven't been. So Jarvan banned away by Weibo. There's no Poppy. Wukong feels a little better. No Pantheon either. What do you go now into that? Xin Zhao's not bad. Varus and Yuna are both banned. Rumble, Gwen in terms of our top laners. There's Annie. You could lock in Annie, I suppose, take it away from the Wukong. Especially with Orianna and Talia gone, Annie's got... Well, Talia's not really like a prominent lane, but I think with... that's not a problem. Good mentioning in the Sion there as well. Sion was actually unpicked, unbanned in that last draft. You could lock the Annie. You could lock the Sion and pick jungler on 3 if you'd like to contest that now. Would you prefer to have counterpick for solo lane? Could do. And the Shy could go something like Cassante into the Sion. I think we've seen a bit more of that and it's looked fairly effective so far. That's a way to stop a tank top lane-ish. There aren't many things which beat Aurora in lane, in top lane, and the Shy does like playing it. Mako had a bad game last game, but Mako will lock in the Rakan early, denying Azaya Rakan. Interesting draft prio. I would have thought this would be way more about top lane though. Annie, yeah, I mean the Galio is actually pretty good here. If you're going to dive in with the Rakan on the Annie as well, Galio can at least magic shield part of the combo if you're quick enough with it. Have a decent lane versus the Annie too. Xiaohu also, you know, a great player of the champion over history. A lot of people also remember the 5 games of Galio that Faker played against Xiaohu in the semi-finals of Worlds 2017. However, Xiaohu was also fantastic at it back then too. What does Weibo do on the top side? Yeah, the Ambassador Galio is a pretty good combo there. That's why it makes sense locking it in there. The Ambassador comes in. Breathe, a good player of it. I think this split on Ambassador has been less good than his previous splits of it. When it first came out, it was fantastic at it. Xayah on R3. I think you're Shinzao and you've got enough AD carries to go through, don't you? Maybe not, I suppose, against Mbessa Galio. Yeah, maybe you do Xayah on R3, and then what do you have in terms of jungles? You have Shinzao. You have Skarner. So you have 3 junglers you can play here. Shinzao, Skarner. There's no Poppy, no Pantheon. Jarvan's gone as well. Trundle's gone. Good Nocturne. Nocturne's okay. Nocturne's fine. Nocturne Annie's fine. It's not great for your comp, because Xayah doesn't love following that, but it's still fine into the Wukong, works fine enough with your Annie, and it's an AD skirmisher that has a decent matchup into the Wukong. Nocturne's actually quite hard to play around. Weibo should ban Renekton here. It's a good matchup into the Ambessa. What else is good into the Aurora? And the Ambessa. You don't probably care about the Aurora as much now. Ambessa's actually quite good into her inside lane. Do they ban Nocturne on 4? Ban it on their fourth ban of second one. Is there a Jinxen coming for Weibo? Pretty dangerous to play into threat of Annie Nocturne. Could be Vi for Wei as well, worth noting. So I don't think you play Jinx. I think you need something which is a little more self-peel. You could go Kalista Renata as Weibo, you know. I know most teams not named top esports kind of suck with it, but Kalista Renata's not bad here. Yeah, Alistair banned away from Crisp. Depends what they lock in on for. If they lock in melee jungle here, if they lock in like Vi, I think you can Kalista Renata. Whoa. Please, come on. Please, I really want to see a Talon jungle in pro play. Fun fact, I was a top 400 Talon in EUS at a point. Thanks for following, Big Melons. Shinzao, not banned. Weibo choosing to let a top tier jungler go through. Oh, imagine if it was actually Talon, though. Annoying. Corki Nico, very strong early lane locked in instead. Instead of going towards something anti-dive, they want early lane control. And actually, we have seen Xayah Khan lose early lanes. They especially don't get control over the wave level 1. Corki Nico is very good at doing that. Talon is so good in the jungle. He was, and then they nerfed him a lot, and then he was kind of meh. The shy niddly top lane. A little bit of the shy niddly top lane. So, the shy on instead. Alright. Kalista is banned. Oh, yeah. Kalista's banned. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hard to keep track of all these things. My bad. We're all good. Sion locked in. Much better front to back from IG than Weibo has. If Weibo get onto the Xayah, teamfight is won. If you don't, teamfight is lost. Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Alrighty, Weibo. Fighting for their lives a little bit here. If Weibo lose this series, they go down to 5 and 7. If they lose this next game, they go down to -6 at that point too. I think at that point, they may well have locked themselves out of top 4. With a win here, they go to 6 and 6, potentially end on 8 and 6. And they could overtake anyone's legend for the 4th spot. Just in terms of locking directly into playoffs or into the play-ins portion of it, those are the stakes available. No, Alistair available. Alrighty, let's get into our game, folks. Oh, Q at the level 1. We were waiting for those gyros to finish. The Shy does get a slam down. It's not going to matter that much. You can see, because it's double ranged versus double ranged, we saw this a little earlier today too. Oh, Xiaohu, my dude. Why is it frozen? Why have you frozen it right now? That is very, very, very annoying. That we... My guy, that is not very helpful. Where has the game gone? Where... Yeah, my guys, please, for the love of God, give me the clean feed. Have we lost anyone's life? Has anyone died? Please, clean feed, please. It didn't lead to anything. Oh my God, so sorry there, folks. The Shy actually just ended up hitting the clean feed. Alright, well, no one died. The Xiaohu didn't end up flashing either. How the hell did he get out without... Ugh, NA production? My dude, I'm living in Berlin. It is, in fact, not NA production. It is Berlin internet, if anything. Yeah, this is the problem with a... This is the problem without having official broadcasts. You do not have the same level of production available to you, sadly. Level 1 is going to be won by Crisp and Light now, realistically. That's why we're seeing teams stack up in bot lane very early on into the game. I was imagining... Yeah, I do think Xiaohu probably did E-start. He's very low HP now in mid lane, by the way. Rookie's taking a great trade against him. The Shy misses that Q. Owie. Oh, now he gets the W. Yeah. No, he did Q-start. No, he did. He did Q-start, not even the E. Berlin internet? Yeah. Now that we mention it, German streams I watched lately have gone down a bit. Yeah, German internet is pretty poor because basically in the early 2000s, the government at the time, which was... Look, there's a lot of corruption... There was a lot of corruption at points within German, like, politics within, like, the 90s and the 2000s. Basically, they were lobbied by the internet service providers to not go from copper to fiber, basically. And they were late on the fiber optic boom because basically the internet service providers didn't want to update their, their hardware and stuff because they had a market share and they didn't want to spend more money. But it meant that their whole internet development was set behind basically a decade, or half a decade, I'd say. Which is very sad for people who rely on internet who live in Germany, like myself. Haha. Way clearing it towards the bot side of the map. TN as well. Similar timing. We're going to see a fight over the bot scuttle. I don't know if Wei wants this smoke. Well, maybe he does. Bot lane's not winning, but Annie is. So if Annie comes over, then there would be a one fight for them. Wei will get himself to scuttle. TN will see it. Can't do anything about it. Wei will push it in mid lane. Rookie's... I mean, do you fight for double scuttle? No, surely not. Let Rookie recall. Let him recall in peace. Get a good... let him get a good thingy in. Good reset. Ahead 10 CS from the first back of the game. So now, until Xiaohu gets to reset again, he's down basically 10 CS in terms of fighting gold. Wei's gone behind bot lane. Frostbomb will land onto Gala. He's gone to... Ooh, jump forwards doesn't land anything. Wait, doesn't have red... Oh, that's a mistake there, Chris. Chris, why did you step up? Questions among questions. We'll jump forwards. Chris will die. First blood. It's a Wei. Not tracking the jungler particularly well. I suppose they thought that Wei was going to recall, get his first back of the game in. He didn't. He went bot side instead. Now he'll get to recall with an extra 400 gold. Is that a full tunneler on first back with plus a control ward? Yep. Tunneler control ward. That's disgusting value. Wei is very, very happy jungler now. Now, typically you walk out of base with the longsword ruby crystal and the control ward. Getting the kill means you can get the full tunneler completion, and it's more valuable than the components, of course, just a little bit. Tunneler is one of the best components in the game. One of the reasons why fighter champions have been strong for a while is because Tunneler's a really good component for the early game. Aatrox is really good with it. Of course, you got champions like Yorick, who's happy with that too, but though he doesn't get that until a little bit later, of course. But if you're a Shojin builder or Sundered Sky, you love this stuff. You're never that aggressive unless you're a Rakan. Yeah, because Rakan has a way out in the plays, which is the annoying thing about him. Rookie takes a really good trade there. Actually ends up getting some value out of his Molten Shield by getting part of the Q hit him, but not the full pop of it. So he actually tanks that up with a shield, gets the Thorns back onto Xiao, who doesn't do that much, of course, because he's got a W shield himself. That was a clone being sent across them, not the actual thing. I did pause to think, hang on, is there a Weibo member in the enemy jungle? Questions. Question mark. Anyone remember Mark, the support? Played on top, he supports a lot. It's part of that area where you had like Yanja and stuff like that, who were really not good enough supports to be on top teams. And yet, they were. The Shy has Bramble Vest first, has himself a pot and a biscuit. Does he pop both? Just one. Can recall, uses ult to get back into play. Rookie used that ult in mid lane to get a trade, push out the wave as well. We see this a lot from Annie's. Victor can sometimes do this too, where you just use that ult to get half a trade and then the wave control, and that's fine. You know, back in the early days of League, you'd only trade if you thought you had a full kill, and it was really bad if you didn't have your ultimate besides that. Tien, I don't think you want that smoke, actually. Well, maybe you do. You do have the Galio ult. Annie doing decent work here. Rookie, I think, makes a mistake by using that there. Is there a smite to come through? It's so close. It's taken by Light. Weirdly, not taken by a jungler. Mako using the E to get out. Gala, perhaps front stepping here. Tien, very low HP. I don't think Wave will win this fight. And the knockup from the Dragon Priest, that Light has to cleanse. Xiaohu jumps forwards. Good damage onto... That's very good damage onto Wave. Jesus Christ, Chris. Good double knockup there. Tien has the level 6 and starts going forwards. And here comes the Galio. No knockup from that, but it's forcing the retreat. 2 kills for them now. Maybe a third. 3 for none in the bot side from Weibo. As the initial knockup from the Dragon made me think, well, okay, it's going to be an easy kill. 4th being looked for by Chris. Does he have the W passive? Yes, he does. One more auto. I'll do it. Rookie, no Molten Shield. Chris will take down another LPL World Champion. FPX to IG. A salute from one legend to another. And that's 4 dead from IG in the bot side river. Wei got blasted. So what happened here? Tien was super low HP. And we have really loud corky Gatling gun again. Xiaohu combos into Chris full damage. Dragon helps as well. Tien, if he'd gotten that scuttle, would have gotten level 6. With that in mind, I almost wonder whether he should have flash, smote, then ulted. I wonder if that was the play. Xiaohu was saying that, you know, he's got a history on the champion, you know. Faker wasn't the only 2017 Galio making waves. Of course, he was by far the best of them, but Xiaohu, good player of the champion too. I believe that was the case anyway. Am I trolling? I think he was back then. I'm trying to remember if he was one of the people that didn't play Galio back then, actually. No, he was. He was. Wei will take the first of the grubs. Any contest? Doesn't look like it. 2 will go over easily. No smite use from Wei just yet. IG had a good early lead. Now, hang on a second. Tibbers drop. That is a Crisp without any flash. He'll go very low, but not dead. Uses the heal, keeps himself alive. Worth noting, Dragon hasn't been taken yet. Rookie, gonna get CC down onto. No Cyclone available just yet. Good double taunt there from Xiaohu. Good damage onto Mako on the whole. Light, potentially looking for a full-on kill. Xiaohu might have gone too far now. Does he have another E to get out to safety? He's just about safe enough. Nah, not until the root comes through. Might have another E. Nope. Goes down. Xayah picks up the kill. A little too far from Xiaohu that time. After the initial pick looked good, couldn't follow through on it. Xiaohu in 2017 had a 55% win around Galio. Right, okay. Good to know. Good to know. I wouldn't mind game 3. You know what? Me neither. Normally I'm not an enjoyer of long days on the Saturday when we have 3 series, but you know, today I'm vibing with it, folks. I'm enjoying it. I am. Wei taking that blue buff. Wukong on the Dragon. It's going to be a contest over this at all. Getting pretty low. They will have... Guys, they will have vision on this. Anyone coming over? Wei, does he want to contest? Maybe he does. He's charging up his Q. Pretty low there. There's no smite on Tien either. I was wondering. I guess he had the Cyclone. Sheen and Phage, good items. Components, I suppose. No contest from IG. Don't want to throw another bot side fight there. Last one went badly enough for them. Drag him to the side of Weibo. Wei happily clearing instead. Rookie down gold to Xiaohu on the Galio. Of course, Rookie versus Xiaohu. That was the matchup of 2018 as well. Need we remind you. IG versus RNG. Rookie versus Xiaohu. It's a hell of a matchup, folks. That was when Xiaohu was really, really raising to prominence in the LPL. That RNG roster, that one MSI because IG... the Shy was injured, I believe, just before MSI 2018. I think he broke his hand in practice or something like that. Or, ended up damaging his hand, something like that. Duke was playing a lot of that spring instead. Rookie. Trade there onto Xiaohu. Was that around MSI or was that later into the year? I remember it happened at some point in 2018. Kira was talking to me about it. You can never trust a behind IG to lose. That is true. And, you know, Weibo, for us to actually believe this is going to a game 3, they are going to have to somehow, you know, get further ahead than last game, which looked pretty unlosable for large swathes of the mid and late game. Shy, taking hard trades, but whatever, he's a Scion. It's not really like either of these two champions kill each other. Just before Spring Playoffs of 2018, Duke played all of playoffs. The Shy came back for summer. Yeah, I think it's because the Shy had a broken finger or something like that. Oh, Ghost, you did redeem the compliment, by the way. Let me have a think about that. Chris getting caught out by Mako. Chris does have flash. Does have ult as well. I don't really want to tangle with that unless you know you can finish that kill off. Of course, the threat of a Galio ult on top of any CC is kind of scary. The base damage of the Galio ult is actually pretty nice, and the CC is obviously pretty big too. Impact with a W. Cyclone not used. No real point using a Cyclone onto Rakan, even if you cancel the... This is the annoying thing about the Rakan. Even if you cancel the W, he's got an E. And if you cancel one E, he's got a second E charge for reasons which I don't really get. Oh, that's a problem. You know what I think should happen? I think that if you cancel Rakan E, it should put... I think if you cancel Rakan E, he shouldn't get his second one. I think that he should only get a reset on his E if he manages to reach his target. Because I think that champion is way too survivable. It means that actually at that point, cancelling Rakan E feels valuable. Remember when Insect broke his leg or something because he was jumping up the stairs for some promo bit? I do remember that, actually. Smite from Way on the top side of the map is a little bit behind in terms of XP to TN, about half a level, actually. Not a little bit at all. Punts him back. Mako gets the charm. Plans onto that. The Ambassador pins him in place, though, and yep, Rakan dies if you CC him for long enough. Goes down pretty easily there. The Shy good damage back, but Breathe gets it. Oh, hang on, flash forwards. Gala ults back in return, though. Good reaction speed from Gala. Bit of damage onto him. Full channel Q. Crisp just uses flash. That's the problem. The Shy looking for that last kill. Will get something onto him. Clone Gaming. Gala can't quite get himself the final kill. Does after that last auto attack. Tien now stuck in the Thunderdome with the Shy, who does have a flash. The Galio is coming through now. Not sure that was needed. Q coming through. The Shy just think he can get the kill. So close. Yes, he can. Flashes forwards. And that Rookie's into the play. The IG solo lane is chasing down. Weibo will walk away losing, what, 3 kills in that fight? I believe it was a 3-for-3. Rakan died at the start of it. The Shy dunks down on the back end of the play. 2-0-1 for the Scion now. Another kill was claimed by Gala in that play too, as IG make it an even trade. Jesus Christ. And the only thing I appreciate more than a good LPL skirmish ending in a 3-for-3 is, of course, Deadly Ghost in chat. Welcome, and hope you're enjoying your time here, Ghost. See you again. Looking forward to seeing what you're going to do with Riftbound, the new League card game. I think Ghost is looking to get into casting that. Myself too, actually, if there's a good enough option. Ambassador just dunked down on Mako, and yeah, it turns out doesn't get to use his second E or even his first one if you kill him. My man can carry even when playing a tank? Yes. Yes, he can. In fact, I think the Shy is even better on tanks than carries a lot of the time. Walks forwards, realizes, well, they don't exactly have any cooldowns left. Thinks maybe he can kill with the Sunfire Cape. Thinks about, well, maybe I should turn back for the peel. No, let's just get the kill. Zones off and gets a flash out of light too? What the hell? Oh, well, all of this. He only drops below 2,000 health now. And this is a level 10. Gets a double Q after this point. Double knockup. Realizes, hang on, I've got a kill angle here. Flashes beyond what could have been a potential flash angle from, a taunt angle from Xiao, who is so fed now, almost 1,000 gold ahead. Casting card games sounds interesting, actually. How about card games on motorcycles? Is that Zexal Yu-Gi-Oh? Anyway. Dragon taken by Weibo. Do you have 2 early ones now? Xiao teleporting towards that top side. I don't think the Shy gives a damn about him. He's 2 levels up on him, by the way. Shy doesn't really want to get taunted under turret, so he won't walk up and do too much. Oh, 5Ds. Right, okay. Right. I didn't watch Beyond GX. I did hear it still ended up being okay, though. Good draft by Weibo. Previous one was terrible. I think that the last draft was fine, honestly. I think the last draft was fine. It was completely a play issue. And this one, I think they've actually got a worse draft in this one, arguably. You're now playing a full dive comp into a Xayah. And a Scion. You do not really care much about it. I think IG have got a better draft this time around, arguably. Mako. Damage onto him. Way That's the Sundered Sky. That being said, you know, Tien well on his way to a Black Cleaver now, actually. Herald started up. Any contest? Any... Hang on a sec. Oh, ult misses from Breathe. I was wondering whether there was a 1v3 angle there. No, because Breathe's ult misses. That's a problem. Rookie has the stun available. Takes a lot of damage. He greeted a little bit holding on to that for so long. Mako goes very deep too. And now Wei, he doesn't have flash. He does have ult. Doesn't feel fantastic, though. And there's a lot of people in melee range of him. The Crescent Guard don't work like that, friend. Galliot coming down as self-peel. One kill down. Rookie can recall, teleport back into the play. The Shy trying to do his best. Good Q again, actually. Doing all right. But he might have gone too far this time. He's so tanky, but not tanky enough. Rookie has himself a stun. Gets himself a triple on there, but it's not enough. Rookie, bad fight from him. Found himself in a 1v3. Xiaohu going forwards, trying to take down Gala, and will take one of his MSI winning teammates down. Gala hits the floor. Bad fight from Rookie, not going to lie. Left himself in a 1v3. Didn't get great stun value. Greeted on who he was going to target with that. And Weibo walk away with, what, 4 kills all in all? Herald's not even killed. Will be taken down now, but they'll focus, of course, onto the mid lane turrets presented to them freely. Big win for Weibo. I don't think Annie is it. I think Rookie is normally very good at this pick, but he greeted. You could see he didn't want to clear the wave there because he didn't want to stick around for a stun to come up again. Mako goes forward onto Chris, gets something onto him, but there's not that much follow-up. Doesn't get onto Light either. Wei uses his E. And, you know, Mako and Wei have not really made much of a play here. Trying to, I guess, buy some time for Rookie to come in with a stun. Doesn't get much done there either, actually. He has to back off, come back into the play. The Shy thinks he's tanky enough to potentially get some turnaround damage. And credit to him, he gets some there. This is a little too far, though. Too much follow-up. And the last bit of Winds of War takes him down. And then Rookie comes in for a decent stun, but it's too late and not really that much damage behind it. Good knock-up, good Q. Enough damage from everything. Xiaohu, good play that. Well, Weibo have themselves a lead again. Can they do anything with it this time? Well, he did pretty well at getting ahead last time and getting to really large amounts of gold. He didn't, however, kill Nexus, which is a problem. It is a problem, I hear. Killing Nexuses is the business of League of Legends. Can be a bit of an issue, that can be. Muramana completion. Not too far from Light now. Oh, Black Cleaver in for Tien. That's a problem for the Shy. This is a real big power point for Weibo. I think 2 items is probably their strongest point in the game. Ambassador does scale beyond that, of course. Wukong to a certain extent too. Wukong's a very good scaling jungler, but... Oh, hang on. Trying to catch Light. Can't quite do so. Good damage back. Triforce, Black Cleaver, Muramana about to be completed. I don't think IG should look at any fights like this, which is a shame, because they do have an Annie who's not on a bad point right now. He's going to find a Wukong. He did spot him out with the sweeper. Not quick enough reactions, though. Rookie. Not a great series from him, honestly. Well, not a great game from him, at least. Perhaps game 1 and game 2 was a little bit more of a passenger than we like. It wasn't his fault that they fell behind in... sorry, game 1, rather. Perhaps not their fault that they fell behind in that one. But Rookie not playing well here on the Annie. 2,000 gold behind, 0 and 3. Jumping out. Oh, that's a good taunt by Xiaohu. Good Galio game from him. Rakan goes down easily. Light does have the power to definitely out-duel Gala. Wei trying to get some damage under this turret, but he's only but a Shinzao. Jumps in again. Not bad there. San coming round. Perhaps there's an angle for IG. San comes in like a freight train. Yep, that's the specialty. Teleport coming in from the Annie. How much can they get with that blast comb? Good combo onto the Wukong. We'll take him down as well. Can he follow up for anything? The phase rushes weren't running. I'll follow up for that much more. Rakan teleporting in now as well. Now that is a problem for Weibo because Atacana has just spawned. They just gave up 2 kills before this came through. Chris does not have ult, does have flash, but can't do anything about it. No smite, no problem. IG, well, no smite, very much a problem actually. Let's rephrase that for Weibo. IG take the Atacana, and Weibo, they overstay in top lane. Jesus, man. The Shy sticking around for that turret in top side. Of course, first turret was already taken in mid lane and top lane before by Weibo. Great ult angle from the Shy, though. Goes around the outside of top lane, curves in on a harsher angle. slams into that target there. Oh, wait, no, that's not actually the kill. But it's a good angle to bring him into the plate. Rookie gets himself a good combo onto the Wukong. He should have just been on the Blasco. Just get on the Blasco. Do you think IG is planning this, or are they winging it as they go along? A healthy amount of both, I'd imagine. Can't imagine the misplays are ones that they planned out particularly well. Dragon started up by Weibo would be their sole point. The Shy takes a lot of damage from the Black Cleaver of Breathe now. Wei's taken low. Dragon's not that low itself, though. Wei's walking away, though. They won't be able to get much there. Instead, they'll use their 3 grubs to take mid lane out of turret. Realize that the Dragon fight is a little bit futile. Rakan will heal him up a little. Rookie's caught. Rookie's court goes down easily. Should not have been there. Your team did not want to fight. They wanted to look for the mid lane turret. Instead, flashing forwards. Good reactions from Gala. Again, his reaction speed has always been legendary. And Chris will go down. Gala can fight. How much damage can he do there? There's too many items on the side of Weibo. And despite the reaction speed of Gala, Weibo hits harder. Massive fight for them as they take down 3. Good reactions by Gala aside. IG swept from the field, and it'll be a 4th kill rather. Shy not killing, showing up on the kill field just there. Still in his passive. 4 for 1. Weibo, huge fight. Taking the Dragon as well. Rookie, what was he thinking? Sticking around on the bot side of that play. I've been saying that Rookie's had an MVP caliber split, but I don't think this game shows it, does it? Rookie saving flash for playoffs. So what does he do here? Gets a combo onto Crisp and then gets rooted and dies? Okay. Yeah, not a fan of that one, not going to lie. They did have the control ward in the brush. Gala flashes away from the root from Crisp as well. He just doesn't have the items. You're against a Muramana transformation Corki. Look how much damage Light does. Crazy amount with the Conqueror stacked up as well. IG just don't have the items at that point. Now they are 4,000 gold behind. $1,000 gold ahead in mid lane and jungle. Weibo, a little more than that, of course, in jungle. GA coming in for Tien as next item because he's so far ahead. Rookie be like, you shall not pass, but they did anyways. Yeah, you shall pass. Weibo, can they actually accelerate their lead now? They are almost 5,000 gold ahead now. Picking up some extra farm. Not really fight. Rookie. Well, he loses his flash, breathe into the backline. Perhaps that's a little too far from him this time. Mako, can he get himself a fireback? Crisp has just been blasted, and so is Breathe. That's a little too far. That's the clone they're hitting right now. IG, can they find any extra engage? Tien doesn't have flash. He used his warrior trickster. It'll be 1 for none. Rookie forced to blow his flash, but the fight works in favor of IG. They have 3 grubs. That means when they win fights, they take the turrets afterwards much, much more effectively. Rookie does have stun, if any. Mako. Scary stuff. Any 3 grubs onto the towers? No, they can't actually stay and hit them. Weibo will wave clear effectively. And IG will recall off the map. They will take 1,000 gold off that gold lead immediately. Was 5,000, goes down to 4,000 again. Credit to them that they can find fights at this point. Gala clearing through the topside farm. Really wants his Infinity Edge, obviously. We'll wait until Wei's coming over. Was spotted by... Hang on, what's he spotted by? Why are you spotted by something? Hang on a second. Why is that the case? He's waiting for Wei to come over, but why is he spotted? Is that a graphic error? I think that's a graphic error. Because if he's just randomly spotted, that's a bit of a huge issue, no? Surely that's just a spectator error. Vision plant? Oh, it was the vision plant. Right, my bad. Yep, that was the thing. I didn't see the plant getting blown near him, though, so I didn't think that was the case. And unless it happened just before we came on screen. It does last a little while, of course. And he has himself the Infinity Edge now. He was communicating with Wei there, basically saying, look, I need this item. Infinity Edge can win us the game, I think. And now, once we get to 3 items, despite the fact that IG are behind the game as a whole, their carries are even again. Remember this happened with the Sivir last game. I don't think Gala had a very good Sivir game last time. I think he was caught out an awful lot. He's been playing a lot better with the reaction commands. Reaction Fresh Panther. Kingdom Hearts. I was thinking about Kingdom Hearts the other day. No local goal for Weibo from that turret, by the way. No one was close enough for it. Yeah, Gala, that's got to be a graphical error because he's currently got that vision over him. That's strange. Anything coming? Well, we got 30 seconds till the dragon. Would be Infernal Soul for Weibo. Huge thing coming out, of course. Seeker's built up for Xiaohu. Will be able to go into stasis just the once. 3 items for Light, 3 items for Gala. He knows how important this fight is as well. I mean, there are 3 items for the Shy, too. He is very, very strong. Can't afford to take poke like that, folks. Come on, Mako. That's lazy pathing from him. Light, good damage on the other side, though. Seizing the opportunity. Let's take that ward that was just put down. Can IG hold a choke point? No, not necessarily sure. Breathe has flash, has ult. Gala's not in a fantastic spot here, actually. I don't like his positioning. And the ult pings onto him. He doesn't want to pull the ult just yet. Can you pull it now? Yes, he does. Breathe, has he gone too far? Creep, Gala escapes the engage this time. That's the cycler coming onto it. Everything being thrown onto Gala. And IG do not peel for him. Gala was your carry. IG, where was your peel? Weibo, get everything onto the AD carry. And they'll slam through here. Can they get themselves the dragon itself? Yes, they can. Infernal Soul goes down, and Weibo get themselves an uber buff. Take down the carry, and IG just do not do enough work to make sure that Gala is safe. Gala doesn't pull the ult onto the initial Ambessa ultimate. I can somewhat understand that one. Pulls it onto the Galio ult later. I think he actually makes the right choice of when to use that. But really, IG needed to do more to get the attacking people off of that Xayah. Weibo, clean combo onto him. I think that the combo from Weibo was very good at kind of spacing IG away from their carry. Baron goes down to Weibo. No objective bounties to be taken here by IG. No 3 grubs option either. Okay, Weibo, you have yourself another insane gold lead. Ult pings onto Gala. That's fine. You can see right here. No. Nico comes through, and they just cannot stop Tien in time. Rookie is looking for the aggressive play. I wonder whether Rookie should have been closer to Gala instead, peeling away from the first person in. Shy ends up dying to Light, who's at a strong point of power himself. And IG can't do that much. Nako tried to get in for a Spellbook Smite Steal. Can't do that much with it, though. Ends up dying. Weibo. Elation there from the coaches. God, that Wukong gets so much damage in the last fight. And I think IG, this time they're going to have a lot harder time trying to win themselves the late game fight. They had themselves the have to hang on a second flash wars, but Light gets the reactions back. Gala, where is he? He's not in the play. They don't have that much damage. That being said, Breathe goes down. Redemption comes in to heal them as well. Double knockup. Where is the follow-up? Do they have anything extra to pull into this play? Gala has flash, has ults, and they're currently in a 5v4. Gala threatening a little. Tien coming through. There's the ultimate. Gala could pull that again. Maybe a little late this time. Could trade his GA for it. The feather's not in a great place. Hang on, the GA goes down. Torn onto him. The Shy easily dead, though. It's a kill for a GA. IG do not like that trade at all. Feathers coming through from Gala. Again, just IG not really able to play around the Xayah point of power in a team fight where the feathers go up into the air. Not able to lock anyone down into them. Not able to allow Gala easier access as he comes down from his ult. It's a good thing that Weibo decided to randomly sub in Aja this game. Aja's pretty good at League of Legends. I will say, Breathe is also pretty good at League of Legends when you need him to. But, that being said, I think that what you're trying to say there is that he randomly inted by diving forwards. I believe that's probably what you're saying. As Breathe did do that again. He's died a couple of times randomly now. Really good Corki game. Yeah, Light's had a good game. Aja is awful at League of Legends. Now, I think that's a bit harsh. He's actually pretty good, especially for like PCS standards. He was very... Hang on a second. Breathe. Does he jump forwards? No. Has himself the feats of strength to tank up some physical damage coming through from Wei. We've broken the 10k gold lead again. Yes, we have. Hang on a second. Breathe. Chris taking a ton of damage there, rather. Redemption. Being built on everyone now, by the way. Redemption is just really, really strong. He's been the biggest weight on PSG all year. I don't know. There's a guy called Maple who's not doing fantastically well either. He's been blasted a lot. Gal is standing in the Winds of War. Wouldn't normally suggest that. Going towards... hang on a second. Xiaohu going forwards. Is that too far? Xiaohu, my dude! Not sure about that one. Has the stopwatch. Breathe going in as well. The feather pullback is strong. Wei goes down first, though. And the 10k gold lead seems to be just making the difference here. Cyclone going forwards. Gala Courts. And I think IG will not make the magic happen twice in a row, at least. Weibo will force us to a game 3 and an 8-game day. Is that the case? Yeah, 8-game day. 3-game 1 just before that. Weibo taking game 2. IG not able to make magic happen. Back to back. Game 3, Weibo, IG coming right up after this. Okay, another game. Just gotta make sure my voice is stretched out even more, isn't it? Oh, okay. Folks, I'm not even going to do the spiel this time. Hello, I'm Nymaera. I cast League of Legends. If you'd like to support us, please like, comment, subscribe, and do what you can. I'm going to rest my voice. I'm gonna play some horse game. You know how it goes. We're going to put on some adverts. Let's wait until that last game of the day. We're in a really good spot here, actually. We are not going to do this. We do need to race in December. That's when we're racing. Well rested is good. We're looking for friendship training where we can. We will take a guts here. Not as great, but it is what it is. I don't get how your voice holding up for 8 games. I'm tired after 4-minute conversation with myself. It's, yeah, it's something I've practiced a lot. Honestly, just doing it a lot helps, really. We will go for power. Good friendship training, please. You don't give us very good hints, do you? Nah, that's not very useful. We'll go for this then, probably. Yeah. We want to train primarily speed and stamina. We don't want to split training too much. Ooh, that's pretty good. And occasionally we get some good skills from her. I really don't want to be trained. Straight away recovery is meh. It's whatever. It's fine. All good in. That would be nice if I had anything to use with it. We will rest again. Not bad. Is this stats up? Oh, it's just meh. It's whatever. Okay, we want to run both races in December if we can. I really don't want to keep doing guts. I'm not going to lie, folks. I can do a little bit of wit, a little bit of this. Okay, it's not too bad. We don't need to run anything in November. Go for this. Okay. Do we have enough skill points for Redshift? No, we don't. We do have straightaway adapts if we want it. Okay, we'll just take what we get here. I actually don't know the difference that much between these. Whatever, takes. This is the right place to go. Triumphant Pulse, Corner Recovery. We don't have that many skills, but just have to deal with it. Okay, corner recovery helps. We might need our ult. I don't love our positioning here, honestly. I think we're finishing like 4th, maybe. Power's not bad. Where's our ult? We might need the ult. Is it enough? I don't know if it's enough, you know. I don't know if it's enough. Oh, it is. Let's go. Nice. Good job. Good stuff. Okay, that's one. So we don't have to run the next one now if we don't want to. We don't have to run the next one. We've got our fans for the next bit. If it's good training, we will do it. If not, we don't feel pressured to. Very sad. Our energy is pretty low anyway. 17%. No, we'll race. We'll race. This is fine. We'll get redshift. Wait, level 1. We can actually wait until the next thing for this, I think. Do we get straightaway acceleration? No, let's get hydrate. Okay, well, let's get hydrate. It's good. We need Gourmand anyway. I sometimes forget to get this sometimes. We'll race this. Because we're hydrate now, we want to run pace chaser majority of races. I will get hydrated, thank you. I actually have a bottle of Volvic tea next to me. Oh, man. I just don't get IG sometimes, folks. Yeah, that makes sense. TN MVP. Those cyclones were disgusting. Ah, we fell back into the pack a little bit. It's not too bad. Not fantastic though. Getting a little bit blocked. Hydrate's good. Oh no, it happened too late. Hydrate happened too late. If it happens after this black line, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this thing here. Okay, we're not doing too bad now. Yeah, we should win. Nice, good stuff. Get away. Special, not special week. Winning ticket though. I forget that, like, even when she celebrates, her stomach's fucking rumbling because she's meant to be like a glutton. Okay, we have a ton of fans now, which is good. And now what do we do for the New Year thing? Do we take the rest, actually? I actually wonder if we rest. Let's actually rest. Because that allows us to potentially take another training here. That's... Well, we take power here, right? Yeah. Is this stamina up? Well, it's a choice, but we take the stamina up. We rest. Oh, that's nice as hell. That's so nice. You give firm conditions sometimes. That's actually really worth looking for. We probably need to do the double training though here. This also gets us up to like... We don't need to train for her anymore for ult next year. I don't like that we train so much power though. That is actually a bit of a problem. I'm not taking those chances. We get inspiration soon. Inspiration's going to be really important to... Yeah, inspiration will be really important. We take this, actually. We need to... Well, this gets friendship training there. We need wit up anyway. We're trading guts way too much. Got redshift. Right-handed is not useful. Lone Wolf is okay, but it's not fantastic. Wait, what's Lone Wolf? Is that when you're alone in the style which you're running? Ah, this isn't bad, you know. This is actually okay. Not many people run this. That could be okay. Lucky 7 also I don't mind taking as well. We can run. This is actually not a bad time to run. We'll run the Satsuki show, I think. Yeah, we'll run the Satsuki show. We have enough, we don't have... We did get one for this. This is actually... Oh, that's a really nice roll. Yeah, we'll do this. Lone Wolf is good. Procs almost every race. It is, but it's more about if I'm doing it for Champions Meet, is it worth it? I think it is. I think it is. Wait, did I get medium proficiency up? I don't think I did, right? No, I didn't. That's like the huge thing. The clean feed has done that thing where it do be dead. Oh, for God's sake. Do I have enough power to make it out of this? It is a medium. No, we've got hydrate. We've got to do this. There we go. I actually wonder if it's my PC that's causing this issue, not the clean feed. Is blue side favor? Well, this series it's red then blue, right? So it's a low investment that might not trigger in CM, but if you don't, it denies someone else the low buff. That's true. That's why. So I've been running Lucky 7 on my CM augury because I had the points left over, and it's actually won me some races. It's pretty insane. It's like Outpost proficiency and Lucky 7. If I get them both at the same time, I pretty much win races just off that. Okay, not bad positioning right now. Please don't drop back into the pack. This looks fine. Hydrate's good. Nice. Redshift really, really helps. Redshift is just such a silly, silly skill. Organize is meh. We take that 100%.
其实跟他们交手，我觉得更重要的部分其实还是我们自己队伍本身的一个发挥。我们要把一些我们基本的做好的。
We also haven't rolled swinging maestro yet, which is a bit rough.
Mako 的话也是一名就是打了挺久的职业选手吧，就是打了这么久以来，我感觉他每一年的状态都是跟以前就是一样，就是保持得很好吧。就跟他交手的话，觉得还是。 就是其实对战过很多次嘛，感觉每一次交手其实
Okay,
不一样的，就希望这一次也能跟他打出精彩的比赛。因为赛程所剩已经不多了嘛，就希望我们就是拿出一场比一场更好的状态，就是不管我们最终的排名是怎么样，我们都要状态就保持得越来越好，就是可能我们排名。
You watching Demon Slayer? If you enjoy Demon Slayer but want like a bluntly a better show, watch Fate Unlimited Blade Works. It's done by the same studio. It's a similar animation, but I think it doesn't have as flimsy a story as Demon Slayer, honestly. I think Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade Works are really, really good. Quite far behind the pace chasers now. I'm quite worried that we might need to get Redshift going good here. We did not get Redshift. We might lose this quite horribly, actually. 6th is not fantastic. Redshift is okay. I mean, we get 2nd, maybe? Ooh, 1st, maybe? Absolute Cinema? That's not true, maybe. That's not true. Fate's story is actually very good. I love the world which they put in. And I think the story tracks pretty well with it. I really like the whole Grail War thing. I don't think that's true. By the way, a fun thing which might ruin your watching experience of Demon Slayer, the directors confirmed that all of the magical effects are actually not real. That's just like... that, yeah, they basically, yeah. They're all kind of like visualizations. They're not actually real. Too bad there are like 2 million series. I mean, you only have to watch Fate Zero and Fate Limited Blade Works and you're fine. It's actually not too bad. Stamina, skill points, non-standard distance actually doesn't help us that much. I think Fate Zero's story is a lot better than Unlimited Blade Works. I think it is too, but I think it's they're both good. We have a race we can go. We probably race in this then, actually. Strider Adept's not bad to get. We run this because this is basically the same as the Champions Meet anyway. Did I run adverts yet? I did. Good. I rate the Unlimited Blade Works series over the film though. Is that Heaven's Feel? There are 2 films in that though, right? They're not multiverse. I mean, there are multiverses, right, in terms of the different routes, because they're different routes of the game, right? You've got the Fate route, which doesn't have a modern adaptation. The Fate route's just really badly animated right now. It explodes. Heaven's Feel is 3 movies. Yeah, Heaven's Feel is a bit of a slog. Did they release the 3rd one? I can't even remember if they released the 3rd one. You know that Heaven's Feel was meant, rather that route was meant to have an Ilya route in it too, but they cut it in development time, which is a shame because Ilya is actually a very good character. Nothing beats the original Stay Night. It has that special place in my heart. The one by Dean is pretty bad because it tried to do multiple parts of different routes. The animation's kind of shit. Yeah. Yeah, anything which is done by Dean is not fantastic, sadly. There are a lot of pace chases here. Hydrate's not bad. We have a lot of stamina, at least. We might need a good red shift and a good ult, though. We don't have that great stats, right? Well, we have good stats, but, like, we... Come on. Red shift's good. We get early red shift. That's good. Do we have enough go get them? I think we do. Nice. Stay away, rush shower. Nice. Through to our last game of the day. IG Weibo. Through to game 3. What's left on the table? A lot of our AD skirmishes are gone. We've played 1, 2, 3, 4 AD skirmishes. We still have Jarvan. Vi is gone. Trundle likely to be banned, which leaves stuff like Sejuani or Trundle, not Trundle, or Skarner pretty powerful at this point in the draft. Varus, Yunara, the 2 most powerful AD carries on the patch by many teams. Judgment banned away as well. Hey, off the grid. Good to see you, by the way. Sorry I didn't wave hi to you earlier. Hope you're doing well. Azir banned away. What in terms of... I mean, surely you ban away the Trundle. Trundle and Jarvan. I mean, does IG just want to pick the first pick Trundle? Ban away the Jarvan. Weibo presumably ban the Trundle now in response. We go for something like a Sejuani Renekton kind of draft, or a Skarner. I mean, IG, do they feel like they have to pick a jungler? No, probably not. You could first pick Sejuani. I don't think you need to. There's Maokai as well, if you want to play something a bit more AP-centric. Feels a little better now you have Bloodletter's Curse. The Rise first lock-in, okay. Well, it's not that much. I mean, there's Aurora. I'm surprised that the Aurora wasn't considered over the Rise, actually. IG can use it as a flex pick. Weibo Lion now can go towards something like Skarner Aurora, 1-1-2. Yeah, the Aurora is good too. Skarner Aurora is really nice, because the Aurora can follow up from forever away. Although that being said, Skarner's kind of crap into Rise. You can root you and phase rush away. You often don't have great engage angles onto him. You can sometimes trade Impale for Flash in best case scenario, but not always. Lucian locked in for Weibo instead. Not choosing their jungle matchup. Can potentially look at Lucian Braum. Powerful combo. Very good at punishing low range comps. I don't know if I like going for the Alistar right now, but suppose it can cleanse off a impale if Skarner is picked at some point. Kai'Sa is in. Nautilus is pretty much killed off by Braum on 3, sadly. Which is typically Kai'Sa's lane pairing. You could Alistar and say, well, we'll just shrug it off eventually, but then Lucian Braum is so disgusting. You mean you just Braum on 3 now, surely, for Weibo. Smash that bot lane. Junglers are going to get hit even harder in second round. And then when you go into the second round, you don't have to worry about the Shy going towards Ornn because you have the Braum shield. You could even lock it yourself on 4. I think you'd probably rather jungle on 4 than top lane on 5 for Breathe, but still. Ornn's available. You can do, I suppose. Maybe Sejuani on 4. And if they lock Ornn, you can go Yorick. Yorick quite powerful, actually, if you can think about the Ornn in the draft. We're going to have more junglers banned? Do we really fall down the ban list in terms of junglers? Sejuani banned away. Wow, really? Do IG have to ban Skarner now? Stop it coming through on 4? Or do they ban something else and then hold the Skarner ban on 4 themselves? There's still Maokai. Not that I think Maokai is fantastic into Kai'Sa. Silas banned away. Jesus. Okay. Oh, yeah, they have Alistar. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they have Alistar. Yep. Always need to remember that. Kindred time? We're getting to that point in the draft, aren't we? Perhaps if you allow Skarner through, you can Kindred. That being said, I mean, Skarner can drag you out of your ultimate with the Impale. It doesn't feel fantastic. Maokai ban. Yeah, I think Weibo wants Skarner on 4. I mean, he wants Skarner on 4. Unless IG ban it. If they ban that, then what do you do? Do you Yorick or Ornn on 4? Knowing that the enemy team doesn't really want to pick Ornn because there's a Braum on the field. And Nectin banned away. Alright. Skarner on 4 then for Weibo. Do they feel good about that? Counter pick top lane. That being said, I don't know whether IG really feel like they need the Skarner. I don't think it's fantastic into Lucian Aurora. What happened to Ashe? Why is she not being picked anymore? Tons of nerfs to her W. Amongst other things. Some item changes as well. Alright, well, there's that Skarner that we talked about. Do they lock it? Yeah, they do. Alright. IG, you see Skarner and Braum. Do you lock Yorick for the Shy? I mean, he wasn't the biggest Yorick player of that moment. You can't go Renekton Sejuani. The Renekton's gone. The Sejuani's gone. Can't go either of them. Yorick, I think, is fine. There's a lot of tanks to chunk through, and if Breathe goes something tanky, he will hate that. Skarner's already not fantastic against the Yorick anyway, because he can often 1v2 you. What's the jungle option, though, for Wei? Do you Nocturne? Play around a global to the side lane, Nocturne Kai'Sa. It's not fantastic unlocking the Kai'Sa. You have to wait for the Fear Tether to come in. Then you could go Nocturne, Rise Kai'Sa. Pretty bad playing that low range. That's not something we've seen in a while, but we are. How many junglers deep are we? 4 from previous games. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bans. Technically, we've had 5 in this game. 10 if you count the Skarner being picked. And then the 4 previously. Neferi is locked in. Very low CC, but pretty good versus Skarner on the whole. Farms pretty well. Means that if you pick a tanky top laner for Breathe, he doesn't love it. Does he need to do it anyway? Picks the Cassante. Can dash occasionally over the wall of the Yorick. I don't think he necessarily cleanly wins 1v1s, and that's our draft. I'm going to quickly rush to the toilet, folks. Let's get ourselves into this game. Last game of the day, 8 games deep. Pray that my voice holds out. Let's go for it. Who has better draft? That's a great question. Who has the better draft? I mean, there's globals heading to a Yorick's lane, but there's a heavier tank front line for Weibo. That's a good question. We'll figure that out.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎
他们。Okay, last game of the day. 8 games deep, folks. My voice is somehow holding on for now. Let's pray that that continues.
全军出击。
Okay. Yeah, in terms of overall drafts, I mean, Engage is a bit difficult for IG, much easier for Weibo. There's more damage in IG. I think they have more macro options. Tank frontline is way better for Weibo. Laning phase, I suppose a little in favor of Weibo. Was he spotted starting here? I suppose so, with wards on that. Going for the enemy Raptor start. Tien going for the enemy red start. I mean, I don't think you can contest with Wei at the level 1. You've put Alistair Kaiser on weak side. Not my favorite decision ever. Still getting access to farm right now. Tien doesn't have angle to go towards a level 2 gank. Bot side. Skarner's not really a level 2 ganker anyway. Clearing through this as quickly as he can. Ooh, Q does land onto him this time. Important headbutt away from Mako. One, it's a little bit of poke, and let's be honest, Alistair doesn't really have that much. But it does stop the Lucian following up from those extra autos as well. The Vigilance, of course, proccing onto slow targets. Oh my god, Glizzy Neferi. Hot dog me up. The meows of the Meowric. Panda Yorick. Does he go for an early gank here? If he can... Oh, slow misses. I think with the slow missing, threat's off, really. Okay, I say that. Does the second Q hit? It does. Breathe losing a couple of hundred HP to that. HP to that. Yeah, HP. Oh, God, it's getting so late in the day. I'm questioning whether HP is the correct term. And of course it is. Breathe using that cookie to get that low HP healing. God, cookies are sustained. Reminder, folks, this is the most nerfed cookies have ever been. And yet, they are still here in the meta. Jumping forwards. Heal used from Light there, actually. You should really, you know, use that. I don't know whether you had Vigilance active, but you should use that before your auto attacks go out, because it would apply your Vigilance passives to you. Crushing that wave. A couple of CS lost. Nothing that much over that. Tien. Ooh, we're fighting over the Raptor respawn. Rookie has teleported in. We'll hold the wave. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Anyone a Toto fan? You know, fun fact about Toto. They were basically always just a session band, and also... pretty sure the singer in that band is the son of John Williams, who's the guy that, you know, made all the Star Wars soundtracks and stuff. Amongst other things. Toto, hell of a band. Mako, allowing Gala a free reset, protecting from that Braum Q. Really not sure what way he's going to be able to do on this Neferi, you know. Oh shit, not quite enough damage to kill that minion under turret. Oops. Swale that out there. Slower early game again. Shahu. Trading quite well back against Rookie, despite the fact that I thought that Rookie was going to get a good trade. That gets the shotgun on target. Bounced her onto him as well. Shotgun lands. We did see for a while 3 points E on Aurora. It's easier to land in lane. Does mean that you're less likely to get your passive, of course, because you don't get the double proc at the Q. Realm Prison. Oh my god, the Realm Prison. Oh, I'd almost forgotten about it. But the Realm Prison comes back. Don't just wait until he uses his ultimate, the Rune Warp. Oh, I will never escape from misworded skills. Toto members have been in so many session and backing bands that between them they've been involved in over 5,000 albums. God, that's like almost half as many as Buckethead. Dragon started by Weibo. Rookie coming down, Wei coming down as well. Remember, he can hop the wall if he needs to. How's that W? Bot prior from Weibo right now. Gala doesn't have level 6. But they have sort of leashed the Baron. They're going to walk up. Watch out for that Brawn passive. Watch out for those wrist rockets. Dropped out of the way from Rookie. Coming down to a smite fight. Jumping forwards from the Alistair. Gets the triple knockup and the Dragon goes to Wei. First skill of the fight goes to the Aurora though. How much extra damage have IG got? The Brawn passive helps. Wei is starting to do damage so the Interferi, you forget about it, but they're a bit of a carry, aren't they? 2 for 1. Rookie going forwards. Cressy's in outside of his own territory now behind enemy lines. And that shield, I think that's all going to be. I don't think it's going to be enough for you. It will not shield you quite enough. Alistair coming back into lane. Rookie needs to fix his wave. Mako can come over instead. Crisp will die. He'll be late on the reset. Perhaps they can even gift it over to the Kai'Sa. Hey, Rookie, my dude, you go back and fix that mid wave. Crisp is now just going to be donated over to Carla. Does he walk over for a flash kill in here? Rookie will get an assist and he goes over to Rookie instead, who will not fix his mid wave. I'm surprised he didn't stick around for that one. For the wave itself, 3 for 1 extended play to IG, including the Dragon. Neferi starting 1-0-1 though. That's a bit scary for Weibo. Watch through this again. Comes down to a smite fight. Good bounce around from... Wait, it doesn't actually bounce off of too many people there from Rookie. Aurora ult comes in. But the triple knockup from Mako stops the follow-up being that good big. Xiaohu getting damage onto Mako, but it's the Alistair. You know, it's not Gala who gets to stack up with the lethal tempo. You know, Rookie gets to start gunning through. Wei starts to get his Q onto multiple targets. They focus way too much on the Alistair. Mako's Alistair, one of his most played of all time. Impale missing, and Tien will have to drive through the wall. Not a great play from him there. IG with one of their better early games so far, I say that. They did throw 4 for 1 in the early game after getting ahead before. Grub's taken by IG. Lights trying to get as much work out of this Lucian in the mid lane as he can, but Gala's Kai'Sa, how can you forget? Scary thing to let over to IG. Wei will clean up all 3 grubs. See if he goes for a full clear after that, then resets after. He's going to be in a very strong spot. That's very, very strong point. That sounds good. We won't question that anymore. You all in chat have heard of the word spoint before, right? Of course. Triple grub Yorick? Absolutely. It's a strong spoint of power. 8 game days. Well, I have done 18 games in 2 days before. Those ones have been a bit, yeah. Just next to gas lamping. Exactly. Exactly. Gas lamping. Such an important term in modern society. Neferi going from bot to top in terms of their clear now, taking that red buff. Took the Raptors before. Their blue buff is still available. It's really important as the Neferi you keep farming on good speed. You need to keep up your gold income as much as possible. Tien could drive through the wall here. There is an ult and a flash on Gala. He's going to find himself in there. Wall stunned. Does he have the Impale? No. No Impale available. It's a third of the HP off of Gala. More than that, actually. God, Scarlet damage. Outie. Neferi cleared through half the jungle. Didn't take their top camps. Has the full camps available now. Does he have first item at 10 minutes? What did he back for? Can't be too far off of it. No, I got the pickaxe and the Reaper Crystal, but no full Shojin in just yet. Rookie taking a plate on bot side. Also with Yorick and Ryze. Very good ability to shove, appear in each other's lanes. The Ryze particularly, of course. Thing is, IG, they used to play very well around the Neferi when they had Jia, didn't they? Jeje, for those of you that don't know, Jeje has officially been announced for FPX now. He has joined them. Left IG. I think he didn't want to be part of a 6-man roster, so the rumor goes. Means that the dreams of BLG Jeje have died as well, sadly. Would have been very funny, despite probably not being very impactful. Dragon up in a minute now. Herald, of course, on the horizon at 15 minutes. We're spawning in 4. First item completed for Tian. It's not that far behind Wei, actually. Should be in for the Shojin first item now. Not dissimilar items in terms of their cost. There we go. Shojin in for Wei. Gives him a ton of extra damage and mobility. One of the really annoying... Hang on a second. Caught in the baby cage. Breather. Yeah. Not happy there. Breathe's just trying to wave through as much as possible. Kill the wife! Kill his wife! She's the real power behind the throne and the shovel. Can they stop the recalls? Perhaps they can. They do. Dragon is alive. We've managed to stop recalls well enough, and stuff like that can be quite powerful. A reminder, Lucian hasn't managed to back for his first item. Because he hasn't backed for his first item and doesn't complete the recall, he won't be able to fight at one item here. Wei goes towards the dragon, knowing that if he starts dragon now, Weibo will not be in a good point of power. They want to fight this now before Light gets back out onto the map. He needed that Essence Reaver. Gala has Kraken Slayer on the other side. This is why they're doing this now. Good damage. Again, that Kraken Slayer, good work. And the Lucian isn't here. Mako happy to hold the front line shut. Might die for this. Actually, might come around to a bit of a smite fight. Skarna's walking up. Do they get the play? No, they don't. Mako may die on the other side of this, but he gets his ult in. They catch the Kai'Sa. Lucian's back now. How much damage have they got left to play with? 2 dead already. Light has to be the damage, and I don't think he'll be it. Xiao, who waited so long, trying to kill the goddamn cow. He's not there to help out with the rest of the team fight. Xiao will get decked by the dog, and Weibo lose a huge fight, and this all came off of the cancelled recall onto Light and Crisp. That recall cancel meant everything to IG at the end of it. We explained it as it happened. Well, he didn't get that first item. He's not necessarily able to do that much. All out coming onto on top side right now. He doesn't have the Maiden, so his damage is a lot less. Another Q lands, flashing over, realizes there's not much mana left on the Yorick either. Breed sees a key at kill angle, but the feet are swift from the Shy. The Shy, more like the sidestep. Does he have enough mana? Another one dodged. He needs one more Q, and he can't quite find it. Just needs one left. The Shy sidesteps everything. He doesn't need his wife. He does it himself. He's single and ready to solo kill. It's really, really quite impressive. The Breathe Kasante can't finish it off. He must have dodged 4 Qs in that. Oh, the Shy, what a solo kill. He must have sidestepped like five Qs or something. Now, folks, if anyone wants to go and clip that and put it on Reddit, I'd love you for forever, because that one's actually a fun clip. The play down here, Mako gets a tiny bit... Oh my god, he gets the healing from his passive when Dragon dies. He gets the triumph from Raw. Xiao misses the E and has to stand around for like another 4 or 5 seconds trying to kill the goddamn cow. Lucian comes in, but he's left alone diving in there. Holy crap. Holy crap. Well, they're pushing my voice a little bit today, folks, let me tell you. The Shy, he just sidesteps everything. Sidesteps everything. Okay, IG find themselves at a 2,500 gold lead. The Shy had flash the whole time? Yeah, he did. He didn't even need it. That says a hell of a lot, doesn't it? It says a lot. Shy has that one item now. He still has flash. He has the Maiden now. Getting jumped on by Xiaohu. He might... If Brawn passive gets on him, he might die here. Is there a teleport coming in? Is anyone roaming? No, he's on his own. IG are leaving him. They don't want to send people down here. They are taking a lot of time to kill him. Finally get the shotgun. They use the Brawl? Almost got the redemption in as well. The Shy buying a lot of time. He has teleport, chooses not to burn that flash, and Herald will die on the top side of the map. Culling pulled in the mid lane. Healing used to get some move speed through it. Trying to get a clip of that solo kill. Hard to do that while casting at the same time. IG didn't do much to bail out the Shy. He's kind of done it all himself. Only 400 gold ahead, but you notice that, you know, with the Herald, with the 3 grubs, starting to get some real objective bonuses. 2 dragons as well. I agree, Yorick. I agree. Notice how they're laning Xiaohu against the Yorick now. He'll still get push. Easily, really. But I think it's much harder to get a solo kill. There are multiple ways over the wall of the Dark Procession from the Aurora. Why is Redemption over Locket for Alistair? Redemption is just a ridiculously strong item right now. Just a ridiculously strong item. I really admire your tenacity, casting 3 series a day by yourself, and also doing my own goddamn social media. We do that sometimes here. Fight around the dragon, potentially coming up. Fighting the bot side river. Tanking up from the Skarner and the Braum is good for now. Rookie does get hit by the Aurora. Redemption coming through. Removes a lot of that chunk a little bit early. Doesn't get that much value onto everyone. Is everyone here? Yeah, there's also a Herald in mid lane, by the by. Weibo probably need to deal with that. They're losing a lot of HP. Mako still has his ult. If they jump onto him, they won't get that much value. Rookie loses half his HP. Heal use from Chris now. A lot of chunk, no one dead. Wei going in on the Neferi, knocked up, but the Kai'Sa Q follows. Wei jumping forwards again. The shotgun getting some damage back from the Aurora. Tien getting blasted on the other side, though. All out. Well, I don't think it's going to even be that much, though. All off, all out, more like 50% off. Breathe, gets himself a little bit of damage. He'll bleed out. A triple kill to Kai'Sa on the other side of the fight. IG get 4 kills for none so far, and the Shy might just chase down for another one. Xiaohu flashing away, slow missing, but Xiaohu's now very, very far behind enemy lines, and I don't think he's got the staying power for this one. Has a little bit of mana to work with, but the Shy, all he'll have to do is just jump over, and Mako will find him. The Shy kills him with the ghouls. 5 for none. Clean ace, slightly delayed. Inner turret taken, dragon taken. Everything belongs to IG. So we'll go back to this bot side fight again, full on 5v5. The Redemption was used a little bit earlier onto Rookie. Chris tries to catch out Mako. Xiaohu and Chris end up them retreating in an awkward way. They split themselves up. And you can see that IG controlling this choke point, controls everything. It's very much Dune, right? He who controls this choke point controls the universe. Do be like that sometimes. Oh, this is what we didn't see. Oh, Mako. Kai'Sa flies like a bat out of hell. Lights no way out there. Triple kill for Gala. Yeah, giving Gala's Kai'Sa gold. Yeah, that's a great idea, isn't it? Xiaohu. He's going to get aggroed onto by the blue buffs. They will see that. Yep, they will see that. Breathe. Caught in the baby cage again. Shy, not at 2 items just yet, but God, who needs them, really? Didn't need an ultimate either, did he? Knockup coming in from Mako. Rookie firing from over the wall. The Redemption actually going to do some damage as well, by the way. Yep, it does some of that. Chris taken low. Prompt secured by Tien. That'll be the grand tally of it. It's the only casualty. We are really ARAMing today, aren't we? Except it's not mid. This is... Okay, well... Okay, we won't say that. Atacon now started off. Atacon... Often the place where games go to die. Weibo are not given any entry into this, though. Great elongated defense from IG, not letting them anywhere close to the pit. Intercon, not today. A lot cleaner from teams today on the whole. No, I say that earlier. It wasn't so great either, was it? Thinking about it. All right. W's landing. There is... the W upgrade has come through from Kai'Sa now. Yeah. Has the AP components of the Nash's too, so can't keep pinging through for poke. He's had 3 in a row hit, 4 in a row now. Yeah, doing quite well there, isn't he? You can actually just fire another one at him if you wanted. Chose him not to. This is an FF territory. We're in Final Fantasy now. Incredible. Xiaohu has himself the Blood Letters, has the DOT item with the Leandries to help that matter more. Yes, you do have 2 items on the Lucian. Sorry, a little bit quiet there, because my brain is starting to run out at the end of the day, folks. IG, they're just power clearing through their jungle, keeping control of Weibo's jungle, getting vision down where they can, waiting until the next dragon spawns to be a Cloud Soul for them. They have 3 early dragons. IG, this is as good as a macro game goes. You have 3 grubs, you got Atakan, you got 3 dragons, you got the Herald as well, you're 4 turrets to none. And a partridge in a pear tree is the only way it would finish the rhyme, really. Gala, he's probably at 3 items now, isn't he? He's back in here. Took himself another couple of jungle camps. He'll be happy with that. 2 items and 2k up for Wei. He'll be close to his 3rd item now, actually. Yeah, that's a Nash's. That is doom for Weibo. Shine. Throwing that Morning Mist forward again. And look how far Weibo are pushed back out of their own jungle. Shotgun lands. That's the Dark Procession. Has to jump out. Good damage coming in from Rookie. And the Spell Flux starts bouncing. Gala can fly in anytime he wants. The Maiden does die. God damn, that Spell Flux hurts. Where's the next W from Gala? Next bit of plasma could be the end of everything. Gala has it applied. Another knockup comes through. And Weibo simply do not have the damage or the HP. There's still a Kai'Sa ultimate to be thrown. No one's got any plasma on them, though. That'll help. Breathe, flashing away. Mako will live just about. Rookie goes golden, and there's a kill on the other side as Gala finally pulls the killer instinct. Clean ace. No dead for IG. No casualties. And they'll find themselves with 3 grubs pushing in towards mid lane. Weibo have been dominated in game 3. Not close at all. Not really. Rookie will push in for the inhibitor turret. No support even needed. Cloud Soul for them. Again, a perfect objective game. No grubs, no dragons, not even a tower for Weibo. Everything taken by Invicta's game, and they have left nothing spared. This Dark Procession cutting off the entire exit to the jungle is one of the reasons why Yorick is so strong in team fights as well. He can block off, much like a Nivea, just a whole access way. Rookie's Rise getting a ton of damage through the Spell Flux. And, you know, Xiaohu jumps in, but the ult is not really doing that much. Not really. Another knockup, another Dark Procession. It's at the 2nd rank of it now. 3 hit points makes it a little harder to kill, jumping forwards. Xiaohu gets pinged by a little bit of plasma. Dead after that. Gala says hello and a swift goodbye to his MSI winning teammates. With mid lane and top lane, of course. Was there for both of them. 21 and 22. Rookie going golden to survive on the other side. Baron is alive. Is there Impale to be used? No, probably not. Perhaps. Don't think it'll make much of a difference. Yeah, there's a 2-man Impale. Doesn't feel like it makes that much difference. And the Shy comes into the backside of the fight. Wei going low, but not going down. Again, Weibo not able to find a single kill. Oh, poor Weibo. Alas, the poor Weibo, they'll get one. Mako gives sword over to Light. The ghouls! The ghouls, the ghouls, the ghouls. Not enough. Light will find himself on the long journey home, walking his way back the hard way. Where there's a will, there's a way, but there's no will here today. consistently inconsistent. Threw a gold lead earlier on, claimed another one, and this one couldn't find one at all. The full house of sad results for Weibo. A jump forwards from the Neferi. The daggers go flying. Gala will flash out of the fountain, but not before taking two into the dark, dark waters of the River Styx. Invictus Gaming will end off today 2-1. Weibo will be sent to 5-7 in series score. Invictus Gaming make it entertaining, don't they? Invictus Gaming, one of the most entertaining teams in the world. Well, that'll do us for today, folks. 8 games. I started here, you know, a little bit before 9 o'clock this morning. It's now, you know, 20 past 4, so I've had a good number of hours of it. Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us today, folks. If you have enjoyed this, it is my pleasure to introduce myself to you once again. I'm sorry, I say that, my camera's off. Hello, I was sunk down here. My name's Nymaera. I'm a professional League of Legends caster. I've covered the LPL in one way or another since 2023, and I've cast 1,500 games of the region now at this point. Thank you everyone who's joined us, whether you're in Onivia's restream chat on YouTube or on Twitch. Means an awful lot of difference to us. If you can, like, comment, subscribe, put in a kind word as well on Twitter or Reddit. It does make a difference, you know. The hardest thing about a stream like this is spreading the word. We're not an official broadcast. There is no official broadcast anymore. So actually getting people to see the LPL is a lot harder than it once was. People tend to go to the big co-streams, but then they don't tend to come back because to the LPL because they cast the LCK and stuff like that, or they take days off. We try and cover as much LPL here as possible. And yeah, I really hope that you've enjoyed your stuff today. Please support your favorite LPL co-streams, and if this is your favorite one, then obviously that is very flattering as well. I'm going to have to rest my voice, folks. I guess that means that the stream will end here. Thank you so much for joining us, and I guess we'll see you well, not same time tomorrow, but we'll see you tomorrow. Where's Bibinos? He's currently on a plane back towards Berlin, or should be there close enough. Oh, God. Voice needs to recover, folks. Thank you so much for supporting. Leave a kind word and everything, and we'll see you around the block. See you in a bit.